Viewer discretion is advised. Prologue continued. Bad things come in threes. 1950. Petrovka, Russia. Theme 1. Part 2. As we come back to the beginning of our story, we remember a young boy. A boy named Marcos. Now, with darkness occupying every inch of the shelter, all that could be seen or heard was a large figure slowly staggering through the bloody patterns left on the cold concrete ground. Lit by what little moonlight had shone through, the creature made its way out of the small shack into the forest of birch trees. It had been nearly an hour since Marcos made his way into the little shack, and now darkness had moved in and made itself at home across the skies above. The dark surroundings slowly formed a delicate union with the incoming rays of moonlight effortlessly shining away, filling the cold air with a somber, eerie glow. Barely able to move, the creature persisted, only eventually collapsing on the cold, dark gravel below. The beast was nearly 10 feet tall, very thin, and had several appendages, 8 arms and 2 large legs. Its entire body appeared to be made of black fluid, with what seemed like an absence of skin to keep it all in. At a closer look, the liquid body of this creature moved constantly, forming a jagged surface almost reptilian in appearance. Constant and dim flickers of light flowed through its dark body, systematically displaying the beast's entire vascular network. Suddenly, the creature looked up as it heard something approach, and was met with the dog that Marcos had found earlier. The black Rottweiler bared its teeth as it snarled and let out a bark. The creature's face appeared to be a glossy, dark liquid bubble, the shape of an oval, with a shield rising behind its neck. Like that of a rhinoceros, as it peered toward the canine threat. The dog kept guard as the creature's head began to glow red from deep within its skull, and the front of its face began to swirl like a fiery whirlpool. As it pulsated red, razor-sharp teeth appeared as the figure quickly rose and lunged for the poor small animal who did not have time to react or make an escape. Suddenly, a gunshot sounded, and the attacking creature tumbled down the small bank and landed in a wash about 20 feet away. From a distance, 2 men began speaking in Russian. As their voices came closer, it was clear they were seeking the dog that was still barking. Annika, Annika, here, girl. Another voice came from an even closer distance. She found it. It's here. The creature, now subdued and slowly attempting to reposition itself, peered up at a soldier while his friend eventually joined him and hissed at the 2 men. It's still too sick to defend itself. Get it back in the cage. Just then, the other Russian soldier spoke up. Wait, do you hear that? Hear what? His partner questioned, but seeming to be convinced that he had heard a small voice nearby, he spoke up again once more. I heard something. I thought I heard a voice ask for help. Quiet down for a minute. The two men stood there, trading glances at one another while keeping an eye on the creature. Just as they were about to forget the whole thing, it happened again. A small cry for help. They looked at each other in shock, and then down at the creature. Did it just ask for help? It sounded like a small child. While saying this, the other man kneeled and removed something from the sickly creature's grasp. It was a small human shoe. The two looked at each other in horror, realizing the sounds they were hearing were exactly that of a small child. And that sound, as soft as it was, had been emanating from within the creature's belly before them. They immediately surrounded the beast and began cutting its abdomen open, ignoring the horrifying screams it let out from the sheer pain of having its insides systematically turned inside out. Soon, the entire darkened forest was filled with the unholy screams of pure pain as the cold September winds swept the creature's sounds up with them, eventually leading to a dark and quiet stillness. But then, there was light. At first, the light was just a fuzzy white blur, but eventually, odd surroundings began to take their places as an unfamiliar man began to materialize from within the blurred shapes. Whoever this man was, he began to speak through a face mask he had been wearing, appearing to be some sort of medical professional. As he lowered his mask, he smiled as he continued speaking, as the objects and colors around him kept taking on new shades and shapes. "Little boy, can you hear me?" The man with the face mask and eyeglasses questioned, while staring hopefully at a small child before him. "Hello there. What's your name?" Marcos, a small, raspy voice, managed to respond. Then, the little boy swiftly passed out once more. The man in the mask then fully removed his face covering, now showing a much larger smile. Marcos was laying on a medical stretcher, unconscious and pale as a ghost, appearing completely dead. The man looked up at the two Russian soldiers that had earlier freed the young boy from his sticky would-be grave. They stood on the opposite side of the stretcher that held Marcos and gave the smiling doctor a confused and stern expression. "Is he dead?" one of the soldiers asked. The man in the glasses, who was not wearing a uniform, but instead was suited up in a hazmat outfit, let out a small laugh and responded to the question posed by the soldier. "No, quite the opposite, in fact. He is alive. Alive and well. Doesn't look that way, doctor. Looks dead to me. This is a miracle. You see, before these creatures digest, a protective layer inside of them attempts to imprint on its meal. If the prey resists, the subject is discarded as it is potentially harmful. Our little boy here did not resist, as he is not properly equipped to do so. But before the digestion took place, the creature's vital organs began shutting down. The boy should have been dissolved in a shower of acid. Instead, he laid here unconscious in the belly of this beast, only to find you two cutting him out hours later. Okay, fine. But what about all of that? A soldier impatiently questioned while gesturing to a sizable hole in the small boy's skull. The doctor smiled and responded without pause. That is the beautiful part, gentlemen. Since the imprint had taken place, the boy was able to regenerate cells at a much more rapid rate. In fact, he is regenerating right now as we speak. And since the creature's vital organs began shutting down, the holding pattern he left his prey in acted like a life support to our little Marcos here. This boy will live for hundreds of years. Alright, so the kid's got magical healing powers. Good for him. How does this help us with the threat of more of these things arriving any day now? They've already taken out this entire town. I'm sure they'll be back for more. The doctor smiled once again as he replied, "Yes, I always save the best for last." he said, as he pulled out a small tape recorder from his pocket. He hit play, and suddenly the small medical room was filled with echoes of clicking sounds and hisses. The native tongue of the foreign creatures. Just then, Marcos sat up, still unconscious, and began speaking the visitor's language fluently, hissing and clicking with ease, as if he knew the language his entire short life. The doctor stopped the tape as the three men watched Marcos fall back to the bed as if nothing had happened. The soldiers, now wide-eyed, looked at the doctor with shock. "Gentlemen, this little boy can communicate with the rest of this species." Doing so, simply within his mind. The doctor then focused his gaze back to Marcos and continued speaking, this time in a more serious tone and slightly under his breath. "We just have to steer him in the right way. Train him to coax our new friends here into a relationship with us. A relationship that puts us in control. We must train him to be our first ambassador to our newest and most deadly ally." Then, the doctor looked back up at the two Russian soldiers and spoke more clearly, regaining his smile along the way. "Gentlemen, this boy is going to broker us a deal with our new friends." "2033, Nueva Armenia, Ecuador, about 35 miles south of Zancudo. Thing 2, Part 2. The small village was made up of only a handful of residences. The smoke from the blast several miles north, just hours ago, began to settle in without being noticed. The small community was home to several families that lived very simple lives off and far away from any grid the rest of the planet was familiar with. 10 to 12 homes lined the Rio Napo, another one of Ecuador's murky rivers. As the evening settled in, so did the typical tranquility that the townspeople were so accustomed to. This silence, however blissful it was quickly set aside by the sounds of heavy machinery that began to fill the air. These sounds, now echoing throughout the entire jungle below, announced the descending fleet of American helicopters, which now claimed the town's entire airspace above. Within minutes, the entire small village was shut down with military personnel guarding the roadways leading in and out of the handful of meandering dirt roads. Lights flooded the skies, and the jungles below slowly began to resemble the first community within the impending pandemic, on lockdown, quarantined from the rest of the global populace. A white tent now stood tall in the center of the dark and tiny community as it radiated light around its entire structure from the powerful fluorescence within. Inside sat several medical crates amidst several people in hazmat suits. They had some of the residents already inside being examined as they continued monitoring for symptoms. They did so, knowing what dangers the smoke had carried with it just hours earlier. "Sergeant, sir, Agent Brooks just landed and is waiting for you in the command center," a soldier stated as he walked through the tent's entrance. An officer sitting behind a table looked up. "Agent Brooks has nothing to do with this operation." "Whose orders, Lieutenant?" The officer that had just announced Arlo's appearance responded. "He didn't say, just said it's urgent, sir." Sergeant Harris looked at him more seriously. Is he alone?" The question gained the attention of everyone else wearing uniforms inside, as they all looked to the lieutenant. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir." Sergeant Harris looked upset and yelled an order. "Miller, you're with me. Lieutenant, take over in my absence." The nervous petty officer nodded his head and replied, as another soldier nearby, Private Miller, rushed to the sergeant's side. "Of course, sir. Yes, sir." A few moments later, Sergeant Harris and Private Miller were approaching the command center tent. It was a much smaller tent, surrounded by large military trucks and guarded by 2 armed soldiers. A helicopter was landed nearby, still winding down from transporting the agent inside, who was now within the tent, awaiting the 2 officers. Harris and Miller entered the tent while they watched the 2 armed guards at the entrance as they did so. Now inside, Sergeant Harris saw Arlo sitting behind a desk that was originally meant for himself. He looked at Arlo, not concerned with the fact that he was sitting in his own chair, but seemingly still nervous about being in the tent, nearly alone with this infamous American agent. Arlo was poring over the sergeant's notes that had been left on the desk in the form of a binder. Then he looked up at Harris and addressed the nervous high-ranking officer. "I thought we talked about this, Harris." Harris swallowed the thick lump in his throat he had been ignoring for the past few moments and replied, "If this virus gets out, we will be playing right into the Russians' hands. This is what they want." "Shh," Arlo interrupted him, as he signaled Harris to join him at the desk, beckoning him with a hand gesture to come closer. Harris nervously responded, "Please, Arlo, just shh." Again, Arlo interrupted him. And again, Arlo gestured for Harris to join him at the desk. Harris looked at Miller as they both exchanged hopeless glances at one another. Harris moved forward and joined Arlo across from him at the desk. Harris tried his best once more to reason with Arlo. "Sir, Quiet, now please." "Sergeant Harris," Arlo interrupted once more. He then looked at Sergeant Harris with a most serious expression within his eyes. "Remove your hat, Sergeant." For some reason, Harris was opposed to this idea as he tried reasoning with him a final time. "Look, we can't just—" "Your hat, now, please," Arlo demanded once more. Then, finally, a reluctant Harris slowly looked back at Miller and then back at Arlo. He nervously removed his hat. "There, that wasn't so bad now, was it?" Arlo commented as Harris came up with his next attempt to form an argument. "Sir, we..." But before he could speak any further, Arlo took over the narrative once more. "What? We? There is no we," Arlo stated as he leaned in and lowered his voice. He slowly placed both his hands on Harris's head and began to caress his shaven scalp. He began to whisper, "In this room, I only see me and my new Staff Sergeant Miller." Then, the sounds of bones could be heard as Harris's eyes turned dark red with blood. Miller closed his eyes and looked away quietly, trying his best not to be next. Arlo stared at Harris, and with the sergeant's skull still in his clutches, he continued to whisper to the officer, sitting across from him, having his skull slowly crushed. Arlo said his next words slowly and sternly. "When I say the virus is to be left alone, I mean precisely that." A trail of blood began to leak from both of Harris's eyes as the sergeant slowly began convulsing. Arlo closed his eyes as he actively crushed the life out of his victim while finishing his thoughts on the matter. "Why do you think I sent Salvador in? To get more samples from the creature you hold hostage? That creature, as you so often put it, is not your prisoner anymore. None of them are. Of course, I would have preferred it to have gone much smoother. The creature should still be alive. But the Pentagon has its policies, bureaucracies, Am I right? So, they insisted on Charlie bringing the detonation codes along for the trip. Nevertheless, I went forward with the plan, surely by switching out Salvador's equipment, causing him to unknowingly inject DX4 into the creature's body upon retrieving the samples. It would be strong enough to overcome this challenge and take Charlie out before detonation could take place. As tremors swept across Harris's entire body, he saw Arlo look up as if to reference the skies above, just outside. And while he let out his last dying breath, he could hear Arlo's final words on the subject as his world went dark. This will work just as well, though. The smoke from its burning carcass still laying in Zancudo is more than enough to spread the virus just as quickly. Miller noticed Arlo grow a small smile, as if he were listening to soft classical music, while the sounds of crushing bones led the rest of the conversation between the three. Suddenly, Arlo removed his hands from the sergeant's skull and opened his eyes to watch Harris's lifeless cranium come crashing down, face first, onto the hard, metallic desk surface. Arlo then shifted his eyes up to Miller and changed his entire persona as if nothing had happened. Officer Miller, you have just been promoted. Harris is going to be taking leave. Miller quickly saluted Arlo. Yes, sir. Arlo stood up and passed Miller as he exited the tent. He turned around and looked at Miller once more. Move your men out, Arlo ordered. I have already advised the Pentagon on Harris's behalf. There was no threat to neutralize. Zul is in good status and will be permanently shut down. And this conversation, Arlo gestured to Harris's body, now lifeless and face down on his desk, never took place. Miller stood nervously in the tent, still saluting the now empty room, trying not to look at his former supervisor, as he heard Arlo's helicopter blades begin to warm up for departure just outside. "2052, somewhere over the Atlantic. Thing 3, Part 2. Senator Lee wiped her tears as she looked away from her husband and resumed the conversation with her staff. Suddenly, and without any warning, the plane hit extremely heavy turbulence that took everyone by surprise. As Lee addressed her staff with urgency, "Where's Jackson? Where is the president?" the senator asked. Her staff scrambled on their laptops. As one of them, Ben, spoke up. "They're not far from us. They're over the Atlantic as well." The senator again spoke, but with more of a direction in her voice this time. "Get her up on the screen," she yelled, and upon hitting another unnatural and forceful gust of wind, she added a few more words as she shouted once more, "Right now." Meanwhile, aboard Air Force One, President Jackson, still poring over the dossiers of Brooks and Shields in front of her, was distracted by one of her staff. "Madam President, it's Senator Lee." Suddenly, a screen behind her desk lit up and was filled with a warped picture that seemed to have members of Lee's staff trying to address the president.
A-Day. Please come in. We are being engaged.
The president and her staff watched helplessly while the screen turned to static as the signal was then quickly lost. Jackson looked at her staff. How much time do we have? The group of officials, however, remained silent. But then the president shifted her eyes to one of her generals. General Beckett, how much time before the Russians are at our doorstep? She inquired. The general looked to Vice President Brady and then back at the president herself, as if confused why he would need to make such an obvious statement. Madam President, the Russians have already breached our shores. They are not expected at our doorstep. They are now within our borders. Everyone shared nervous glances as the president let out an audible sigh. Just then, without warning, the plane hit what felt like heavy turbulence of their own. One of the flight crew entered the room and whispered in the general's ear. The general turned to the president and addressed her. Madam President, we have to land the plane. The president looked at the general and responded with a sense of annoyance in her breath. That's ridiculous. We're much safer in the air, General. We can sustain flight for the next 2 days. Beckett agreed with a head nod, but did not change his argument as he continued. Yes, Madam President, I agree. However, it's not us flying the plane anymore. He then pressed a button on the president's desk, which in turn opened a window across the room, allowing the earliest lights of the morning dawn to filter in. They both could see the absence of their previous American escort, which was replaced by several Russian MiGs, as a large Russian carrier in the Atlantic Ocean below quickly came into view. The president slowly got up and joined the general in observing what they now saw as their final fate gliding effortlessly right outside. She peered out the window while she watched history make its deadliest turn, as their vengeful counterparts now held democracy firmly in its clutches. How many agents do we have on board, General? The president quietly asked. The general just whispered with a sigh. Not nearly enough. Vice President Brady then spoke up. We need to hide the president. General Beckett was about to respond as they felt their aircraft hit the floating fortress's tarmac from underneath their feet. Immediately, they all spun around at a large noise that had hit the bulletproof window they had all been looking through earlier. Mr. Channing, being a scientist, took special interest in what happened next. A large yellow stain, seemingly being the consistency of thick syrup, began to spread on the exterior side of the glass. Channing slowly approached the window in amazement as the liquid effortlessly boiled through the 7 layers of bulletproof panes. Once on the inside of the plane, the ooze slid down the interior wall as it proceeded to boil. Channing looked at the window as if in a trance. It wasn't even cracked, yet the liquid seeped straight through all 9 reinforced glass layers with ease. He was bewildered by the strange chemical now inside the plane. He was so amazed, in fact, that he had completely overlooked the toxic gas emanating from the boiling yellow puddle below their feet. He began to feel strangely comfortable with his surroundings as he looked over at the general and then to the president. He tried fighting this unwelcomed sense of tranquility as he began to feel like a fly stuck on the sticky leaves of a carnivorous plant. Unable to regain his focus or his faculties, he watched, strangely, at peace, while his colleagues collapsed to the floor, one at a time. Eventually, his world went completely dark, but Channing, now feeling completely at ease, simply didn't seem to mind. Suddenly, he found himself coming to. The previous sense of tranquility was now completely absent as several new emotions began to take hold. Fear, depression, and utter hopelessness set in as he tried to make sense of his new surroundings. It was pitch dark as he could hear the heavy sounds of a large metal door beginning to open. Eventually, a hood was lifted over his face, and he was met with the sight of several Russian soldiers holding rifles. He was kneeling in a row with the other captives, the general right next to him still hooded. As the Russian proceeded to take all their hoods off, he noticed that the president was no longer with them. Channing's heart then sank as a thought displayed within his mind. We have failed. There were 6 of them detained as everyone else had been executed upon exiting the plane. Then, suddenly, Alex looked up to see someone walk in. It was a slender man in a black suit. He was white, but had tanned skin and maintained a very short trimmed mustache and beard, nearly coming across as simply a 5 o'clock shadow. It was none other than Arlo Brooks himself. Arlo smiled and walked toward the general. He knelt and began caressing the general's scalp through his full head of hair. Well, isn't this something? The general did not show any fear as he looked up and addressed Arlo. I'm not afraid of a coward and a traitor. Arlo laughed and was just about to reply to the general, but Alex Channing spoke up and redirected the conversation with one name he let slip from his tongue. Marcos? Arlo spun around and barked an order in Russian, cueing the nearest soldier to aim his gun at the outspoken staffer. He then slowly approached Alex and knelt beside him. He peered at the president's aide, the scientist-turned politician, who was nervously looking back at him. I beg your pardon? Alex mustered up the last bit of courage he had within him in order to address Arlo. That scar on your neck, it's a perfect spiral. Within his own mind, Alex begged himself to shut up. He lowered his head and hoped that Arlo would move on. He did not. Arlo placed a finger on Alex's chin and directed his stare back to his captor and offered some words of encouragement. Arlo, often behaving in eccentric ways, began speaking to Alex as if he were a small, innocent child. Oh, please. I'm dying of anticipation. Continue? And as requested, Alex continued, knowing that it could be the last words he would ever speak. So he chose them carefully. My brother Sal. I didn't believe him. Everyone just thought he was crazy. That was before he changed. Then he dropped the whole thing. But I never forgot. You're Marcos. You were born in Petrovka, nearly 100 years ago. Arlo, appearing to be in his 30s, and not as if he could have been born so long ago, added to the confused expressions from Alex's team. He didn't care. He knew he was not mistaken. Arlo interjected and flashed an ominous grin. Please, do go on, he hissed. Alex now had memories flashing quickly before his eyes. He remembered how his brother was such a good man and a very dedicated scientist. He was always trying to better mankind. But then, perhaps age settling in, Salvador started subscribing to off-the-wall conspiracy theories. One of these consisted of the Russian government and a secret alliance with a foreign threat he felt was somewhere in the ethers above. He remembered feeling bad for his brother Saul as he watched his older sibling's intelligence seem to slowly decline as his mind was apparently aging now in a strange direction. But then he remembered his brother suddenly dropping the matter, as he also did the same with all his other conspiratorial ideas. After that, he seemed quite different. He was still great at his work, but he seemed distant, as if far away. But with a new partner at his side, a very sharp woman by the name of Renee Williams, a British scientist, he saw a sizable comeback to his work he had once left behind. But then there was Zancudo. After that, Alex never saw his older brother Sal again. Still though, he was never able to quite shake some of the eerily specific details of his much older brother's rants. One in particular stuck in the young politician's mind. His brother had told him of a small boy who had been attacked by one of these creatures from some other place far away from the cradle of mankind. And now, with Arlo standing before him, he recalled one specific memory within his past. He remembered his brother's words. during a conversation they had within the stage of his brother's conspiracy theories. He looked at his brother across a large marble counter in a very upscale home kitchen. Much younger than him, he gave his older sibling his due respect, but couldn't help a slight sigh escape his lips as he grew somewhat tired of his outlandish lectures. "These things are full of energy," Salvador stated. "Even though the Russians have not let us in on their findings, we still have our ways of seeing within their borders, just as they do with us. And I'm telling you, Alex, this little boy lived through it. And you can tell it's him. Because right under his neck is a spiral scar, a scar as if lightning had struck the body." Alex gave his older brother a confused look as Sal continued his rants. "I've done my research, Alex. I can track his whole life, all the way up to his later teens. He was born in Petrovka. His name was Marcos. But then he simply disappeared from Russia. I think he is here in our country. What's worse is that I am almost positive he has been inducted into our own military. I've been tracking him for a while now, and I feel like I'm closing in on him. This man is dangerous, Alex. He's owned by the Russian government. And to hide him in plain sight, he's leased out to the Kremlin's closest oligarchs. I believe the Russians are containing a virus, and he's going to be the one to bring it here. He can communicate with these things now. But there's good news, Alex. If we can get our hands on him, I think he might be the answer to all our problems." Alex looked at his brother as he slightly widened his eyes. Sal took this as a cue to tell him his theory. Alex, he might hold the cure for the human condition itself. Then Sal leaned back in his chair and looked around the room as if to think. The frustrating part, I just can't figure out how he lived. And after a slight pause, he looked at his little brother in his eyes, and as he spoke his last words, they rang like a distant bell deep within Alex's present mind. "You know, little brother, one day it'll happen. He's gonna be around a long time. You work for a senator now. One day you'll work for a president. You'll run into him. You just wait. You'll see." All these memories happening in just under a fraction of a second sent the president's aide into a state of confidence as he looked up to Arlo standing before him. And now, knowing who he was, he gave Arlo a deep stare of resentment. It was all true, he thought to himself. He then spoke, but this time he spoke as if Salvador was speaking through him. "You're Marcos, the little boy who was half digested by one of those things." Suddenly, Alex felt a cold sensation from his mid-waist spread throughout his entire plexus. He looked down as his head bobbed left and right as he tried to maintain focus. He saw a long knife protruding from his gut, held by Arlo, now kneeling just in front of him. He looked up at him one last time before Marcos slid the cold steel knife back out of his dying body. Everything became blurry as Arlo, once a boy named Marcos, cleaned his knife and responded to the dying man. "Your memories depress me," he said, as Alex gave his aggressor a confused look, while suddenly feeling the presence of this lunatic within his own mind, able to see all his thoughts. Then, his captor's voice sounded once more. This time, however, the voice came from within the dying man's head. "It sounds to me as if you and your big brother were simply not close in his final years. What a shame." Then, he stood up as he threw an angry look at Alex, now keeling over to lay lifeless on the ground. And as Alex slipped away, he heard his captor's voice one last time echo through his soul.
"And the name is Arlo Brooks."
sometime in the near future, somewhere high above, or perhaps even far below, in an infinite void we call space, a box of some kind, perhaps a capsule within this cold freeze, strangely appeared seemingly from nowhere at all, and as it moved slowly through this ether, this darkened and infinite nothing, a faint scream could be heard. But then a question. Was it not too early for this hopeless event to be taking place? And then, suddenly, as if an answer to that perplexing thought, as this scene within our story and within the darkness all around simply just faded away. Chapter 1. Into the Ether. 1957. Manhattan, New York. It was a cold and wet day as the after rain filled the city air, sweeping around with it the nearby smells of traffic and the heavy exhaust that came with it. The sprawling and bustling city, spread as far as one could see, boasted of an economic powerhouse with large skyscrapers that kept a wary watch over the distant city skylines. Within this busy traffic below drove a sleek yet nondescript limousine. The stylish transport navigated the dense traffic as some passing by would stare in wonder at the luxurious vehicle, wondering about the lifestyles of those that occupied the pricey automobile. As it continued, visual contact of the lengthy ride slowly disappeared as it entered the 20-year-old Lincoln Tunnel. Now, within the underwater megastructure, a human feat that stood as a symbol of mankind's persistence, a few find themselves inside of this fancy carriage of steel as it makes its way under the great Hudson River. The black leather interior, married with its black carpeting, only made the vehicle darker as they navigated the tunnel eventually leading to the other side. As he took a deep breath, he made a small effort to drown out the conversation happening in front of him by looking out the window. He was nervous, very nervous. He was in his late teens, 20 at the oldest, and obviously well taken care of as he sat in the back of his incredibly luxurious ride. Obviously, in deep conversation, his two parents or guardians, a man and a woman, both dressed in all black, sat across from him, each sipping a glass of Chardonnay and paying little attention to the young man. The boy was thin and tall and carried a lean physique. He had darker hair while appearing appropriately dressed for a New York winter. The two adults, both elderly in age, seemingly too old to be the boy's actual parents, maintained an elegant and well-to-do appearance as they each presented themselves in New York's finest. The boy looked around in the vehicle. He was accustomed to limousines from where he had lived before, but this one seemed so much more luxurious. They were traveling along a main thoroughfare, as the vehicles around them held tight to the stretched Chevy while it traveled Manhattan's busy roads. As he watched the traffic outside, mesmerized by the intricacies of it all, he seemed to be in love with his new surroundings. He watched the dark tunnel turn into a brightly lit city, while skyscrapers, some still under construction, a symbol of American ingenuity, stood proudly off in the distance. As they rounded corner after corner and traversed one busy road after the next, the car finally came to a stop. Then, and in a thick foreign accent, the male adult spoke first, while aiming a stern look at the young man. "You must do well here. You must learn their ways. You must be brave, and you must tell no one." He said this, maintaining his serious expression as he kept a hushed yet serious tone. He paused for the young man's response. The boy looked up at the man who was addressing him and nodded with a nervous yet prepared expression. That was when the woman spoke up, also carrying a somewhat similar accent. "And for fuck's sake, smile." He followed her orders and slightly smiled, hoping to gain her approval, but felt disappointed as he didn't even get so much as an acknowledgement from the stern woman. Instead, the older gentleman spoke up once more. "Good boy." The next thing the young man knew, he was standing outside the black modified Chevy Bel Air as the driver set a large black luggage bag down on the cement sidewalk next to him. The boy peered down at the luggage as he noticed the window to the back seat of the car, now behind him, roll down an inch or so. A man's voice came from within the limo. "Your contact's name is Ivanov. He will contact you. You will be given your first assignment in 17 years from today. For now, all your focus must now be on the task at hand. Do not fail." With that, he watched as the window rolled back up and the vehicle made its departure, as he was soon left completely on his own. He then turned and looked at the complex of buildings in front of him. Outside the large main copper brick entrance sat a sign that read "Recruit Entrance and Processing Station." He took one final deep breath, and then, gathering his thoughts, attempting their escapes from the daunting mission ahead, he picked up his bag and calmly approached the doors. He wasn't used to carrying his own luggage. Not that he was spoiled or anything. He was just brought up to believe that those types of duties resided far below him. However, now the boy had to take care of himself. No personal driver, no large mansions, and no more privacy. At least for now. He hesitated and grimaced at the idea that those concerns were not even the worst of it, as the next few months would prove to be especially hard for the boy to navigate. He made his way, carrying with him his bag strapped across his shoulder, eventually coming to the entrance of the large building before him. Suddenly, as if he could hear a small voice inside his head, perhaps a much younger version of himself, he began to ponder. "It's not too late. Maybe I can just walk away. Disappear, become something here. Become something I want to become. Something of my own." He then had the image of a long-lost childhood friend within his mind. Her face was like an angel's as they sat together in a massive library many years ago. He remembered what she had said that tragic day. "We can go to the police. You should be missing somewhere, right? Besides, I don't want to see you hurt anymore," she desperately stated. But this memory of his friend back when he was much younger soon became muffled by something much more nefarious. A thought which caused him to grimace. He thought back to the man in the limo as he quickly removed the idea of defecting, while fear of repercussions quickly took over, just as it had done all those years back. He took a deep breath and shook his nerves away as he reached forward and opened both the doors he was now standing directly in front of. A large room, 2 stories high, now lay before him, with windows to all sides, which provided plenty of natural light to flow through the entire lobby. The tiles screamed out cheap linoleum, an odd marriage to the beautiful architecture it was surrounded by, as scuff marks could be found from one corner to the next. About 20 feet in front of him sat a large desk which separated the smaller portion of the room he was in from the more expansive side with armed security and manned counters. Only a few others stood in front of him, but he paid no attention to that, as he had never been in such a bustling environment. New York was massive, he thought, and it seemed full of wonders he had never felt before. A sense of freedom he had never smelled before. He didn't know what to think of this feeling, as he was not regularly encouraged to enjoy himself. The emotion turned sour within his stomach from time to time, dropping like dead weight within his gut, particularly whenever the two conflicting feelings on the whole matter would come face to face. Purposefully lost in his thoughts to silence his worries, he completely went without noticing the man behind the counter who was now shouting at him. "Sir, first and last name, sir." He was certainly caught off guard, but was able to regain his thoughts rather quickly and focused on the man in front of him. He quickly began to think to himself, "You got this. This is what you've been practicing for." And with his best and new ability at the New York accent, 19-year-old Marcos answered his recruiter. "Sir, yes, sir. Arlo Brooks, sir. Reporting for duty, sir." Arlo sat up in a cold sweat, awakening from a dream of his long-ago past. He sighed and sat on the edge of his bed while resting his arms on his legs. He brought his head down to meet his rising palms as he took his face in his hands and wiped his sleep away. Suddenly, he stood up and loudly began to speak. "Curtains. Shower." Immediately, the curtains withdrew and exposed a large pane of glass, separating his flat from the outside. A soft amber glow then slowly swept through his surroundings and displayed a tasteful decor. And from the other side, a shower could be heard turning on as the entire apartment lit up in the relaxing dim light. He walked towards the large window and peered out. He suddenly heard a phone begin to sound, emanating through his entire home. He threw up a hand and waved it over a seemingly random part of the wall next to the window. Right in that spot, as if somehow appearing from under the wall's very own paint, several lights lit up as a man's voice replaced the ringing sounds from just seconds earlier. A face then appeared like a hologram across the same wall. It was Thomas Shields. Thomas began speaking as Arlo listened and looked out the window. "It's been handled." Arlo's facial expression did not change in the slightest. "And the children?" Thomas answered right away. "Being processed now." Arlo closed his eyes and clenched his jaw as a vein slightly materialized above his brow. He spoke through his teeth as he addressed Shields once more. "And the rest of them?" Thomas didn't miss a beat. "Dispatched, sir. All of them. And as you requested, I'm currently retargeting my efforts to weed out the rest of the sevens." Thomas showed a small look of relief as Arlo still held his eyes closed and responded quietly, "Good." The two held a small lull in their conversation until Thomas once again spoke up. "We might have a problem, sir." Arlo's eyes slightly opened while still maintaining his window view as he replied softly. "So, then tell me." Thomas looked away from the screen as he seemed to think of the right words. "The Chancellor has become an issue. Apparently, he's running the entire Ecuadorian sector. He's taken control from the Russians, sir." Thomas was expecting Arlo's response by now, but could see that he was instead simply staring off into the distance and not toward the monitor. Thomas decided to further his conversation. "He's getting sloppy. Real sloppy. Lenkov wants you to." But he was then swiftly cut off by Arlo's next words. As steam from the shower, a few rooms away from him, began to slowly wander between his face and the monitor, he spoke his next words clearly. "There is no future left for mankind on Earth. Kill them all." Thomas hesitated for a moment and tried to comment on Arlo's plan. "Yes, I understand, but a sizable fraction of those men still belong to Lenkov. I suggest," but again being interrupted by Arlo, Thomas halted his words cautiously and listened obediently as Arlo repeated his words more clearly and slightly louder. "All of them." Thomas's screen went dark as Arlo waved his hand once more over the wall, cueing an end to their brief dialogue. Thomas closed his laptop and looked out his windshield. He mouthed his frustrations with his unhinged superior aloud. "Fuck." Then he took note of something of interest. He could see off in the distance, and under the bright blue skies, a figure lying bound and gagged face down on the sand, about 50 feet or so away. Thomas took a deep breath and opened the door to his vehicle. He jumped down from what seemed to be a large silver tank with several wheels that held the massive automobile up. Upon a closer glance and an attempt to recite a detailed description, one would excuse the pun, as the vehicle seemed rather out of this world. All of them were very large, in fact, as large as a person. They held solid to the ground as they dwarfed the cabin above, as on each side of it sat 3 of these oversized tires. Once firmly on the ground, he gazed at his surroundings. As far as he could see, rolling dunes of sand and bright blue skies teamed up to form a union, the likes of which no one had ever seen before. Overhead, the piercing blue skies were without a single flaw, not a cloud in the sky, and the sun, seeming much closer, pulsated heat waves throughout the surrounding desert. Putting aside this desert, bereft of all life, one would imagine this scene on a picturesque postcard. And a postcard is where it should have stayed, as the reality of this scene began to unfold in the darkest of direction, as a depraved plot slowly started to take its place. As he looked down at his watch, he knew it was becoming time as he headed over to the figure, lying face down on the sand. Once he reached the body, he kneeled next to it, seeming not to be too concerned over this figure in distress. It was Trevor. He had his eyes closed and appeared to have been very badly beaten, with several welts on his face. His hands tied behind his back and his mouth gagged, he lay motionless with his eyes shut tight. Sounds of wind whistled around the vast sandy plains from all around. Thomas took in the view of a land that seemed forsaken of all life as he lit up a cigarette. He then patted Trevor on the shoulder and began to speak. "You know, Mr. Meeks, just think. The kids will have a normal life and will be well taken care of by their new families. Oh, sure, eventually they'll meet their demise. But who doesn't? You should be thankful, Mr. Meeks. Your children," he said, while gesturing quotations with his fingers, a lit cigarette now between 2 of them as he continued, "now serve a purpose for the greater good." Suddenly, Thomas brought forth his wrist and looked down at his watch once more and smiled. Right on time. He looked down at his victim and proceeded to put his cigarette out on his face, leaving a blackened, ashy wound in its place. Trevor didn't move as his injuries were just too new and severe. "You know, Trev, this planet might just be the most boring one out there. So fucking predictable." Trevor, barely able to open his eyes, felt a small and unusual warmth in the next breeze that rushed over his body. With all he could muster, he gathered the strength to slightly open just one eye. He could now barely begin to make out his environment as he started taking in the lifeless and seemingly infinite sandbox from hell he now found himself in. "Not Darius," he thought to himself. "I took Caleb and Delilah to the far reaches of space to be slaughtered alone, and now I'm going to die here. Wherever here is." And as he thought this to himself, he came to realize how this desert reminded him of a dream he once had. But then, another unusually warm breeze once again swept over him. And that's when he saw it. Way off in the distance, spreading from one side of the horizon to the other, rolling towards him, raged a massive wall of fire. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he could see that the fire was coming closer. And it was coming closer fast. Did you know, Trevor, with just enough open space? Thomas looked at the ground and scooped up some sand and let it slide through his fingers until all the sand returned to the ground as he continued to speak. And the right amount of sand and electricity in the atmosphere, even a desert like this, deprived of any life, he said as he looked around the vacant flat plains of sand, noticing quite a contrast with the sky blue heavens above them. He paused for a second and then looked at Trevor as he finished his menacing speech. Mother Nature will always be there to ultimately fuck you over. Just then, there was a flash across the skies, as Thomas shielded his eyes for a brief second, as he seemed to look slightly perplexed. Solar flares are getting worse in this desert. He then took out a silk cloth from his coat pocket and wiped his brow. He was starting to sweat from the incoming fiery storm that seemed to be Trevor's final moments, rapidly closing in on them. Thomas marveled at the red, sandy bleak wonder and smiled ever so slightly. Then he regained a more serious look and peered back down at Trevor once more. He threw his handkerchief on Trevor's face as he stood up and walked back to his vehicle. "Clean your fucking face. You look like shit." As the silky material fluttered about on Trevor's face, it felt to him as if a blanket of thorns were being dragged along its surface. Unable to move, being bound and gagged, Trevor could barely hear the rig several feet away make its departure as the heat became too intense to focus on anything else. He could feel the small silk cloth slowly melt into his skin as it began to singe from the fire, quickly surrounding him. He could also feel the intensity of the heat as his senses quickly identified the smell of his own burning flesh. As he soon realized all his efforts were for nothing, he quickly found himself beginning to thrash and scream in sheer agony. Trevor was being burned alive. Minutes later, and now within his air-conditioned all-terrain vehicle, Thomas drove away as he investigated the rearview mirror while doing so. He could see the fire moving closer as it nearly matched the speed of his own vehicle. The distortion from its heat caused a green and yellow hue that slowly began to reflect within the entire atmosphere, as the firestorm below completely removed Trevor's figure from sight, absorbing everything in its path. Satisfied in clearly witnessing Trevor's body burn to a crisp, he continued his way, making sure to stay far ahead of the storm that followed him not far behind. Several hours later, seemingly at his destination, he finally stopped his vehicle. He then looked on at what lay before him. Now, taking up his entire view, sat a dauntingly large cement barrier that stretched across the terrain as far as one could see. It formed the largest concrete structure ever seen by the human eye and stood tall over the vast desert under its blue oceans of endless skies. He noticed a series of lights on a small concrete slab just outside his vehicle. There were 3 of them, almost mimicking a traffic signal, embedded into the slab itself. The object almost seemed out of place and somewhat askew in the sand. The 3 lights were lit a solid red. Then he glanced at the display on his vehicle's dashboard. It repeatedly flashed the word scamming. He looked into his mirror and could see the fire not too far off as he looked back once more to the 3 lights just outside. Suddenly, they all turned to green as a loud electronic buzz was heard from within the barrier. Eventually, a portion of the concrete wall slowly displaced itself from the rest of the barrier in front of him, exposing a large doorframe. Not forgetting the wall of fire speedily traversing his way, Thomas did not ignore the structure in front of him, beckoning him to enter its much safer confines. As the door came to its widest, Thomas made his way in, only to find the same desert on the other side. However, on this side, there were no more blue skies. Instead, there were the familiar twilight overcast skies that the residents of Darius had grown so accustomed to. As he began to drive further inside the barrier, one would be wise to notice that on the inside of these walls, at the top, the barrier did not stop as it did so on the outside. Instead, it simply curved in and disappeared within the thick overcast skies of an imprisoned portion of Darius. And as it curved in, it did so in a way that depicted a structure so large, the entirety of it could not be seen the further inside one would travel. Thomas looked ahead on the side of the dirt road he had been traversing since entering the Great Barrier's interior just seconds ago. A large, dusty, black and white sign stood tall as he was reminded of the distance he was still left to travel. The sign read, "Open Pasture, C61. 30 kilometers ahead. Detain and report all stray cattle." Not paying much mind to the sign itself, Thomas continued into the world that Trevor once knew as a place of sanctuary. And he moved on with an agenda in mind. An agenda that had something to do with rehoming two small children that had once been protected by the burned corpse now far outside the dome. He made his way along, while the sounds of a large concrete door sounded off as it came back to its original resting place within its walls. As the vehicle sped off far past the dusty mile marker, silence overtook the rural outskirts of C-61 once more. Now above the sandy dunes was simply just a thick fog, and miles ahead in the direction that Thomas had gone, the desert seemed to change in personality as sizable, gloomy marshes expanded to both sides. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Arlo stepped out of the shower as he rounded a corner, while steam rolled out behind him as if obediently following. As he entered his living room, he noticed the change of scenery outside his window. He casually picked up a towel and began to pat himself dry as he crossed the room toward the glass to gain a better view. He was drawn to the window by the intense yellows and greens coming in from outside. As he came closer, he peered outside and looked down miles below upon planet Darius, now engulfed in a fiery red dust storm. But then, he shifted his gaze to a good-sized portion that seemed to be exempt from all the chaos that the rest of the planet found itself mired in. This portion appeared to be the size of a small country one would see back on Earth. He marveled at the beauty of it all as he pored over nearly 200,000 square miles of massive dome-like cement confines. Each of them on their own were easily larger than any city mankind had ever known. He gazed upon his empire of cement cattle farms as he began to speak to himself aloud. This is the only future left for humanity. Chapter 2. Reborn. Sometime earlier. As one would peer into this next mesmerizing chapter of this cold and dreary story, they would be remiss to go without noticing one particular detail. And this detail would be a figure of a man walking briskly through the hallway that laid before him. He was carrying a file with him as he kept up his pace. He was a thin, white gentleman and wore what seemed to be some type of black jumpsuit. There was a small logo upon his chest with the symbol of a red atom representing the organization the man belonged to. Just below the symbol read the organization's name, and that name was Dark Scope, and underneath that read the gentleman's name, First Lieutenant McCree. And to the side of this logo sat several medals that the man had achieved throughout his tenure with this militarized firm he seemed to be employed by. As McCree moved quickly down the brightly lit hallways, he passed by several large open windows. They presented a series of dark voids that apparently belonged to the darkest of any night sky just outside. As he walked, he firmly gripped a small stack of papers, while his reflection upon the glossy gray flooring below mimicked his every move. Through several twists and turns, he kept up his pace as he passed by others, some by themselves, and some in groups, everyone appearing to be in the same style of jumpsuit he wore, a pattern amounting to a well-manned and uniformed complex. He kept his head straight and spoke to no one, even to the point of flat-out ignoring several officers saluting him, obviously paying their respects to the higher-ranking officer. Eventually, he made his way around a corner, and there before him were two large sliding steel doors, almost like doors you would see in a submarine or space shuttle. Posted in front of the doors stood an armed guard who quickly noticed McCree, and in response of the appearance of this military officer, he immediately pressed a button on the security desk he stood next to. Just then, cued by the button the armed guard had just pressed, the two doors slid open. McCree, not slowing, walked through the doors and found himself walking through another hallway. As he picked up his pace, he paid no attention whatsoever to the breathtaking scenery he now found himself immersed in. It was a long corridor made entirely of glass, momentarily placing the man in what one could only define to be a human-sized, transparent tube. The floor, however, was the same glossy gray flooring he had been traversing throughout all the other hallways he had now left behind. Of course, a glassy tube and a well-polished floor is not exactly breathtaking. Outside of the glass, however, was a whole different story, as many would be overwhelmed to find themselves miles above the Earth, in low orbit, nothing but the thin glassy panes surrounding oneself from the icy cold vacuum of space. He continued to walk as he came up to another set of steel doors that seemed to automatically open for him. As they did so, at the end of the room, one could see a man sitting behind a large, white, curved desk that seemed to simply rise from the floor with an elegant twist, as no table legs were visible. The entire room was about as large as a university auditorium. To the sides were steel walls with doors that seemed to lead to smaller and more private rooms. The gentleman at the desk raised his head and focused on the man walking toward him, seemingly with a sense of urgency. And the nameplate on the desk this man sat behind read Kostya Lenkov. And behind Mr. Lenkov, there was a large window that held a picturesque view of planet Earth, as if it were framing the blue rock within its massive panes of glass. McCree quickly approached Lenkov, who was a slightly heavy-set man. He wore a suit and tie, not appearing to be of the military himself, and kept a gray beard and mustache, which seemed to complement the older man's silver hair. On his sports coat was a small pendant of the Russian flag. And now, as McCree stood in front of Lenkov's desk, he placed the papers from within his file before him as a dialogue in Russian began to take place. "The coordinates, sir. He is standing by," McCree stated, cueing Lenkov to direct his attention to the officer now in front of him. He looked at McCree with a serious expression, and then back down to the papers. He picked up a phone and waited a few seconds as McCree nervously stood by. Suddenly, Lenkov began to speak into the phone. "Yes, good. Put him through." Lenkov turned to the panes of glass that peered into the dark ether behind his desk. Suddenly, a hologram came up in the middle of this oversized window. A man too close to the camera on the other end sat back and slowly came into focus. Once again, it was Thomas Shields, and he was now sitting inside a dark vehicle. He seemed slightly busy, as if he were multitasking and not giving his undivided attention to the video chat. This, however, had no bearing on the matter as Lenkov, with a booming voice, stood up and yelled at the hologram of the double agent now appearing across his screen. "Explain, American comrade, quickly. Thomas focused his attention at the screen, as the signal seemed to slightly go in and out as staticky lines crisscrossed throughout the glass between them. It's the Chancellor. I fucking told you he was a bad idea. We should have left him in that fucking sewer. Lenkov interrupted Thomas as he grew more serious. Always excuses with you Americans. You have contract with me, Mr. Shields. Do not forget. You would not be wanting Mr. Brooks to find out about our little arrangement. He does not fare well with middlemen. Thomas looked away from the monitor and wiped his brow. He then leaned into the monitor and responded to Lenkov. What the fuck do you want me to do? Unless we receive reinforcements like tomorrow, the Chancellor outnumbers you. He's gone rogue, Lenkov, and he's taking your entire operation with him. Lenkov, seeming to gain a desire to strangle the agent through the screen, spoke once more. I understand there has been a breakdown somewhere in my chain of command. I assure you, I am handling this within my highest ranks. Mr. Brooks has been ordered to report to me in next couple of weeks. Matter should be resolved soon. Then, my Russian comrades will be back in control of South America. But for now, Mr. Shields, this is not the issue. You oversee this cartel faction. They have contract with us, remember? I will give you 1 week, Mr. Shields. Get the Mexicans in order. If we lose South America, it will be the beginning to your ends, Agent. Thomas hesitated and reluctantly responded to the Russian. Yes, sir. Lenkov eased his voice as a show of reward for the double agent's reluctantly good behavior. Good. We have an understanding. Also, due to this shortage of men, I have sent word to Chavez requesting his assistance. And he has accepted. Please show him around. Bring him up to speed on the situation. Mr. Shields looked at the screen with seriousness mixed with confusion, unable to resist uttering the question quickly surfacing from within his mind. Chavez? The Sinaloa? But, sir, Mr. Cruz is restricted to the north, he stated, seeking to confirm that Lenkov had been referring to Chavez Cruz, as in the leader of the international cartel, the Sinaloa. Lenkov replied, while Thomas looked slightly startled. Da, you should hear from him in next couple of days. Now, about this Mr. Meeks. That was when Thomas rolled his eyes and took his cue. It's taken care of. I just spoke with one of our moles within the last state, Private Andrews. Meeks is currently headed south. He'll be intercepted and diverted to Darius shortly after that. Lenkov looked to the screen and spoke more carefully, airing a sense of importance with his next few words. Do not underestimate this Mr. Meeks. My men have briefed me on this rebel. Make sure he is dead. Now is not the time to be playing with our food. This stray cattle must be euthanized. Our clients are very concerned about this particular 7. Destroy him. Thomas peered behind him at an officer, sitting near the back of his dark vehicle, before looking back to Lenkov as he smiled with a reply. Sir, don't worry about that. Knowing that this is where his conflicting alliances seemed to line up for once, he spoke his next words with confidence. He will be dealt with, sir. A few days later, it is here that we come back to a place in time, a time of innocence, a time of naiveness, most importantly, a time of pause. But just like the universe we live in, a pause can only last for so long. We come to a land known to many lost sheep, a place called Darius. The skies above, bleak and lacking any stars, held a somber calm. Though empty of warmth and full of questions, its heavens seemingly safeguarded the vast community below. It is in this community, a community that one might call sanctuary, or another, might call open pasture, C61, that a familiar event begins to unfold. An event between two men, and this event is now unfolding just outside a small home within its familiar backyard, shrouded in the same twilight many here have come to know. As these two men come into focus, it was clearly Trevor and the outsider that had warned him previously regarding Trevor's new home, this so-called sanctuary. They were in conversation, a conversation that took place once before, and a conversation that came to a sudden end when suddenly the outsider simply disappeared. But now, instead of stopping here, this time, without the man disappearing, somehow the conversation continued. This is the new open pasture, completely isolated, where they have full control. And when I say they, I don't mean these American soldiers. It's someone else who really sits at the top between all the different militarized forces and this client they all are vying for. A man named Arlo Brooks. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man that Trevor did not see close in on him, subdued Trevor with a hand around his waist and another muffling his mouth. As Trevor's instincts began to kick in, he started to fight back, only quickly giving up as the man in front of him, this outsider that had been speaking to him, slowly raised a gun to Trevor's head. Then, the outsider once again spoke up. "We don't have time to explain. I promise you, Trevor, you will be okay. The kids will be fine. But for now, you must be quiet. He is coming." Trevor gave the outsider a look of confusion. But instead of quailing the curious Mr. Meeks, his two captors quickly ushered him away as they each found cover behind some dense shrub. From there, Trevor could still see his backyard. And now, completely unaware of what these men were up to, Trevor, while worried about Caleb and Delilah still in their home, watched what happened next with pure amazement. He flinched and made a slight sound of pain with his mouth, still muffled by one of the men's hands, realizing that he had just been poked with a needle. The man who poked him then took the same needle and injected its recently acquired payload into a small glossy cube that seemed to be made of a greenish-like gel and was about the size of a die. Trevor watched his blood, now being placed into this mysterious cube, mix with the curious object right before his eyes, as it soon began to bubble. The man then threw the cube back to where Trevor was once standing. Suddenly, almost making Trevor dizzy in utter and sheer disbelief, he saw the cube before him begin to steam. Once it had boiled down into a small puddle, defying all physics, the puddle began to expand. The thick, liquid puddle kept growing, bigger and bigger. It soon began to thicken, while Trevor's gaze slightly shifted up. He watched the liquid begin to somehow rise from the ground, as if it were standing up. Standing up, almost like a human would. He continued to watch in utter disbelief, as the puddle quickly took the shape of an erect human figure. And as the figure became defined, the glossiness of the entity dissolved into toned and dry skin, as all the wetness seemed to magically drip upward into the air. Finally, the end product appeared within seconds in the center of the patio, as a duplicate of Trevor Meeks stood before the three, who were still hiding amongst the thick shrubs. Trevor, given no real choice, as he was being held down by two large men, watched on as the clone looked back at the porch, where Trevor and the outsider had once been talking as if he expected to see someone. But no one was there. The two large men kept Trevor subdued, preventing him from alerting the clone to their hidden position. The clone, now, not seeing anyone and looking perplexed, as if it were expecting to see the outsider itself, having, after all, just been in conversation with him, was then startled by a sound. Trevor could see himself, and Trevor was beside himself. or in front of himself. It all became overwhelming as he watched this body double of his, born from nothing but a small cube, try to reason with itself. Should it investigate further? Should it seek out the outsider it once was speaking with? Or should it answer the door? The three watched as Trevor looked to the man kneeling next to him. The man looked back at him and gestured for Trevor to continue watching. Trevor wondered what his duplicate would do. Would it find them? Or would it simply forget about the outsider and proceed to answer the door? And then the clone, believing itself to be Trevor, thought of the children. And with that, it quickly made its decision. It then stepped into the house as Trevor watched it move with eerily familiar motions. He watched as the clone closed the door behind it, as it continued across the house, seemingly moving with an objective. They now observed the situation occurring within by what little they could see through a small, open back window. The three watched as the clone stood at the front door, hesitating before opening it. Then, as expected, it reached forward and opened the door. Trevor watched in complete shock as the man at the door came into view. It was a sight he had missed for years now. It was Thomas, Seth's father. He was standing at the door, completely unharmed. Trevor began to protest as he tried to explain who he thought he was seeing. One of the men put a knife up to Trevor's throat and a finger to his lips, gesturing Trevor to be quiet, or else. Unsure of exactly what was happening, Trevor quieted down and once again joined his two captors in viewing the ongoings from within the small home. Suddenly, causing Trevor's blood to run cold, he saw two men, dressed in fatigues, come from either side of Thomas. As they approached the clone with assault in mind, one of them knocked Trevor's duplicate out cold with the butt of a rifle. Trevor maintained wide eyes as panic began setting in, while he then watched them stuff his clone's body inside a black body bag. The next thing Trevor saw made him begin to panic even more, as Thomas, after watching his men carry the clone's body outside, turned and went down the hallway, possibly seeking Caleb and Delilah. They most likely ran, seeing the latest turn of events unfold before their little eyes. His captors once more put him in his place. Stay fucking calm. The kids will be fine. Trust me, they won't hurt the kids. Trevor, finding it hard to believe his captors, found himself with no options as he helplessly watched Thomas escort two small children outside of the home. Trevor could only picture his sister Beck as he felt that he had finally and ultimately let his late older sibling down. Just then, the black gentleman who had first approached Trevor looked over at him and began speaking. I know you have a lot of questions, and you will get answers. But for now, I am truly sorry. Trevor looked up at the man and rolled his eyes, expressing his weariness of being manhandled. He then posed his question the best he could, muffled through the hand that was still over his mouth, causing his inquiry to come across slightly comical. Sorry for what? The man looked at him as he pulled a device up to Trevor's neck and squeezed a trigger. Trevor felt a large needle pierce his skin, right above his collarbone, as his aggressor dutifully answered him. For that, Trevor watched the two men and their surroundings fade into a black void as he quickly became unconscious. As darkness seemed to be the only detail he could make out, Trevor tried to move, but was soon to find out he was completely strapped down to a hard surface. Suddenly the lights came on and temporarily blinded him. Bright colors and nonsensical shapes shifted from one place to another as Trevor began to regain his focus. Everything spun as he heard voices and laughter come and go, while flickers of light flashed here and there. Slowly gaining focus and finally somewhat in control of his faculties, he found himself in what looked like an operating room, with an enclosed observation deck above him. Looking directly at it, he could see that it appeared empty. With his best attempts, Trevor began to thrash around, feeling his straps for weaknesses. As he looked at his wrists, he noticed his restraints. Each arm was strapped to the side rails of the bed with a strong adhesive blue tape, and his feet found themselves in a similar situation. He continued to protest his position as he thrashed even harder. After no luck, he then began to yell, "You know, this shit is getting really fucking old. If we want to change as a society, we should really stop tying each other up. You know, maybe talk to each other. Open a dialogue? Fuck." This outburst finally gained the attention of someone above, as a tall, slender gentleman with a shaven scalp came into view on the other side of the glass. Seemingly unmoved by Trevor's previous wisecrack, the mysterious man leaned over and pressed a button on a control panel. His voice immediately occupied the entirety of the large room. Trevor listened, seeming to only make out most of the man's silhouette. "Mr. Meeks, you must calm down. We must know we can trust you before we can attempt to work alongside you. Once we can trust you, Mr. Meeks, we can release you." This cued Trevor to increase his sarcasm, as he was sick of being in the dark on things. "Great, yeah, this is awesome. Really, really great. Hey, I'm suddenly getting good feelings about you dickheads. You know, you're right, this whole tying people down shit really works. You guys are awesome." Trevor looked at the man, assuming he was making his best eye contact, but unable to see the man clearly through the glass window above. Then he slowly repeated himself in an exaggerated tone. "Just fucking awesome." Then, without breaking eye contact, the man spoke over the speaker once more, quickly causing Trevor's demeanor to become quite more serious. "Also," the voice stated, "you may want to consider the little ones. After all, you do wish to see them again, yes?" Trevor gave his best menacing glare to the stranger above his head as he listened while the voice proceeded over the loudspeaker. "That's better, Mr. Meeks. Don't worry. Relax. You are in good hands now. Kit will be with you shortly." Trevor, having heard this name before, slipped through Delilah's lips back on earth, allowed an expression of disbelief mixed with confusion wash over his face. The man then looked at Trevor and addressed him one final time. "Ah, you have heard of this Kit before. Yes, you know. Delilah is a smart young girl. Mr. Meeks, quite intuitive, that one." The stranger then came close to the glass, where Trevor could make out more detail of this man speaking to him from above. And with that, he watched as the man simply gave Trevor a wink and a smile, and then simply disappeared. Chapter 3: A Dark Sunrise. somewhere in Mexico, several years before the world went dark. Tensions grew between the two cartel organizations as the cooperation between the FBI and the federal ministerial police galvanized their efforts, seeking the demise of these criminal chapters. Networks of international and local authorities began exacting sophisticated, stealth-like raids and stings deep across southern Mexico. This tidal wave of tyrannical justice that swept the gang-ridden community brought with it severe casualties to the ruthless criminals. The Beltran Leyva had already been reduced to a small fraction of members and had sustained massive financial blows to their bottom line. These losses gave the cartel a bleak future, one might convey as the darkest of sunrises, as lenders supporting the struggling faction would soon go unpaid. No Beltran Leyva would be safe after that, as an unpaid debt must be resolved, one way or another, no matter the borrower. With the walls closing in on them, the Sinaloa increased its pressure on the Beltran Leyva, not predicting the death throw its counterpart was about to make. As the doors flew open, his grandfather walked in and looked at the amateur heir in front of him with a sense of frustration. Chavez stood up and put a robe on as he turned around and yelled at a nude man and woman on his oversized, tacky gold sofa. The pair of nudists quickly gathered their clothes and a few toys, one toy still sounding off with an electrical hum, annoying the heir's grandfather that much more, and hurriedly made their way out of the massive, luxurious suite. Chavez looked at the man who seemed more than 3 times his age and rolled his eyes. Spanish words began to echo against the cold Spanish tile flooring throughout the expansive interior. "What is the meaning of this, old man?" Chavez barked. The old man looked at the young gangster, who was very tall, darker in tone than most, and held an egotistical resting face. He was clean-shaven, with long black hair and dark brown eyes. Appearing to be in his late 20s, he addressed the older gentleman with respect, but didn't mind showing his anger with him. "What could possibly be so important as to disturb me in this fashion, Senor Cruz?" The old man, standing no more than 5 feet tall and wearing thick eyeglasses, began to explain his recent and abrupt interruption. He watched as the naked pair left, shaking his head in shame. "You are irresponsible. You will be in charge one day, and you will not be ready when the time comes to make serious decisions." The younger Chavez looked at the old man, obviously having heard this speech before, and slightly rolled his eyes. However, his expression changed as the old man continued to speak. "There was a setup. We sent our best man in to handle a contract, but he was quickly arrested instead. Our empire relies on his swift release. What will you do, grandson?" Chavez looked at the man, slightly confused. "Who is this you speak of? And where is my father? Does he know?" And that's when the old man looked at Chavez as though he were an idiot and chuckled through his first few words. "Don't you get it, child? Your father was the man we sent in. Your father is the one in jail." Suddenly, Chavez grew a serious expression and clenched his jaw. To continue such a backstory, it may be wise to fill in a detail known to many within this world of chaos, but to few peering in from the outside. For the latter and greater part of the recent century, the cartels were often in conflict with governments on an international scale. This never caused their ranks to diminish in size, instead proving their government counterparts' efforts futile. Their numbers simply grew, and they grew at daunting speeds. Law enforcement had several victories, but altogether continuously failed to reach their ultimate objective, having only just scratched the surface of the extensive cartel network. Populations across the globe where these criminals thrived left several towns to simply comply, as they would ultimately become cartel property. And the local governments remained silent when it came to the matter of these relentless usurpers. The cartels made a very strong effort to avoid direct conflict with law enforcement. However, with a big enough bargaining chip, it would stand to reason that one could convince anybody to come out and play. For instance, historical records dictated several instances upon which upper management within the cartels, which had been locked up, surprisingly proved to be such a chip. Although, when this occurred in a town run by a cartel, the organizations were known to simply outnumber and swiftly overrun the police and force them to hand over their desired prisoners. As this harkens back to our own historical practices throughout what some would call the era of the Wild West, we can clearly see that repeating history is simply in our nature. Sadly, this meal is not served a la carte. Instead, it arrives hand in hand with its cohort irony. And irony, even for the most powerful, can be very hard to swallow. It is now that the tables have been turned. We finally see the paradox we find ourselves in, begging the question, which came first, order or chaos? Still, though, the world keeps turning. Chavez's father was fortunately being held in one of these small cartel-run communities. The problem was, however, that he was in a town that was currently run by the Beltran Leyva, the Sinaloa's rival cartel faction. Chavez, now in a suit and tie, while sporting a slick pair of dark wraparounds, approached a helicopter landing on his patio, using one hand to shield his eyes from the late morning sun. As he did so, two men jumped out and quickly approached their acting CEO. As a dialogue broke out over the sounds of blades nearby, the brief meeting had concluded that breaking his father out would be better, sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he was sure to be extracted to a more secure location by the authorities that caught up with him, possibly sometime early the next morning. Their window of opportunity was exceedingly short, and it was growing shorter by the minute. They also knew that their rivals could not protest the territory infringement, seeing that they would be conducting said rescue mission upon their grounds, as their numbers were far too lean to be anything but on the defense. And as for the local law enforcement, well, the Sinaloa had overrun far more with far less, and were not fazed by the task in the slightest. The plan would move forward. They would descend on this small town, this town called Punto Alegre, just beyond the state of Sinaloa, nearly half a day's trip from their current location. Being nearly noon already, the Sinaloa cartel began mobilizing, exhausting nearly all its heavy machinery, weaponry, and soldiers, in preparation for the hours-long advance on their mission that lay ahead. As they did so, upon a closer look, it would become obvious to one that they were also preparing for a conflict to occur under the blanket of a dark night sky. And to describe such a task, soon to be played out, one may take some time, as they might pause for a brief reflection. Because there is something so odd about the juxtaposition one finds themselves in. An infinite frozen void within the distant stars, light years apart from one another. This, illustrating the intense loneliness its architects must have felt upon rendering such a depressing environment, without life, energy, or even a single spark of warmth. But the deep freeze of space doesn't simply stop here. Mother Nature, as they call her, has always been one with an imagination, and perfectionism seems key to her persistent destructive patterns. This display seems to go on effortlessly and seemingly endlessly, exposing the universe as a place where control is just a strange rumor, twisting and turning within the furthest flung recesses. Chaos, meanwhile, clinging firmly to the norm. Yet, For a brief moment, a microscopical infection, perhaps a rogue offspring of a genetic mutation, hurtles throughout the chaos. Oblivious of the minefield, it speedily traverses. One looks closer upon this blue crystal, tumbling toward its foreseeable and dramatic end. Temporarily escaping the chaos along the way, it keeps cheating death, only unwittingly narrowing its odds while doing so. Here we find mankind, an intelligent species, so hungry for order, it has simply overlooked that in this universe, the victor will always be chaos. And all else that stands in its path, just as we view in our distant heavens above, will be eliminated, without discrimination and with extreme prejudice for evolution itself. Of course, having said all this, nothing else lay in comparison regarding the contrast of chaos and control as our own distant heavens. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a small town within the state of Chihuahua, Mexico. And here, a community begins to engage in this perplexing thought experiment as chaos rears its familiar and ugly head. Punta Alegre was a somewhat peaceful community that was, for the most part, low to middle class. It boasted of a community college and several amenities, including sizable parks and community centers. It also had a police station, which, with the recent news of a crime boss having been arrested, signaled a suspicious emptiness, as only a few people were around, none of which being in uniform. Under the shade of darkness, the Sinaloa pressed on through the town's meager main street, nervously noting the lack of resistance and the eerie absence of law enforcement altogether. Chavez, now sitting in the back of a black armored truck, a truck that was the size of a large delivery vehicle, was surrounded by 3 men, each being high-ranked members of this notorious crime syndicate. 2 of the high-ranking officers were his uncles, and the other a loyal business partner of his father's. The 3 of them stood over the computer screens, sitting in the shelving unit on the side of the vehicle's back interior. Another man sat just in front of the gangsters, who wore military fatigues, navigating the exterior cameras just outside. As the 4 men watched the screens, the cameras depicted the very disturbing surroundings as they drove nearly the entire distance of the town before reaching the police station without confronting one single law enforcement officer. Having witnessed this, and it being much too late to turn around, they eventually reached their objective. But as they did so, a relentless shadowy thought persisted within each of their minds. Was this a trap? Now, directly outside of their mobile command center sat a small compound of police equipment and a decent-sized cinder block structure surrounded by a large fence. The fence had barbed wire at the top and cameras posted in various locations. The fence, however, was wide open, leaving the entire entrance exposed to anyone wishing to simply just walk right in. And this secured property, a symbol of the community's command on law and order, was completely and utterly void of any resistance. In front of this building, used as the offices for the local law enforcement personnel, as well as jailing the criminals they would acquire, sat a small parking lot scattered with a few police cruisers. It was here that the cartel came to what seemed to be a synchronized display of vehicles crisscrossing this way and that. Soldiers jumped from trucks, one after another, soon having the entire facility locked down. All the soldiers created a barricade with a line of men on their knees. It was a tactic used worldwide by governments across the globe when conducting raids such as this, and seeing the cartels now mimic their own government's techniques in handling their adversaries, it becomes clear to anyone standing by that they are the ones now at the top of this food chain. And to compound this adopted technique with a very high interest rate, just behind these soldiers kneeling, while creating an armed human barricade. Another line of men now stood behind them, all wearing riot gear, while pointing their rifles at the building. And then, a man came out from within the barricade as they parted to make a path for him, and held a megaphone to his mouth as he spoke in Spanish, expecting to soon gain the attention of any officers inside. "If you want to live, I suggest you stop with the games." He said this and looked at his uncles next to him. Both did not change their facial expressions as they slowly looked over to Chavez and then back to the facility, maintaining their typical serious faces. If one were to find themselves somehow engaged in the reading of a brief summary depicting the two notorious gangsters' backgrounds, now standing next to Chavez, one would then need to secure a strong sense of morbid curiosity and a steel gut to match as to withstand its findings. But no worry, as surely people with such inquisitive and dark minds could not really exist. Still, if one was so inclined, a word of caution would be given. Do not let these words materialize into images across your vulnerable and fragile human mind. The two worked hand in hand. As their legacies pressed boundaries few had dared to cross before. Neither had names, as they were simply never given any. They were simply dubbed Los Hermanos, the brothers. Their father was a bit eccentric and believed that these two were a blessing from the heavens, sent to guard the cartel franchise. And when his eldest son Francisco takes the throne, these two will be there to watch over him. Their dossiers were one and the same, as they were an inseparable force. The last entry in their file would be particularly disturbing. Apparently, a new vendor contracted by the Sinaloa went missing, along with millions of dollars of cartel money. The brothers were tasked with securing the organization's assets and punishing all offenders involved. The vendor was a new contractor, originally recruited from a Tulsa police department. Having been a police officer most his life now, Police Captain Jonathan King knew he could change his entire family's identity and relocate themselves without a hitch. And now, with millions of dollars in his most recent transaction between his new client and his own private security firm, the dirty money was too tempting to pass up for the captain. Having his wife on board with the matter, and with their two small daughters in tow, the Kings moved to Puerto Rico and quickly became ghosts on their new sprawling ranch in an effort to be forgotten. Now, having grifted the cartel and having changed their identities, their family was set for life. At least, that was the plan. In this world, however, a word of wise to anyone daring to grift one's kingdom. If you're going to do so, aim for the king. And if you aim for the king, you better not miss. But as this next scene unfolds, missing this shot will prove not the error. Instead, it would be the complete lack of any aim in the first place that would spell out their next fates. Police officers breached the scene just moments after the brothers had completed their job. A large, dimly lit kitchen sat silent as law enforcement officers seized the King's family residence, now under the alias of the Shepherds. After receiving a very disturbing emergency call, they were taking all precautions. As they walked through the lowered living room floor toward the kitchen, two small children could be seen lying on the floor in unnatural positions, each with a bullet wound in their skulls. The lead officer signaled the team forward towards the kitchen as she loudly announced their presence in Spanish. Dorado Police. If anyone is in here, announce yourselves now. They moved on as they began to take in the depraved and unholy crime scene. A woman facing away from them sat at a large dining table. A body lay on the table just in front of her. She held a phone to her ear, apparently still on the line with the dispatcher. However, hearing the officers approaching her from behind, she simply let the phone slip from her bloodied face and palm as she trembled. Staring helplessly at her husband's naked, deceased, and dismembered carcass before her, blood seemed to be everywhere. His penis had been crudely removed as a mess of tangled flesh, blood, and entrails lay in its place. Matching the bloody mess on her face and hands was the dinner plate below her, along with the additional remnants of the man's almost fully eaten member, covered in what seemed to be vomit. In her other hand, she held a fork with bloody flesh on its end. And as if this were not the most alarming detail the police took in as they assessed the scene around them, strapped to her chest was a sophisticated bomb with a small digital clock. And that clock was rapidly closing in on 0. Miss Shepherd just sat there as she continued to tremble. The brothers stood in silence while Chavez warned any occupants of the facility one last time. This is your last chance. Hand over, Senor Cruz. Chavez looked at his uncles for direction. They both looked over him slowly and gave him a single nod. Chavez, knowing what this approval had meant, threw his fist in the air, signaling direction to the army of soldiers behind him. And just then, cued by this signal, the facility quickly became bombarded with thousands of metal rounds as the loud sounds of rifles filled the air. Finally, Chavez withdrew his fist, cueing a ceasefire. The compound was still quiet, not a single show of resistance in sight. He looked to his uncles, who scowled and shook their heads, now seeming to disapprove. Chavez, feeling the unnerving silence surrounding him and his entire cartel army, agreed with their estimation. It was all still too suspicious. Chavez threw up 3 fingers, and with that, immediately, 3 men from random areas of the barricade dutifully responded as they ran past their boss and into the now dilapidated building in front of them. Within a minute or so, they each came out, one by one, and threw a fist in the air, signaling that the building was secured. Several soldiers, around half a dozen or so, entered the building as Chavez and his 3 top men followed closely behind. Once inside, they could see that the silence outside was not alone. As within the building, nothing resembling any threat or resistance seemed to be around. Still, though, they could not dismiss this as being some kind of trap. They had to move cautiously, but also, and frankly, more importantly, while practicing said caution in order to emancipate their boss, they knew they must also move quickly. As they came to the back of the building, they carefully peered through the window of a door. Jail cells. They now peered down a cement hallway, separating 2 sizable rows of jail cells. This had to be where their boss had been taken. Their intel was foolproof. And that intel led them to this station. And now, within the station itself, they located the cells meant for prisoners such as Francisco Cruz, the Sinaloa kingpin. They opened the door and walked through, still wary of the lack of resistance they had so far encountered. They were beginning to think that, just maybe, perhaps the authorities were tipped off and possibly bailed when they heard that the brothers were involved in the operation. As they walked down the row of empty cells, Chavez paid close attention to the details of his surroundings. Suddenly, ahead of him, his soldiers began yelling in Spanish and aiming all their weapons at a cell directly ahead. The cartel officials ran to catch up, and Chavez let an angry expression wash over his face as an unwelcome scene came into view. Kneeling in the center of the cell was his father, Francisco, and behind him, aiming a gun directly at the cartel leader's head, was a young Lazar, later to become known as the Chancellor, the leader of the Beltran Leyva, and his father's lifelong rival. Lazar began to mildly laugh, Knowing that he had lost his empire and having nothing left to lose, he closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger. Chavez watched as his dad fell face first onto the cold cement floor, Lazar only laughing louder and louder. Chavez looked to his men. He looked at the brothers. He then looked at the other man, this quiet and loyal business partner of his father's. "Marquez," he ordered. He then looked at a button on the side of the cell, directing Marquez to do the same. Marquez, who was not kin to the Cruz family, leaned forward and pressed a red button outside the cell door. A pane of bulletproof glass slid down and sealed Lazar in as gas filled the air within the cell itself. Knowing what was coming, as he looked around, Lazar simply took a knee, gently laid the gun on the ground, surprisingly not turning it on himself, and threw the younger Cruz a simple yet expressive wink. And with that, it wasn't long until he joined his counterpart on the cell floor as he was quickly subdued by the gas and forced into a temporary slumber. Marquez now reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a cell phone. He hit a button as the speed dial quickly complied, and within seconds, a man's voice from over the phone could be heard. Marquez spoke to the man on the other side of the call. "Mr. Shields, I have what you've requested." The voice on the other end replied. It was the voice of Thomas Shields. "I'm glad to see you have changed your mind, Marquez. Perhaps if you would have complied in the first place, I wouldn't have had to arrange this little meeting, and Francisco would still be alive today," Thomas said. He knew, by informing the Beltran-Leyva of the deal happening within the Sinaloa on Beltran-Leyva territory, it would prove to be too tempting of a prize for Lazar to simply pass up on. So, with this intel, unwittingly acquired from a corrupt American agent, Lazar began to coordinate efforts with local law enforcement, an agency which he practically owned, to have Francisco detained. Thomas knew that this would bring the Sinaloa face to face with Lazar, the man Thomas needed. Agent Shields then continued to speak over the phone to Marquez. "My people will be by in the morning to secure your payment and retrieve our parcel. After that, I will advise my teams to stand down regarding all of your operations south of the U.S. Marquez listened to the words spoken on the other side of the phone conversation while watching Lazar twitch in his induced coma as Shields then hung up. Chavez focused on Lazar with a hatred and rage he had never felt before. Unfortunately, the man now laying before him was worth more alive than dead, and the Sinaloa had to play it smart. He knew Marquez's connections with Agent Shields had demonstrated something odd. It was clear that Thomas was skirting the boundaries of corruption, and it was clear that it was for a powerful client. A client that he would like to see his own outfit someday secure. But for now, especially after seeing the agent just on the other end of Marquez's phone conversation demonstrate his abilities to manipulate the rivaling cartel factions, bringing in a bargaining chip without even getting his feet wet, Chavez knew that aside from playing it smart, with the tide slowly turning against them on a global scale, he had to also play it safe. But Chavez knew, as he peered down at Lazar, this man who had just killed his father, that one day he would have his revenge. Lazar's eyes remained shut, but strangely enough, his entire face began to contort and act in a fashion as if to rapidly age. Then the Chancellor opened his eyes to the sounds of men off in the distance. His tent was dark as the cover of night engulfed the South Americas. For a moment, he listened to the indiscernible conversation just outside. Having been awake for several days, fleeing the enemy's advance on Esmeralda, he had just now finally received some rest. The Chancellor rubbed his eyes as he sat up, eventually rising to his feet, still completely dressed in fatigues. He stepped outside and took in the view under the moonlight. His entire garrison, after moving non-stop for several days now, found itself situated on a hilltop that overlooked a large community of residents, mostly starving or dying from the lack of clean water. It was the town of Tunja. The Chancellor stopped near his brother Nicholas, now his only brother left, who was studying the community with a pair of binoculars, using what little light the moon was providing. "We take over the town in the morning," the Chancellor said, as he gained the attention of his little brother. "They will never find us here," he continued, referring to the American faction who had leveled his last fortress to rubble. "We still have 9 days before our first shipment is due. This town has plenty of assets, but we'll have to speed up the process. And this time, anyone found skirting our fucking borders, I don't just want blood. I want their fucking heads on fucking spikes." With that, noticing his brother's annoyance, Nicholas withdrew the binoculars from his face and maintained an equally frustrated persona. And then, as quickly as he'd arrived, the Chancellor hastily returned to his tent. Chapter 4. The New America. As far as the eye could see, fire spread across the vast forest. Bamboo, cypress, and cedar trees all shifted in shape and size as the heat from the intense fire warped its surrounding environment. Over these flames, like a lucid dream teetering on the brink of insanity, a large blow-up sex doll floated gently above the burning trees, melting into its slow demise amidst the fiery ground below. And while the fire blazed, the cracking sounds of ember and burning vegetation could be heard, along with the soft whistling winds off into the distance. All this while pieces of shredded currency gently danced in the breeze. And seeming completely out of place and unscathed by the blaze all around, just overhead stood a billboard of a cartoon cow, smiling while drinking a large glass of refreshing milk. Trevor was dreaming. His eyes twitched this way and that as he laid still strapped to the observation table, a medical team, meanwhile, keeping a close eye on him. It appeared Trevor was finally in somewhat good hands. One could only hope that Caleb and Delilah were in similar conditions, or, at the very least, still alive. Present day, Tunja, Colombia, merely 1,000 miles northeast of the town of Esmeralda. As the Chancellor walked into the abandoned Capitol building, he noticed immediately that it was a far cry from the town he had grown to love over all these years. This capital, however, was still quite large, as it was made up of a sprawling community of smaller buildings, now all appearing to be victims to the world they found themselves in. After years of neglect, and no one to call it their home, the compound had clearly fallen prey to nefarious transients and desperate scavengers. Not being made of the same tasteful Spanish design that they were accustomed to, the property boasted of heavy-duty modulars and a large site-built office building that they were currently securing in the center. The place was run down and cluttered with what appeared to be old, empty bottles of alcohol as his men began to clear each room. Suddenly, the sounds of a female screaming emanated throughout the building's cheaply crafted architecture. In a room near the other side of the building, 2 Russian soldiers were taking advantage of a local woman that was caught off guard. They had her pinned over a tattered desk, one of the soldiers holding her down from behind while she cried. Suddenly, catching the other soldier who was waiting his turn by surprise, the Russian assaulting the poor woman fell to the floor, followed by the sounds of gunfire. As the smoke from his gun was still drifting out from the barrel, the Russian, who was spared for the moment, hurriedly buckled his pants and saluted the Chancellor as their victim ran out of the room. The Chancellor, having now earned several of his men's undivided attention, as they slowly poured into the room, spoke loudly as he turned to look at his higher-ranking officers. "Until we have our shipment completely taken care of, I want all of you to know that all extracurricular activities are hereby suspended." The Chancellor allowed a moment to pass as he stared at his men through the silence. Then he turned and walked out of the room. He meant business, as this was his last chance to claim his piece of the world, slowly unfolding around him and quickly becoming occupied by his competition. He knew that his alliance with the oligarchy that he had secured decades earlier was coming to an end. He watched over the years as the Americans slowly took over their contracts here in the South and were somehow conducting their business completely off their radars. He knew one day his time would come. So he prepared. He knew all the places to seek out, should that day ever arrive. Then he equipped various locations between Esmeralda and these key locations with fuel and other supplies his faction had earned through his old contracts. But he also had other plans. Should this day come to pass, he would annex the outnumbered Russians in his operation and strike out on his own, creating an empire that would rival the one he long left behind before the world went dark. But he would need a way to keep supplies coming in. He would have to secure a new channel to this one client that seemed to hold all the cards. And with his knack at espionage, the Chancellor did precisely that. He knew from way back when he was first locked up by Thomas Shields as a gift from the Sinaloa to the US government that the United States military had stumbled across technologies seemingly out of this world. Suddenly, a portion of the Americans were able to move freely around all the cartel security systems as they were systematically exterminated. What he did not realize was that there was a difference between the Americans that sought his demise and the ones that competed for the contracts. One of these factions was known as the Last State, which was still trying to piece together its remaining democratic bloodlines of the United States. The other faction, however, was led by Arlo and Lenkov, the same men leading the cartels. It was by far the largest contractor for the Russians. And because the Russians had taken advantage of the inability for militaries to properly communicate amongst themselves after the bombs had dropped, they quickly secured the larger portion of the US military, under the notion that they were actually being led by the true US government. These Americans were by far the Russians' strongest contractor, and this faction, this unwittingly rogue American faction, was simply called the New America. The Russians had themselves a monopoly, and unlike other contractors working for them, the Chancellor knew it, and this did not sit well with him. Unified with other oligarchies, the Russians secured contracts just like this, with other militaries and mercenaries around the world, designating zones for each. And one of these oligarchs, Kostyalenkov, was currently attempting to rein in one of their rogue cartel leaders. The Chancellor only had one option. He had to tap into this supply chain that the oligarchs had under lock and key. With his kingpin-like instincts, always striving to be the one on top, he knew that in order to stake his claim in this new cutthroat industry and not wanting to work for the oligarchs directly, giving his outfit the ability to call its own shots, he would have to start by working out a deal. He would have to somehow covertly cooperate with the New America, being careful not to let word get to his old bosses. Once with enough supplies, he would be able to claim said stake. He He would have to find a way to carve out a hidden channel, opening a dedicated network just for his benefit. In order to complete such a task, he would have to secure his own contracts. He knew this would be risky. But for any gangster, nothing is too risky when the rewarded rises to the top. So, taking advantage of a small window of opportunity before fleeing the town of Esmeralda, the Chancellor made a desperate move and sent one of his messengers to arrange a meeting with the Americans in question. This new America. He knew there was bad blood between him and this potential client he had his sights set on, having raided their operations in the recent past for supplies, secretly building a supply network behind the oligarch's back. But he still felt somewhat confident. And that confidence came from a strong contact he had within the new America itself. And to the Chancellor's surprise, he found himself correct in his hypothesis, as he was able to gain the Americans' interest as they promptly accepted his request. They wished to place an order with the cartel faction, and they agreed to do this covertly, as they saw this as purely transactional. They gave the Chancellor 10 days to fill the order. One condition applied. He was to bring the shipment to the Americans alone. It was his only chance. The Chancellor was going to roll the dice. He would meet these Americans alone, but he would strategically place his armies near the meeting spot if anything were to go sour. And knowing that he was surrounded by recently commandeered Russian soldiers, and that him and his brother were the only ones that knew the coordinates of the meeting's location, he knew that he was playing it smart. As he held firmly onto a folded piece of notebook paper, he was soon alerted to his radio sounding off in the adjacent room. The Chancellor made his way to his radio and picked it up as he held down a button off to the side. "What is it?" A voice over the radio made the Chancellor's blood boil over with anger as it announced to him the unwanted news. "It's Meeks, sir. We have word he survived. No one is exactly sure where he is, sir. Over." The Chancellor squeezed the folded paper into a crumpled mess as he placed the radio back on the desk. The man on the other end kept speaking as the Chancellor angrily stormed out of the room. "Sir, do you copy, sir?" Meanwhile, light years across the universe. Trevor had been woken up from a strange dream by a very attractive and petite female appearing to be in her 30s. She was undoing his straps. As she finished undoing the strap that had been restraining his left arm, he half swung his fist and slightly sat up. The female jerked back and grabbed a clipboard she'd had resting on the side of the bed and watched Trevor carefully at a distance. She was assuming he would come to his senses and soon calm down. Trevor eased up as he studied the stranger and soon became more comfortable with the situation, so he began to relax, allowing her to proceed in undoing his restraints. While she did so, she addressed Trevor in a way that felt as if she were continuing a conversation, not starting one. Was she talking to me in my sleep? He thought as she spoke. Anyway, you have to write them down, you know. Trevor threw the female a confused expression while rubbing his wrists and sitting up. He was still wearing the same clothing that he had on the previous night. At least he was hoping it had been the previous night, not knowing how long he had been out for. She continued to speak, forming a smile as she did so. The dreams. There's always a detail in them that seems unimportant. But in your case, the smallest details could be the difference of life or death. She looked around, and once she felt safe from prying ears, she leaned in slightly as she used a warm cloth to wipe Trevor's wrists from their recent sticky confines. They said they had found one. "His name is Trevor Meeks," they told us. I didn't believe them. But then, she put a finger on Trevor's nose and said a few final words. "Here you are," as she smiled at him with wonderment in her eyes. Trevor looked at her like she was currently growing a second head. At that point, they were interrupted by the gentleman he had spoken to the night before, looking down on him. As said before, he was tall and slender, but now, being able to make out the rest of him, his face appeared quite unique, his features very sharp, his tone of skin very light, with thoughtful, vibrant blue eyes. This, however, went well with his neatly trimmed silver goatee, which he sported at the crux of his face. The stranger entered the room with two very familiar men who remained at either side. It was the same men that had intercepted Trevor from Agent Shields just the day before. These two and Kit all wore thin clothing that appeared to be handmade. The pants were very loose, and each of them also wore thin shirts roughly stitched from pieces of cloth. Their clothing was of a brown and tan material, somewhat resembling a uniform. The four looked at Trevor as the one that seemed to be in charge began to speak. "That's Kit. These two gentlemen you have already met, Christoph and Jacob. My name is Lucas." The man then looked at Trevor, and not seeming to waste any time, showing a serious sense of urgency, Lucas spoke up once more. "Okay, Mr. Meeks, come on. Let's go. It's time for you to see where you actually are." Moments later, Trevor found himself inside an elevator. He didn't have the energy to make the obvious sarcastic comment this situation had provided for him, but the thought had crossed his mind. This elevator didn't seem to bother him, however, as everything around him seemed to be top-of-the-line equipment with state-of-the-art technologies. Everything was brightly lit and clearly marked. The floors and walls gleamed with a glossy shine as the elevator itself effortlessly climbed a few stories. "What is this place?" Trevor finally asked, as his voice cracked slightly from being mostly unused as of late. Lucas looked over at Trevor. "You're inside our only outpost here. You are inside, Prometheus." Trevor looked at him confused as Lucas continued. "There's only about 3,000 of us now. But the more we learn about the domes and how to get people out, the more our numbers grow." Trevor, deep in thought, did not understand what Lucas was referring to when he spoke of the domes. Just then the elevator doors opened, leading to a large, bright, empty room. The room seemed to serve as a command center, as several men and women in familiar uniforms stood watch at computers that monitored their outside surroundings. Trevor soon found himself high in a mountain range, peering over what looked like large domes that lined the terrain for hundreds of miles in all directions. That's when Lucas spoke up again. "You were led to believe that you were rescued by your American homeland. No, Mr. Meeks. Unfortunately, the Americans are up to something entirely different these days." He walked toward the large window with Trevor, and the others following closely behind. "Sure, there's some shadow of the remaining US government fighting somewhere back on Earth. They call themselves the Last State. In fact, that's who we were trying to get you to. You know, when Kit sent you that message through Delilah. That was when Kit chimed in. I said, stay off the roads. You were supposed to be picked up by Salvation. Not these assholes, she said, while peering out the window down at the cement confines. That was when Trevor, looking at Kit with even more confusion now, but remembering Delilah's warning on staying off the roads, looked over to Lucas for an explanation. Lucas looked out the window, cueing Trevor to do the same as he continued to speak. You were supposed to be picked up by the Last State. Of course, they had no idea who you were. We made certain they didn't. Every soldier in the Last State has one weakness. Trevor, looking out the window, looked over at Lucas. Then Lucas continued. They're human. And as he proceeded to explain things to Trevor, they both looked back out the window. You should have been diverted to a safe haven in what used to be America, the Last State's only stronghold. Instead, you were intercepted and brought here. brought here by a ship called Sanctuary. Arlo's little gift to mankind's persistence. The ship mimics salvation's every move, intercepting as many people, or cattle as they call them, along the way. Lucas then paused for a second, looked at Trevor and then back out the window. This is the real America now, Mr. Meeks. This is the new America. Trevor looked at the infinite compound of cement structures just outside as Lucas continued. With the alliance of this large fraction of the U.S. military unwittingly turned mercenaries, led by a man named Arlo Brooks, they built this planet together over the last century. Trevor, still extremely confused, looked out the window. Besides the domes, the planet looked somewhat similar to an earthly desert. But then, that was when he noticed two very small distant suns that pulsated along with the larger sun that appeared closer than ever. Lucas waved his hand at the glass as a few of the domes became highlighted, eventually leaving only one highlighted as Lucas continued. Ah, there it is. C61. Trevor looked as if he had not the slightest clue of what he was seeing outside the window. C61 is where your new home was. It's where Caleb and Delilah are right now. Don't worry, Mr. Meeks, he said, noting Trevor's expression change as the conversation breached the topic of his estranged family. They will be fine. They won't be for long, however, if we don't get to the bottom of things. And in doing so, we need your help. He waved his hand again at the glass, and suddenly Trevor jumped at his next words. That's Darius. Lucas smiled. That's the Darius that Christoph told you about. It was just Earth to you before that. Remember? A sanctuary, they told you. Suddenly the screen zoomed out of the structure and through its thick concrete exterior, exposing the entire terrain of thousands of city-sized domes. And now, with the view back to the same bright blue skies with 3 suns and a landscape of infinite deserts and rolling sand dunes, Lucas went on. This is Darius Trevor, part of a 3-star system known as Alpha Centauri. This is where billions of humans have come and gone over the better part of the last century. He stated as Trevor saw the bright blue skies and endless plains of sand topped with the Hulk-like structures, while Lucas continued to educate him. At first, they just bred the human product here. At that time, there were only 2 domes. That was long ago, before civilization was wiped from the face of the earth. But after executing a multi-pronged attack on the human race, their opportunity came and they got to work. The thousands of structures you see here today were built to receive Earth's very first export. Trevor, though things were clearly adding up, maintained his best what the fuck expression. He carefully listened to Lucas, who continued giving him a rundown, shedding light on the current affairs that crashed against all his logical barriers and shattered across his racing mind. Over a century ago, a species we have yet to fully comprehend stumbled across mankind. They seemed to be seeking a safe haven, as they had been nearly wiped out. This species can actually endure the vacuum of space, so you could imagine their surprise when they found our planet to be toxic to them. You see, the Earth is full of life. Life that you can see from the heavens. Life that freely grows upon the entire rock. Our friends here. This species that caused all of this. They seem to be allergic to Earth. And seeing them thrive on a planet bereft of anything living, it appears as though they have an allergy to life itself. The Russians were able to communicate with them first. We are not sure what happened, but somewhere along the way, the United States, after losing several top officials, including the president, lost control over their militaries, as the Russians now had the upper hand. And now, Rogue Americans have their own contracts with the visitors, and these contracts are in unison with their once longtime adversaries, Russia. Trevor looked at Lucas, suspicious of the answer, but needing to hear it anyway. Contracts for what? Lucas looked at his two bodyguards, and then back at Trevor. Cattle, more specifically, human cattle. Just as mankind has herded its own cattle on their home planet, these friends of ours are herding mankind to theirs. It appears a saying could be reversed. As below, so above. Trevor felt sick as he looked out the window at the vast terrain of organized domes. While he stared out into the distance, Lucas kept speaking. We lost count, but we're pretty sure that there's 300 to 400 million at any given time. The product moves in and out rather quickly. Trevor looked at Lucas with a face that begged him to stop. Lucas instead just clarified his last remark, emphasizing to Trevor the twisted truth. Cattle, 300 to 400 million. Human cattle in those cement domes at any given time. Sure, the virus made people sick at first, but this was just the beginning. The virus never killed anybody. The bodies that they claimed they burned in order to sanitize and bury the growing numbers of deceased humans were never actually bodies in the first place. They were just very sick people. And when the symptoms passed, they simply ended up here, where they were convinced that this was the last place on Earth, free from all the chaos. Then, just as planned, after the world went dark, importing cattle became exceedingly easy as they simply shifted their grift to the guise of a massive evacuation plan to save mankind. New additions would only fuel the lies, depicting a bleak existence outside the sanctuary to others living within. A real recipe for docile and calm cattle. That's when Trevor started to grow visually pale and began to grasp his hair, simply to keep his head upright. Lucas, not wavering to Trevor's emotions, and instead pressed on. They cataloged all of us through the virus. A virus that came from them. It came from one of the first aliens to die without being properly disposed of. Properly disposed of? Trevor asked, finally beginning to comprehend a fraction of the gravity of the situation he found himself in. Lucas moved the conversation forward, answering Trevor's question along the way. That's right. The visitor that died was actually meant to live. Live long enough to make its way through a few communities anyway, devouring any human in its path. When it was killed, however, all the US government had to do to stop this Russian agenda was to properly dispose of this creature's body. Instead, for some reason we still don't quite understand, the units tasked with this operation simply stood down. We think this occurred near one of the American underground labs in Ecuador. The virus then spread rapidly across the atmosphere from just that one carcass, becoming a tiny part of all of us. As it spread, it acted as a virus. It was this virus that we thought plagued us with death for so many years. A virus that tracked us. A virus that controlled us. A virus, however, that somehow didn't work on 7% of the population. Trevor looked as if he had questions, so Lucas guided him through it. For example, Mr. Meeks. The strange figures you see are just a software program that can only affect other software programs. Suddenly, an image came up over the window. It was an image that Trevor grew tired of. It was an image of the tall, dark creature that constantly stalked him. Lucas continued. Take Kit here, for instance. Trevor looked over at Kit as she flashed him a goofy grin. Kit is not part of that 7%. Therefore, the software within her DNA from the virus, now permanently engraved within us all, is much stronger than it is within you. She's affected by the figures, these cattle guards, but she would never even know it. It causes the affected to avoid the cattle guard, avoid it, and stay away from it. They cannot see it. And it would take some serious convincing to direct a human who is affected by the virus into walking toward a cattle guard. Their subconscious just won't let them. They are there to guard you in. They are there to guard you out. But most importantly, they are there to guard their product. The ones that are not affected, this 7%, have often reported actually seeing these same dark figures, some even having personal encounters with a cattle guard from time to time. After speaking his last words, Trevor recognized the direction the conversation was heading in, as he recollected a particular dream he once had. They attempted to slaughter everyone not infected, the 7% that they have no control over. And they were almost successful, he said as he paused and peered over at Trevor. Many think this 7, as they are called, are reborn. In order to keep the 7 under control, there are those tasked with seeking out the 7 and eliminating them. Pest control. Lucas then sighed with a hint of frustration. The last state doesn't have the slightest clue as to what's really going on. That's why we have formed this outfit. We have connections far and wide. We are able to obtain supplies right under the nose of our adversaries. But in order to complete our mission, we have to see the cattle guard. And right when we track down a 7 to recruit, they simply disappear, fall into one of Arlo's exterminators. He then peered over at Trevor. Trevor, you are the only one we know of. And now, you are the only one here that can see the cattle guard. It goes without saying, if they know what you are, the enemy would eliminate you immediately. With that, Kit finally spoke up and interjected with what she thought was an amusing anecdote. They say there's a place in China where there are millions of them guarding something massive. She smiled as she said this, baring her pearly white teeth, as if she were regaling the group with a fun story. Looking at her while half smiling and half attempting to understand her strangely happy behavior, Trevor shifted his eyes to Lucas for confirmation. But Kit's peculiar and happy demeanor caused him to throw her one more confused stare. But then, looking back to Lucas, he shook off her goofy disposition once more as her superior confirmed to him what she had said about China. We believe that's where the real threat is. But we won't know until someone can breach the cattle guards to see what's on the other side. But with that many guards, no amount of convincing would work on any human. Trevor changed his view to the window once more. It was a daunting enough task to keep his family alive, and he felt that he had miserably failed at that. So, it went without saying that pondering this thought made him doubt the possibility that he could be humanity's savior, as he thought to himself. He looked around, shaking his lack of confidence as he attempted to change the subject. How do we even get back to Earth anyway? Lucas then responded without hesitation. We were hoping you'd already be there. We had contacts on Earth, ready to recruit you. But since you were intercepted and brought here, we'll have to get you back. Then it was Kit's turn as she spoke up. Oh, that's the most exciting part. Lucas then looked away and let Kit take over as he knew she loved this part. So, space is like this flat piece of something, right? Like the flattest of flat. It's totally like flatter than you ever thought flat could be. Seriously, Trev, there's like a fucking science dedicated to being flat. Trevor's head spun by an induced whiplash. Her explanation swiftly dulled out. Anyway, stay with me, Trev. So, on top of being flat, it's totally flexible too, right? And the best part is, with the right electricity and trajectory, you could fold it up and put it in your pocket. Seriously, You could go across the whole fracking universe in just seconds. You just need a box and some yellow gel shit. Lucas looked at Trevor, apologizing with his facial expression for the headache he knew Trevor must have by now. Compliments of Kit's explanation. Just then, during their hidden exchange, Kit looked at Lucas, catching him off guard. But Lucas quickly changed his facial expression, not wanting to offend her, and flashed her a smile right back as she did a little bounce and giggled. She might not fully understand it, but she loved this science stuff. Lucas looked at Trevor with a small smile and gave some more direction to him. All right then, let's get you out of here. Trevor immediately slammed on the brakes as he spoke at a significantly higher register. Wait, now, he said, as it seemed as if they were rushing into things a little too fast for him. Lucas looked at Trevor, just smiled. Yes, Mr. Meeks. Right now. Trevor followed Lucas and Kit as Christoph and Jacob stayed back. On the way to where Trevor assumed he would be ready for departure, he learned more about his upcoming journey. Apparently, having just learned this new technology, humans have yet to master this type of transportation. Ergo, a rough landing was in store for him. To be more exact, landing in a precise location was what humans were still trying to figure out. But for now, a minor setback like this would simply have to be an acceptable aspect of the job, as man's survival depended on the operation in question. The three of them then moved on to another room within the highest level of Prometheus. Once in the smaller room, resembling something out of a science fiction movie, Trevor stood in a chamber that had 4 capsules with sliding doors all ajar. Each was standing tall, paired off, facing each other 2 by 2. Computers and equipment lined the walls around them as the ceiling was hidden under a layer of silver and copper ducting. The floor itself appeared to be made of glass with a golden-like surface underneath, while the capsules themselves seemed to be a smooth titanium-like material. Trevor was directed by Kit into one of the capsules as he stepped inside. Once standing within it, a smiling Kit waved to him as the door closed and safety restraints automatically strapped him in his seat. On the door now closed in front of him, there was a small window. Over this window, on the inside, hung a curtain made of plastic that was lowered, not allowing him to see Lucas or Kit. And just above this, on the interior walls above the window itself, sat a light shining with a dull red glow. Lucas talked to Trevor from the outside, while he sat at a large screen and punched in the coordinates of where Trevor would be going. We will be sending you to the Philippines first, where you will meet one of our contacts, Logan, for supplies. Once you depart, you will no longer be able to communicate with Prometheus. But don't worry, you won't be going alone. Trevor was alarmed by these last words, so he quickly opened the window to his capsule and saw what Lucas was talking about. Across from Trevor's capsule was another one that faced his. Inside of that window was an adorable, smiling Kit who threw him a wave while visually bouncing with excitement. Trevor began protesting right away, but suddenly he felt wetness around his ankles, causing him to look down for a further inspection. He noticed that the capsule was being filled with a thick, amber liquid. As uncomfortable as the gel-like substance was, seeming to fill the entire capsule quickly, he was unable to resist as his restraints kept him firmly in place. Lucas then spoke with a soothing voice from just outside while this continued to take place. The liquid forming at your feet has a highly concentrated chemical in it. It's a much more passive compound we found in DX4 gas, an element we discovered here on Darius. It won't cause you any pain or discomfort, I assure you. He looked back up and out of the window with a confused expression when he noticed a gas rising from the thick amber liquid below. Slowly, as the gas filled his chamber, he looked across to see Kit slowly pass out as her chamber was also now being filled with the same similar mist. Then, as the gas overtook his entire ability to see through its thick fog, It was lights out for one Mr. Trevor Meeks. And once he was within the safety of the thick protective liquid, now nearly filling his entire chamber, the light above his now unconscious head turned a solid green. Now for an apology, as to avoid a long science lesson while sharing this story of twists and turns, one might summarize instead the events that began unfolding from the pair's spaceship-like departure, as those very events began filling the skies of Darius just outside. As Kit had so well put it just moments before, the folding of space and time happens in a fraction of a millisecond. And of course, having said this, it would go without saying that completing such a task would cause a slight disturbance around such an astronomical event. For at this moment in time, the fallout of Trevor and Kit's departure caused a brief flash above the mountains in which they had been covertly nestled. In fact, one would compare this flash to a solar flare seen so many times throughout our universe. And this solar flare flashed across the skies of Darius with such a force that upon a closer look, it effortlessly lit up a nefarious ongoing upon the desert below. This bright pulse of magnetic energy seen as light caught the attention of one particular person on the ground. And then this flash happened to light up this person along with one other near a large all-terrain vehicle. And this vehicle sat just outside a large firestorm that seemed to be approaching the two figures, one kneeling over the other that seemed bound and gagged. But as one would surely digress, they would find themselves unable to do so, as this half-attempted science lesson is not quite through. The human species is vulnerable, and in order to avoid utter extinction, it is inevitable that, as a species, spreading across the stars lay in their future. Having said this, most scholars agree that even within a controlled environment, traversing the stars is likely able to take a harsh toll on the human body. This was all too apparent to Trevor as he found himself coming to, having the unnerving feeling of being mid-upchuck from acid reflux that had begun within his liquid-induced hypersleep. With the solid plastic curtain now closed in front of him, Trevor assumed he was smelling his own vomit as he heard his capsule decompress and his restraints disengage. Eventually, his capsule door slid up and open as he tumbled to a red carpet below, meeting Kit face to face, both on their hands and knees after losing their balance. Red carpet? Trevor thought, looking directly below him as he again lost his proverbial lunch all over the bright and once clean rug, now just underneath. As he regained his balance, attempting to stop the world from turning, he heard Kit seemingly try to get his attention as she politely proceeded in clearing her throat. As he looked up at her, he noticed she was observing their surroundings, so he joined her in doing so. And making his heart jump, he quickly noted several very serious-looking Japanese men, all in suits. They were looking at them as if they were aliens from another planet, having just traveled through space. And the summation of their expressions were not far off. They were standing in a large room that had massive glass walls, separating them from the exterior woodland outside. Suddenly, and in unison, all the men withdrew pistols from their coat pockets and pointed them at the two ETs. Trevor threw his hands up and looked over at Kit, who seemed to be having the time of her life, with the largest smile now quickly spreading across her childlike face. She looked at Trevor, now with her hands up over her head as well, and gave him her famous giggle he was becoming all too familiar with. Trevor stood there, in fear of what now surrounded him, but growing more perplexed by his new companion's strange behavior, and rolled his eyes. Chapter 5. Surrender. Present day. Somewhere in Alabama. As chaos governs its frozen municipality, which spans the infinite universe, persistence is clearly at the wheel as this dark tale proceeds forward. But just like so many stories that have come and gone, in order to move forward, some find themselves moving back. And while maintaining the timeline of the present day, looking around and taking in their surroundings, such a backwards place in said present day resembles a frightening environment, frozen in time. And while darkness does not gravitate to any single heading, one who finds themselves immersed in such an offbeat path such as this would be reluctant to happen upon a small community. And this community, which temporarily commandeers this story's plot, could only be found within the far-flung regions of what Americans used to refer to as the Appalachian Mountains. Mired in a culture steeped in homeopathic lifestyles, cut off from the grids of mainstream societies, this slice of earth often served as paradise to the eyes. The forest was one of many firsts to be catalogued as a red zone soon after the first warheads touched down on U.S. soil. Nevertheless, maybe through stubbornness or possibly simply lacking the sophistication to evacuate the poisonous region, residents remained. Unaware of the ongoings outside their sprawling mountain communities, life moved at a snail's pace within. The radioactive residents held an eerie camaraderie, as outsiders were looked at with scorn and quickly ushered away by the sheer threat of the inevitability of being prey to their backwoods ways. Near a particularly quiet mountain range, within the cluster of dirt pathways and log cabins, sat the small town of Grove Oak. The small and quiet town now found itself next to a dilapidated highway, once referred to as the 277, stretching through the adjacent and abandoned farmlands of Alabama. There, among the stretch of deserted concrete and asphalt, sat a small, abandoned gas station. And now, with no running water or electricity, it still somehow seemed to function, as a door to the small outlet remained open. And just outside this open door sat a small boy and a teenage girl. Both of their heads were completely bald, a symbol their town had become known for, as the radiation had caused anyone living there for years at a time to have their hair simply fall out. Both children were very thin and angular, and each of them were missing several teeth. They sat there on a couple of makeshift stools as they watched a small red car slowly approach their antique family enterprise. As they did so, they noticed two passengers inside, an older man and a young girl. They were both white and each quite thin, while their clothes were torn, tattered, and slightly bloody. The girl appeared to be sleeping as the car came to a stop with the engine remaining on. Immediately, after parking his vehicle just in front of the door and these two local children, the driver stepped out with urgency as he quickly approached the two youngsters, seeming to make them slightly anxious. He spoke as he came closer, a sense of desperation in his voice. "Please, it's my little girl. Please, are there any adults around? Maybe a nurse or a doctor?" The two children didn't answer. The older girl then peered into the man's car and noticed the young female he was with. She appeared to be the same age as her, only with long blonde hair and probably a mouth full of teeth. What she would give to trade places with the strange and pretty girl, she thought, as jealousy flashed within her eyes. The man seemed impatient with the two kids. "Please, is there anyone else here? Just tell me where I might find someone." The kids still did not answer. The man noticed the strange bald teenage girl with one crooked tooth sticking out from her lips. He noticed her gaze at his own teenage daughter as he watched her grow an unsettling smile. The man, knowing that he was far out of his element, slowly stepped back and gave the two seemingly homeless orphans a look of disappointment, while exposing his growing fear of the ominous scene around him. As he placed his fingers on his vehicle's door handle in preparation to leave, he heard the boy say something under his breath. He immediately looked at the boy with a distant hope in his eyes. "What was that?" he asked. Just then, he noticed the teenage girl give her younger sibling a dirty look and a slight shove, as if to quiet him. The man approached the two once more and sternly spoke up. "This isn't a game. We don't have much time," he said, pleading with the boy. He watched as the small boy hesitated. If only he could get him alone and away from the obviously troubled girl sitting next to him. He didn't trust her one bit. As he gave the teenage girl a stern look, as if to tell her to stay out of his affairs, he approached the boy and spoke once more. This time, he softened his voice as he tried to win the small boy over. "Please, little boy, she's just a little kid too. I just want to help her. I just want to help my daughter. Please." But to his dismay, the boy remained silent, heeding his older sibling's earlier warnings. Once again, the man slowly returned to his car with frustration written across his face. Then, catching the man off guard, a little voice echoed in his ear. "We have a doctor. He's the town surgeon." The man spun around after hearing these clear words and ran up to the boy as he noticed the teenager, trying to quiet him once more. Where is he?" the man asked. Again, and frustratingly so, the boy stayed quiet in fear of the girl next to him. The man was at the end of his rope, so he made one last desperate attempt. He reached over and grabbed the young boy and pushed him up against the wall of the small store and began yelling. Where's the surgeon? Tell me." After what seemed to be an eternity to the man, but was only a few seconds, the boy finally looked up. Seeming to be unfazed by the frantic stranger currently clutching him, he slowly pointed off in the distance. The man traced the boy's finger across the street and noticed a dirt pathway that disappeared into the forest. And without pause, after identifying his new direction, he scrambled to his car, releasing the boy from his grasps and causing the child to fall back to the ground. Once in the car, he spoke to his daughter as he sped off, keeping an eye in his rearview mirror, assuring himself he didn't get them into any unneeded troubles. He watched as the boy simply made his way back to his seat and sat down. "Hold on, Trish. We're almost there." Trish jostled about, still half sleeping as they sped down the dirt path into the woods, eventually disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, back at the small run-down store, the two kids sat quietly outside. Suddenly, an elderly white gentleman with a long gray beard and dressed in overalls stepped outside and joined them. The man watched as the car completely vanished into the forest and then looked down at the two kids and spoke. Where they headed? Just then, the teenage girl looked away, not wanting to be part of their conversation. Instead, the little boy answered happily, "The surgeon." The old man looked down at the boy and smiled as he gave the teen a look of disappointment and spoke quietly while sitting next to them on a spare milk crate. "That's a good boy." They then sat there quietly, watching the forest across from them, while the sounds of a small vehicle dissipated into thin air. It wasn't a long stretch of road, seeming to be a driveway of some kind. It had a mailbox he'd noticed on the street near the gas station, where he had turned onto the dirt path he now continued to traverse. As he cautiously drove, he looked for signs of a house, possibly leading him to this doctor the boy had spoke of. As he slowly rounded a corner, trying not to jostle the car too much so as not to cause his daughter much more discomfort, he noticed how the trees became exceedingly thick overhead. It began to block out most of the sunlight as he noticed a deer carcass off to the side of the path. It was in a state of decay and completely covered in bugs, so much, in fact, he could see its skin moving while the vehicle slowly passed. It occurred to him that the deer's head was completely missing, appearing as though it had been removed and was no longer nearby. As this seemed perplexing to the worried father, he pressed on, knowing that his daughter did not have much time. And that was when he saw it. A large home, darkened by the forest around it, and appearing to be completely abandoned. It was an old Victorian-style house, situated amongst the trees. The paint, now completely absent upon the ominous structure, revealed the bare wood once underneath. Branches and leaves littered the wrap-around porch as a screen door occasionally butted up against the home, complaining all the while through its rusty and creaking hinges. Wind chimes sounded in the distance as the car came to a stop about 20 feet from the entrance. Following his pattern of urgency, the man again stepped away from his car and began to shout, "Hello? Anyone home?" He looked over at his daughter and noticed that she was looking far worse. Knowing that they probably could not travel much longer, he decided to take his chances as he turned his engine off and quickly began gathering his sickly child from the vehicle's interior. Even if this place were truly abandoned, and even if there was no true doctor residing within, it would still serve as a good place for them to rest. Together, they made their way up the patio as the man supported his little girl, each taking one baby step after the other. Soon, after what felt like forever, they found themselves at the home's front door. The man readjusted himself as he steadied his daughter on her feet while he leaned forward to give the door a loud knock. But, to his surprise, upon knocking, the door simply opened, exposing a dark, stuffy home inside, with a slightly foul odor hanging in the air. Desperate for his daughter to receive her much-needed medical attention, he found a large sofa and laid her down so he could continue looking through the large residence for help. "Hello? Is there anyone home? My daughter is not doing well, and she needs help. Anyone?" With still no answer, the man began to see if perhaps he could luck upon some medicine as he made his way up a thin flight of stairs. As he came to the top, the stairs became very dark, as they were not near any windows. At the top of the stairs, however, light shone through from a poorly boarded-up window at the end of the second-floor hallway. There, next to the window, a door was left, slightly ajar. With enough light coming through, the man now became filled with excitement as he recognized the bathroom just beyond the open door. Assuming he might find some medical supplies in the bathroom, he rushed for the door. Once there, he found a somewhat clean bathroom with tacky brown and yellow wallpaper that seemed to be peeling off in various places. He immediately went for the medicine cabinet and began rummaging through its various random contents. Meanwhile, Trish was in and out of consciousness, but she assumed her father was not too far away. She began to open her eyes as she noticed a blurry figure in front of her. "Daddy," she managed to say as she began to feel soothed from having her forehead caressed. This feeling, as pleasing as it was fleeting as a foul odor quickly assaulted her senses. Alarmed by the smell, she strained to focus as the figure before her became more visible. Its skin seemed to casually slip from its face as the poorly treated flesh that masked the man's skull in front of her oozed with pus and blood from its crisscrossing, opened, and bloodied wounds. As she focused on this monster, now leaning over her, it appeared he was looking right back at her as he continued to stroke her long blonde hair. And as the 16-year-old realized a new nightmare was at her side, she was quickly able to identify where the foul odor had come from. Then, this monstrosity before her smiled, as black clotted blood and spit leaked from its mouth. Just one floor above, her father quickly rummaged through the cabinets, trying to find anything appearing to be painkillers or fever reducers. Suddenly, he heard his daughter screaming. Refocusing his attention to his daughter, he quickly ran down the hall and turned to run down the stairs. And once reaching the bottom, he looked over to the sofa where he had placed his daughter. But to his utter horror, his daughter was gone. "Trish, "Sweetie," he called out nervously, remembering her screams not long ago. As he headed down a darkened hallway, he could see a figure through the crack of a slightly ajar door, seemed to shuffle around. "Hello," he called out, knowing that something was not right. "Who's there?" As he closed the distance between him and the door in question, he heard no reply. Instead, he listened to the sounds of heavy objects being tossed about within the room ahead. Becoming more cautious, he moved forward quietly and peered in through the open crack of the door. The room was brightly lit as the afternoon light drifted through the interior windows with ease. And there, atop a bed, lay his daughter, her eyes closed and her arms and legs strapped to the frame with restraints. Immediately, his fatherly instincts kicked in as he catapulted himself into the room toward his daughter's side, attempting to reunite with his child. He looked at her, not knowing how she got there, and immediately began undoing her crudely assembled restraints. However, before even addressing one of them, he soon felt a needle puncture the back of his neck, joined with an awful smell, provided by a soiled, fleshy hand below his nose, now covering his mouth. It was over within a few seconds, as his struggles only served as false hope, while the room around him faded to black. Everything was blurry, as he could make out shapes and figures that seemed to grow stronger and fade away here and there. Not sure what had happened, or how long he had been out for, his sense of urgency remained at the top of his demeanor, as he mustered all his strength to open his eyes and focus on his surroundings. An unsettling scene began to unfold, as he could not move due to the familiar restraints he now found himself in as well. As he began to look around, he noticed a tall figure appearing to be dressed like a homeless person, looking over another bed across from him. He could also hear a scratchy song in the background, playing somewhere inside the home. He recognized the song soon after he heard the first couple of words. It was a child's nursery rhyme, and seemed to be playing from an old child's toy. The music was unwelcome, as the sounds of children could be heard, eerily singing the words, "To Mary had a little lamb." He began to feel sick to his stomach, as he could feel butterflies violently turning his gut inside out. These butterflies seemed to be more extreme than ever. He felt as if his guts were being slowly renovated and realigned. Whoever the figure was, he knew he had to confront it. He was bound and restrained, and did not know what had become of his daughter. He tried to talk, but could not. Instead, he was met with sheer pain, as he could feel the warmth of his own blood seep into his mouth. His lips stung as if they were chapped worse than they ever had been before. The more his mouth moved, the more it hurt. Blood that could not slip through to meet his tongue simply pooled over the crest of his lips, as it appeared his mouth was restrained along with his arms and legs. He quickly realized, feeling the sharp ends meet his gums through his skin. His lips had been stapled shut. Thrashing around, tossing and turning about, he attempted to gain the attention of the stranger in the room. As the figure stepped away from the other bed, he could see his daughter come into view. Her shirt had been lifted where he noticed a new bandage on her stomach. That's when he noticed her belly do the strangest thing as he tried to wake himself up from this macabre nightmare, now playing before his eyes. He watched as her belly seemed to move on its own. It was as if he could see his own butterflies that caused his nausea within his daughter's abdomen. That's when the man turned around as Trish's father laid eyes on the monster for the very first time. While he tried screaming, unable to do so, he could feel his lips burn with pain as a staple here and there would pop from within its place. The monster began to dance about as he held a stained coffee mug in his hand. Singing to the childish songs playing in the background, the creature danced up to his awakened victim's side and pulled from his cup a large cockroach. He watched as the monster made kissing noises as if to a pet, while he brought the large Madagascar beetle to his nose and gave it a kiss. While he did so, Pus oozed from his mouth and dripped over the massive bug, leaking to the floors below. Then, to his sheer horror, the vile man danced over to him and lowered the cockroach from sight. He then felt the oddest sensation as the large brown bug was forced through a small incision recently made in his stomach, causing his eyes to open wide with pain. As the beetle passed through the incision, a wave of sheer agony swept through his entire body as the small insect intruder upset the others that had been previously planted inside his gut while he slept. While this took place, as if to encourage his victim to let the whole process happen without a fight, the monster in front of him began to speak over the music. Being of larger stature, his voice was off-putting as he sounded like a 5-year-old. He seemed to have a hard time fighting back his laughter, as if he were just a small child, playing with a new toy. And in a sing-song-like voice, he quietly spoke.
You must give in to them. Feel them burrow. Deeper and deeper. Surrender.
As the intruders continued to slither deeper inside his gut and scurry even deeper from there, his eyes grew wider and wider. The staples that closed his lips were still mostly intact, making it impossible to let out a scream of pain that was instead left lingering in his mouth. He felt the large roaches slither through his internal organs, while their small, spiny appendages ripped tissue after thin, sensitive tissue. But then, as the pain became too much for him to handle, he fell unconscious, his daughter's pulsating belly in his line of sight, as darkness began to take hold, turning his world completely dark once more. The room was now completely void of light. He tried to make sense of his surroundings. An escape route, now his immediate objective. Suddenly, a glow emanated from nearby in the room. As the glow became brighter, suddenly it fluttered to the ceiling and headed toward him and landed at his feet. It was a small glow stick. As he reached over to pick it up, he heard the recognizable crackling of another stick being activated. Having heard this, he looked back in the direction the sound had come from. There, in the darkness, where he had witnessed the first glow stick being activated, another now also began to glow. Slowly, a face formed through the light. A sense of relief washed over him as soon as he recognized the dimly lit smiling face. It was Kit. Trevor looked down at the glow stick Kit had thrown to him, curious as to where she may have stumbled across such useful objects. He used his light to inspect the shackles in which his ankles were currently encased. He had no idea where they were. All he knew was that they had arrived in a precarious location inside a Japanese-style home, surrounded by very serious-looking, armed Asian gentlemen. Not wanting to find out what these men were up to, Trevor simply wanted to make an escape so he could get on with his objective. Suddenly, he felt something hit his chest. He looked up to see Kit's smiling face within a glowing green light. I think her stupid grin is more annoying in the green light, he thought to himself. Then, looking down with his glow stick, he saw what she had thrown him. It was very familiar as he held it up to the light, a transparent cube that, by the look of it, was identical to the one Christoph and Jacob had used to create his clone just days earlier. This sudden flashback temporarily rendered Trevor sick to his stomach before his thoughts were soon interrupted by his excitable teammate. As he looked up to see what she was doing, he saw her look directly up at the ceiling. Then, she opened her mouth and swallowed the cube whole. Then, while he looked at her with a bewildered look, she glanced over at him and spoke. "Eat, swallow," she mouthed, suggesting that he do what she had done. He looked at the cube, wondering what on earth her plan was. But, reminding him slightly of his late sister, Trevor, against his better judgment, followed Kit's lead and swallowed the cube whole. At first, he felt nothing, but then, suddenly, he began to feel as though he had no physical feelings whatsoever. He even tried feeling his hands against one another, but could not seem to make them touch. It was as though he had ingested a hallucinogenic, but somehow retained all his faculties, as they seemed to simply just melt through each other instead. That was when he heard it. A shackle hit the floor below his feet. Using his glow stick, he looked down to inspect the noise. To his amazement, one of his metal shackles was loose next to his now freed ankle. He then looked to the other one and found something quite unsettling, as that shackle remained halfway sunken through his leg. Pulling on the shackle, he watched in wonder as it simply went right through his ankle like a knife through butter. He could not make any sense of what was happening. All he could figure was that his body was now somehow solid and yet liquid at the same time. Now that he was free, he stood up and looked at Kit, who was now standing right next to him. She was much shorter than he was, as she looked up at him with a smile and formed her next word with a whisper. "Ready?" Feeling stronger than ever, Trevor actually smiled back. Yeah, he said, still a little beside himself, as he looked like one who had just had their first hit of acid, as he moved his hands slowly back and forth in front of his face. His arms and hands flowed like liquid as he did so. But then he noticed Kit kneeling at the door that led back to where they had originally arrived. He watched her as she bent over on her knees and planted her face on the ground near the door jamb. Little by little, her head squeezed through the flushed crack where the heavy door met the cement flooring. Then, little by little, her neck, and then her torso, and then her legs, until she was ultimately on the other side of the door. Trevor just watched in pure amazement and disbelief. He then heard a deadbolt being removed from its metallic confines as the door slowly swung open. Kit stood ready to go on the other side, and Trevor, still somewhat bewildered at the things he was seeing, accepted them anyway, as the powerful feelings that ingesting the cube had given him had suspended all his worries and fears. Now, just outside the door, and on their way to a hurried escape, they found themselves in a hallway. They could hear the sounds of a party progressing down the dark hallway somewhere on the other side of the house. Directly across the hall, opposite the door they had come through, was another door leading to the outside of the home. Kit took her cue and signaled Trevor to hold tight. She put her forehead against the crack of the door and let some of her face drip through to the other side before pulling back right away. She then looked at Trevor and spoke to him in a hushed tone, still with a smile on her face. All clear. He threw her a confused look as she opened the door to a clear pathway down a sidewalk leading to a backyard darkened by the night sky. As they made their way across a large patio, they could see a gathering unfold within the home itself. This party, however, was more of an orgy, as Trevor could not make out where one naked body ended and the other began. Several sex toys littered the home, as partygoers could be seen smoking and drinking. Heaps of cash seemed to be everywhere, stacked high in some places and thrown in piles in other places. Once a symbol of success, now simply just party confetti. Falling into a similar pattern with the rest of the planet, there was no electricity, as candles and torches lit up the house inside and out. The party was in its prime. This meant good things for the two would-be escape artists, as they could make a quiet exit without being detected. Once far enough away from the house, Kit seemed to be having trouble, as Trevor, still feeling like $1 million from the effects of the cube, ran up to her to see if he could assist. She was doubled over as he realized she was forcing herself to vomit. Suddenly, out came the cube that she had earlier swallowed. Once she regained her composure, she looked over at Trevor and urged him to do the same. "Trust me," You don't want that thing taking its full effect. Trevor looked at her and reluctantly doubled over as well, cramming a finger down his throat. He hated this. Ever since he could remember, throwing up was the worst feeling to him. It had always seemed to give him a rude awakening to his own imperfect body and the unstable mortality it came with. They made their way through the thick bamboo outside the property, which ultimately led them to a road. While making their way, Trevor was requesting enlightenment on a few questionable subjects. They took everything from us. Where were you storing all that stuff? The glow sticks? Whatever the hell that green shit is, he asked, not expecting the answer she was about to give him. The glow sticks were theirs. Found them in that room they stuck us in. As far as the DX4 cube, I really don't think you want to know the answer to that, Trev. Suddenly, Trevor remembered the bitter aftertaste in his mouth after swallowing the cube, and he immediately felt that a toothbrush would come in very handy at the moment. Nevertheless, he continued to whisper another question. Did you notice those men? A few of them were missing fingers. Kit kept leading them out of the bamboo labyrinth as she responded, I know. I'm going to have to tell Lucas he's going to have to work on his aim better. This isn't the Philippines. It's Japan. And those men are not with Logan. They're Yakuza. She quietly answered. Trevor kept following her as he thought to himself before responding to her last statement. Yakuza. Kit didn't miss a beat. Being a great conversationalist seemed to be her strong suit. Yup, and just like the cartels, they have their own operations too. They're just under the direction of the Chinese. And the fact that they're in possession of our capsules is not the best outcome. So, we've got some loose ends to tie up before we get going. As they approached the road, Kit quickly crouched down out of sight and pulled back a sleeve on her right arm. There, on the inside of her forearm, a panel of lights lit up from underneath her skin. As she pressed a few buttons, Trevor threw her a perplexed look as she pressed one final button and looked over at him to speak. Yeah, so we should get down now. Suddenly, before he could address her last suggestion, Trevor found himself jumping for cover, falling to his knees while putting his hands over his head. A large blast had taken place, coming from where they were recently held captive. Apparently, the capsules were armed with a self-detonation device, and Kit obviously felt as though they were of better use in rubble than in the hands of the Yakuza. As the early morning sun began to rise, it beckoned the Japanese woodland below to awaken. As so many have witnessed throughout the centuries of mankind, a morning in Japan is like no other. Cypress trees and bamboo swayed to a distant sunrise, while shades of purple and pink rippled the Pacific skyline. As the E41 highway now sits still and lifeless, with Trevor and Kit no longer in its path, a fire off in the distance slows to a crawl across the woodland floor. And now, a home situated less than a mile from the highway, which once hosted a fleshy scene of depraved sexual activities, now boasted of crackling wood and blackened human remains. And just a stone's throw away from that, a small creek, home to the indigenous wildlife, finds itself in a new environment of warped bamboo and burned trees. Slowly descending on the forest, and just as one of Trevor's dreams had somehow predicted, a large blow-up sex doll from the recent party found its final resting place as it melted into the ground. All the while, shredded Japanese currency danced within the burned bamboo and dry, warm air. Chapter 6. Severed. 2052. The day the bombs dropped. It was a beautiful day, as the California coast held within it a spectacular view of the vast blue oceans off into the distance. As the pandemic grew worse over the last several years, America, for the most part, stayed sheltered and mostly cut off from the rest of the globe, along with most other countries, which had all but entirely banned international travel. Recently, however, the virus that had been discovered nearly 2 decades ago, deep in South America, which the prevention of which had somehow been fumbled by the US military, began to slowly spread north. As this happened, puzzling officials of how it was seeping through its guardrails, let alone how the military mishandled it in the first place, despite endless investigations, tensions across the United States quickly grew. Having said all this, it would not strike anyone as odd that many might find some time to unwind. De-stress, seek comfort in family and friends. Those in a society with such tensions quickly getting out of hand, and a years-old pandemic knocking at their door, announcing its next victim, may find themselves attracted to such a beautiful place, situated upon these sandy shores. And along this coastline, this watery utopia, sat a beach house which held a view of the sparkling Pacific Ocean, while sitting blissfully within an alluring, late morning calm. San Diego was the perfect place for him to live, as he maintained a very lucrative contract with a covert and controversial government agency that operated not only in the United States, but in cooperation with the Mexican cartels south of the border as well. This agency, despite several attempts by Congress to be reined in, only became stronger and more powerful, as it took advantage of the chaos closing in on the country from all sides. And this classified outfit, this seemingly rogue wing of the American government, had countless agents strategically planted across the globe. And one of these agents, which resided within this beach home, was none other than Thomas Shields. Thomas was sitting next to his young boy, Seth, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. As they watched TV, they displayed a laid-back vibe that spelled a small break for the pair, as they simply wore casual clothing while they calmly relaxed near one another. Suddenly, a knock came at the door as the two looked over at each other. "Stay here, bud. That might be your mom picking you up," Thomas said. Seth, confused, replied to his father, "I thought you were taking me to my school to meet her later," he said, reminding his father of their new meeting spot. Thomas replied while still heading toward the door, "Okay, smartass. Maybe it's the Easter Bunny, then," he said sarcastically, causing Seth to laugh. As Thomas opened the door, the man on the other side caused him to spin around to peer at his son, making sure he wasn't looking. He then turned back to the visitor and addressed him quietly. "I'm not supposed to be contacted today." The visitor was a thin Asian gentleman who was clean-shaven and wore a black suit. He had jet black hair and wore dark shades. The man then handed a briefcase through the door over to Thomas and threw him a smirk. With that, saying absolutely nothing in response, he turned and made his way back to his black Mercedes, still running, and parked on the side of the road. Thomas watched the man leave and slowly closed the door. He then crossed the large living room that they were watching TV in and headed toward a larger room with a view of the ocean outside. Seth noticed his father not rejoining him in watching TV and began to question the matter. "What's up?" Thomas paused, still holding the briefcase, and turned and looked at his son and replied, "I'll be right back." Seth, noticing the case, knew that his father had been given more work and rolled his eyes with a reluctant nod in agreement. The room that Thomas was entering was obviously used as a home office. He quietly closed the door as he put the briefcase on a desk in front of him and verbally cued the lights to come on. And as they came on, Stacks of laptops seemed to be everywhere. His desk was cluttered with notes, as he always liked to write things down, wary of spyware capturing his thoughts. He went around the desk and opened a drawer that led to a messy, unorganized accumulation of about 30 or more cell phones. As he rifled through it, he came across one that seemed to satisfy him. As he studied the back of the phone, he closed the drawer and turned it on. He then placed it on the briefcase and waited. The phone went from its black screen to a login screen as Thomas placed a thumb in the designated field, unlocking the device. Then, as another screen appeared, he opened the one available app. As the screen then turned a solid black, while a few words began to appear across the small display. Just then, as the app on the phone completed its only task, the latches to the briefcase opened as he gained access to its contents, only to reveal one single envelope. But then he noticed a compartment on the lower left corner and immediately began to inspect it. He opened it and pulled out a cube. The cube was small as a die. As he held it up in the light, a green hue emanating from within. Looking back down into this compartment, he then noticed a small syringe. He did not like seeing these objects as he stared at them, feeling more anxious at what the envelope's contents might be. He opened it and pulled out one piece of paper. And that paper read, "Agent 4, you are hereby given notice. Your position with the cartel has been suspended. Congress has launched another investigation into your relationships with several of our mercenaries in southern Mexico. Your position has been compromised. As the security of our client is at the forefront of our mission, you are being instructed to halt all of your assignments and return to headquarters for debriefing. We need not remind you of your obligations with our organization. Failure to comply, executing the promptest method available, may result in disciplinary action within the unit in which you were originally assigned." And at the bottom of this letter was the agency's name, Dark Scope. As a subtle breeze boasted of the salty sea air, the afternoon began to take over the skies above, while Thomas now stood outside a large window of his beach house. He stared through the glass, hoping that this would not be the last time he saw his young boy, as he watched Seth enjoy the oversized television. He continued to watch, wishing to only spend more time with his son. But then, while doing so, a duplicate of himself suddenly came through the living room and joined Seth. The two then watched TV together as they continued to relax, simply killing some time as soon they would head to their meeting place to meet Seth's mother. Seth was glad to have his father there with him, as temporary as it may be. But then, he felt as if he were being watched, and as if he knew from where. Seth drew his eyes to the large window in the adjacent room. But when he did, no one was there. Thomas gazed into the sunset over the ocean, taking in all its splendor. As beautiful as it was, however, he did not feel that it compared to the beaches of San Diego. Suddenly, a man walked up to him, snapping him out of his daydream of his last memory of his son by patting him on the shoulder. Now, in present day and somewhere in South America, he found himself surrounded by a sizable army, with several men now in the background, unloading supplies from a large vessel at a nearby rundown dock. Thomas slightly peered over at the hand on his shoulder, mostly through his peripherals, as the man it belonged to began to speak. It was Chavez Cruz, the head of the Sinaloa. "Do not worry, Mr. Shields. Linkov is smart for enlisting me and my men. You are in good hands now. We always fulfill our contracts," he stated with confidence. Thomas, without looking over to the man, posed a simple question, hoping for a positive update on a particular matter that had been on his mind since he first set out with the cartel leader. "And what of my point, man?" Chavez looked over at his new partner. "My uncles are already with him. They're narrowing in on the kinetic signal now. A small smile crept across Thomas's face while he muttered his one-word response. Good. The pair then slowly turned to look at the nearby Ecuadorian jungle, holding within it the distant town of Esmeralda. As one could observe the now bustling beaches of Ecuador, it would become quickly apparent that the Sinaloa spared no forces. As the army of cartel soldiers slowly began to take over the shores, Thomas and Chavez gazed at their task ahead. They now had a daunting agenda lying before them, as they must now track this rogue cartel, which had seized a small portion of Lenkov's soldiers, and the Chancellor leading them. And they must begin this task from where they currently stood, the sandy beaches of South America. Meanwhile, in Japan, the country roads of the isolated island nation were like that of any other. Not much different until you pay closer attention. Off in the distance, seeming to sprout up everywhere through the cypress and cedar trees, tall thickets of bamboo meandered their way through the nearby woodland. The sky, mostly cloudy and not so cleverly hiding the signs of the impending rain, held within it a slight warmth, while slightly cooler breezes swept through its tropical and muted surroundings. Trevor and Kit had been walking for hours now, with not a single sign of help from their friends, now far, far away, or even a vehicle to assist in their travels. So, having stumbled across a somewhat usable-looking car, they made sure to take precautions, hoping they had found a useful tool that would propel them into a better direction. They were in the parking lot of an old, run-down grocery store. The front of the large, warehouse-sized building still displayed its extremely faded sign that proudly announced the establishment's name. The store was situated just off the highway, and the parking lot was nearly vacant, aside from the car they were now investigating. Typically, cars left unattended that still looked functional were simply not, or at least were lacking the fuel to procure a safe ride. As they approached the vehicle, they continued their conversation as Trevor posed his next question. "Yeah, but why their pinky?" Trevor asked. Kit loved regaling anyone with her knowledge of historical facts and theories, so she answered Trevor almost right away, continuing a conversation they'd been having for the last hour or so. It goes back to the 17th century, when crime bosses still held true to their samurai heritage. At least, that's the theory. Like how people say the Knights Templar are still around, but they're called the Freemasons now. It's a theory, and a strong one. No records to back it up though, but the evidence is pretty solid. Anyway, just like the Knights Templar, the samurai are still around. They're just called the Yakuza now. As they continued to investigate the car, they could see no one was in it. They began to check to see if it was unlocked and quickly gained access upon doing so. And Trevor, not satisfied with her answer, looked at her, assuming she was not finished. She looked back at him, and as they began to investigate the interior of the car, she continued. Back in those days, within the ranks of the Yakuza, disobeying your superiors could lead to having that kind of thing happen. You see, they knew that without your pinky finger, holding your sword would become more difficult, making you less able to defend yourself, and therefore more dependent on your master. Ergo, a fitting punishment for a rule breaker. They were now both sitting in the car, with Kit at the wheel, looking for a key before attempting to hotwire the vehicle. She noticed a compartment below the radio that appeared to pull out. As she opened it, Trevor continued to talk, while he also looked around for a possible key. That's fucking intense. As she investigated the small compartment's interior, she replied to him with the same sense of indignity regarding the current subject matter. I know, right? And that's not the worst part. They make you cut it off yourself and present it to your superior on a handkerchief or some shit like that. As scary as they are, Those fuckers got one weakness. Trevor, out of curiosity, stopped looking through the car and looked at her. "And what's that?" he inquired. "And not missing a beat," she replied. "You killed the leader. You're in charge." Just then, from the sticky confines of the surprisingly deep yet very small compartment, Kit pulled a car key out. "Got it." Just then, the two were startled by the sounds of tapping around a vehicle as several men ran their pistols along the exterior surface, making their way to the front of the car. The men were all Asian and each wore black suits. And behind them sat several pristine luxury vehicles that they had quietly arrived in. Immediately, Kit locked the doors and put the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine did not even attempt to roll over as the dome light above their heads dimly flashed. It was, at that moment, the two quickly realized why the vehicle had been abandoned in the first place. They stared out their windshield as a well-dressed individual came around and stood in front of it and peered in at them as he slowly crossed his arms, holding a stern expression upon his face. Kit, always one for somehow putting a funny spin on things, made an observation. "You think they still get their suits dry cleaned? Because I just can't see how they keep those things so perfectly clean and pressed." She looked over at Trevor and continued her comments in a somewhat serious fashion. "I mean, back on Darius, laundry's a bitch." Trevor let out an audible sigh at her attempt at small talk, looking over at her with disbelief. Suddenly and without warning, both their windows were smashed in by men wearing black leather gloves, and the doors were then quickly unlocked. But before Trevor and Kit could explain that they would cooperate, they both found themselves being drugged from the car. It's not as if Trevor was expecting any degree of friendliness, but still, he could not help but feel as though they were being overly rough with the pair. Was it possible that these gentlemen were connected to the men him and Kit had just watched burn to a rubble? This thought quickly flashed across his mind as they were soon brought to one of the many vehicles behind them, its back door slowly opening. A man appearing to be in his mid to late 50s was dressed just as the others as he made an exit from his vehicle. He approached the two, cueing his men to present them to him, as Kit and Trevor were roughly forced up to the finely dressed gangster. Once they were a suitable distance from one another, this man, clearly appearing to be the leader of this organization, removed his glasses and looked at Trevor. He then began to speak to the pair with a thick Japanese accent while attempting his best English. "I do not suffer American filth. I have creative ways to handle each of you. But first, you tell me where I find device like one you came in." Trevor and Kit looked at each other. How did he know? "We destroyed the capsules," they both thought. And the man, clearly reading both of their expressions, clarified the situation the pair had found themselves in. "The people you slaughtered were my people. The men that are holding you now are my people. The men surrounding you in this god-forsaken parking lot are my people, the Inagawa Kai. And you are two Americans that have much easier death if you cooperate." Trying to think fast, Kit spoke up. "We don't know what you're talking about. We were just passing through," she yelled. But the man kept his gaze at Trevor as he quickly reached into his inner coat pocket and retracted a handgun. And while keeping his stare at Trevor, he pointed the gun as he pulled the trigger. Trevor flinched and looked over in disbelief and anger as Kit sustained a bullet right between her eyes and fell to the ground. Trevor looked at the man, about to speak his mind, as he noticed the man nod to the captor that held him in his clutches. Trevor then felt himself quickly subdued and going unconscious as his aggressor behind him squeezed an area of muscle and cartilage within Trevor's neck, knocking him out cold. Then, the last thing he felt was the hard asphalt hit his head as the world around him went dark, a theme he seemed to be much too familiar with. Moments later, Trevor felt himself coming to as he found himself in what seemed to be the back rooms of the grocery store with cement flooring and a ladder leading to an upper-level storage unit. The dead giveaway that he was still in the same location were the large signs displaying the store's name they had seen just outside, leaning against the metal siding of the small warehouse he was now in. As he began to take in his surroundings, he first noted the feeling of a rope that had his hands tied behind the chair he now sat upon. The room had no men in it, just him, as the light flowing from the large ceiling windows lit up the entire area. Just in front of him sat a dusty wooden table and a single knife. That's when he noticed a man begin to come into focus. A man who saw Trevor beginning to wake. As things around him became more definable, he identified a door directly across from him, which stood wide open. And there, just beyond that door, right outside, were a few men in their typical black suits, smoking cigarettes and casually speaking with one another. The man who took note of Trevor coming to was the same man that had just shot his companion and teammate in cold blood. And how Trevor despised him. He gave him a look of hatred as the man approached him and sat in a chair at the opposite side of the small wooden table. The rest of the Yakuza slowly followed their boss and watched the interrogation unfold. Trevor began to speak, seeming to carry no respect for his captor. She didn't have to die like that. We weren't even putting up a fucking fight. He snarled. The man now sitting across from Trevor softly chuckled and then signaled something to his men. Quickly, making his head slightly spin, Trevor now found himself becoming surrounded by 3 of them as they began to untie his right arm. Once freed, 2 of them forced Trevor's arm to the table as the other grabbed him by the scalp and hair and held his head up with a blade to his throat. The man which now sat across from Trevor held a serious expression across his brow as he began to introduce himself, picking up the knife which had been placed on the table between them, while Trevor's hand was forced to the wooden surface, his fingers spread out. Now, unable to move from his manned restraints, the 3 men held him tight. Trevor felt as if he knew what was about to come next, somewhat wishing he'd never even asked Kit for the history lesson regarding these infamous gangsters just earlier that day. Meanwhile, however, just outside and laying in an unnatural position, face down on the cold asphalt, Kit, against all logic, began to move. As she slowly came to a hunched-over position, she began to heave, as if attempting to throw something up. Eventually, it happened. A small, clear, greenish, dye-sized cube came out of her throat and was projected to the hard ground below. And as she gathered herself together, scooping the DX4 in one hand, she stood fully up and took in her surroundings, her forehead now completely lacking evidence of the bullet that had recently penetrated it. And as she looked around, she noticed that all the vehicles were still there. So, having a good idea of where the drama had shifted to, she then switched her gaze to the grocery store and gave one of her famous smiles. This time, however, she held a hint of sweet revenge within her eyes. But back inside, things were getting far worse for Mr. Meeks, as he was still waiting for a response from the gang member in front of him, having just protested the murder of his former female cohort. The calculating gangster looked down at Trevor's hand and became occupied with his knife as he calmly spoke to his prisoner. "My name is Haruto. My men tell me you and your deceased female companion arrived here in capsules out of thin air in the living room of one of our strongholds." Haruto leaned forward and spoke quietly to Trevor. "If it was not for this information, you would already be enjoying my accommodations in one of our feedlots. But do not worry, my American friend. We will be sure to reserve a spot just for you. That is, if you survive our little meeting here," he stated, while his men behind him chuckled at the thought. He continued speaking as he placed the blade of his knife directly over Trevor's right pinky nail. Suddenly, and skipping past any type of torturous foreplay, Trevor began to cry out in sheer pain as the man began to slide the blade back and forth with tremendous force, sawing the tip of Trevor's pinky right off. Now, writhing in agony and belting out screams of indescribable pain, Trevor could still hear the man continue to speak. The Yamaguchi and my people can no longer share this shrinking world we find ourselves in, he said as Trevor realized his nightmare had only just begun, feeling the knife move slowly down his pinky, only to cut the next small portion off. And this time, as he felt the bone within his finger fracture, it sent pulse waves throughout his entire being. He began to convulse as spit leaked from the corners of his mouth, a product of vomit. His body had attempted to push out, only unable to harness the strength to fully do so. All this from the overdrive his body was now in, as the man relentlessly sliced off one small portion after the other, speaking ever so calmly as he did so. My brothers and sisters must have the upper hand. I need to know where I can find technology like this. After he said this, the pain pulsated as Trevor felt the bloodthirsty gangster cut into his pinky once more. Now fading in and out from the intense pain, his smallest finger was now completely severed into small, bloody pieces in front of him. He looked at his enemy with tears in his eyes as he felt the blade move to his next finger as his skin was pierced once more. But just then, Trevor flinched at the sound of gunfire as he felt the warmth of blood and brain matter splash across his face. Is this death? Is this what death sounds like? What it feels and tastes like? He thought, focusing on the man in front of him, who now let the knife fall from his hand to the wooden table below. Then, bringing a confused expression to his face, this crazed gangster, this Yakuza crime boss, now had a gaping hole in the front of his head as he came crashing down, face first, right in front of Trevor. He looked past the hunched-over gangster as he noticed all his men now bowing their heads to their new leader. Kit was now standing in the doorway, holding a rifle she had acquired from one of the vehicles just outside. And then, as she lowered it and looked at the dressy criminals, she quickly barked her first order. Release him, now. Chapter 7. Blade. Present day. Tunja, Colombia. Mercedes grew up in this town. As an adult, now in her late 40s, she looked around and wondered what had become of her innocent town. A town that, before the world went dark, was a closely knit community where everybody took care of each other. But just like the fate of all the good things in this world, so too did her unfortunate birthplace slowly meet its demise. Over the years, she saw stranger turn on stranger, neighbor turn on neighbor, and family turn on family. She watched as this new and dark world around her slowly seeped into her hometown. From becoming desperate for survival, ripping each other apart, placing each resident in a position of sleepless defense, to the threat of outsiders confronting this jungle town in order to shore up their own supplies, merely attempting to survive themselves. She stood about 5.5 feet tall and was of average height among the females of her family. She had long, dark, straight hair that framed her beautiful, yet hardened and tired face. While the shadows of the overcasting clouds played across the ground, she felt lost in the crowd as she attempted to find her bearings. As she took in the unfolding drama around her, accompanied with this newest threat that had just taken over her town, her eyes seemed to shimmer as she visibly absorbed her surroundings underneath a pale sunlight. As she stood in the line that was mostly made up of neighbors and friends of hers, she looked from here to there, trying to see if she could spot a relative, perhaps one of her sisters, or maybe even one of her adult children. Just somebody she trusted. She had been standing in this line since early morning and was still in the dark as to what exactly was happening. All she knew was that the Russian military, along with the Beltran Leyva, claiming to be helping the Colombian government secure their nation, had infiltrated her town upon daybreak, as her and her entire community were then forced to be processed. She squinted in the shimmering sunlight as her attention was again drawn to the cartel soldier, currently speaking through a megaphone. All morning, he had been repeating the same words over and over, every 10 minutes or so. Attention, your community is under the control and protection of the locally re-established military of Colombia. All residents must be processed. Your cooperation is appreciated. Please find the line with the first letter of your last name and line up accordingly. Registration for processing is required for all people over the age of 8. You must remain in your lines until you have been registered for processing. Thank you for your cooperation. The line seemed to be moving incredibly slow as she tried to make sense of why her whole community had to be processed. But now, after hours in line, she finally came up to a table where she saw a man sitting while holding a clipboard and a pen. There were several sheets of paper on the clipboard with last names listed on it from top to bottom, some with checks next to their names and some without. Aside from the disconcerting events taking place from all around, how they got this list was confusing her the most. After all, it wasn't as if there was still even any semblance of record-keeping these days. But this puzzling mystery seemed to be the least of her worries, wondering what was to become of her and her community as she looked down at the sitting man, now directly in front of her. Behind him stood a Russian soldier in military fatigues with a rifle, standing guard. The man sitting down, who appeared to be a cartel soldier, looked at Mercedes and spoke, directing her to comply with an answer.
Apellido, por favor,
he said, gaining a somewhat quick response from the woman as she gave him her last name as he'd requested. My last name is Perez, she said. The man flipped a couple of pages and moved his pen halfway down a page. As he came to a stop, and without looking back up at her, he posed his next question in a manner as if he were growing bored of his repetitious duties. And as he asked her to verify her first name, she looked down at him and spoke once more. Mercedes, she softly said, while feeling more vulnerable by each passing second. He then looked her up and down and said something that seemed to confuse her, as he also wrote down the number 3 next to her name. 70 kilograms. And then after saying that, he gestured for her hand as he used a marker to write the number 3 on its backside as well. And with that, the man checked her name off and gave her an order in Spanish, obviously directing her to proceed to her next step in being processed. And trying to remain calm while doing so, she followed the man's directions when she eventually looked up and saw where her fellow townspeople were being funneled. Just beyond the table, a gate within a fence, which all had a tarp covering it, preventing the people at the front of the registration lines to see where they were being sent, soon began to open. There, on the other side, sat a large truck with about 15 or so people standing on its bed. They were all confined by the safety guards surrounding them and keeping them inside. And there, near the back door to the truck, still open, was an armed Russian soldier ordering her to board. So, not wanting to cause herself more problems than she already seemed to have, she complied with the soldier and boarded the large vehicle. Once inside, she began to look around. Still not seeing any relatives, she felt slightly comforted, as many familiar and friendly faces from the town were there to greet her. Over the next hour or so, she watched as about a dozen more people were added to the truck's bed, each of them, like her, sporting a number 3 on their hands. Still not seeing any of her family, she hoped that they were doing okay as she felt the engine to the vehicle turn on, prompting the guard that had ordered her to board the large truck to close the metal door, shutting them in all together. They soon made their departure as they each bumped into one another, as if she somehow gained a momentary ability of clairvoyance. She could not help but feel like cattle being transported around as she looked at her hand with the number 3 on it, as if she felt branded. She remembered when she was younger, the ranch her father owned, numbering cattle was routine. The cattle, marked with a number that corresponded to their weight, would then be sent off to be slaughtered together, streamlining the butchering process. Then, once slaughtered, they would be grouped together in bags with that number printed on the outside of it. But Mercedes shook this thought from her mind as she felt she were being overly paranoid. Surely this world she found herself in hadn't sunk to such a depraved level, right? But as they made their way along the sandy dirt road, and eventually, after what seemed to take a lifetime, her anxiety only grew as the truck slowed to a full stop in front of an old, abandoned warehouse, not making her feel any better in the slightest. The truck engine turned off and the door to the back of the vehicle opened. The same Russian standing outside that had ordered her onto the vehicle now ordered everyone to disembark. She made her way out of the truck and down to the dirt as she felt herself being pushed this way and that by the disorderly fashion of 20+ adults trying to exit through one small opening. Once on solid ground, she began to fall into place with her equals as her new superiors began loudly barking orders. To her surprise, they were guiding them all up to the roof of the small warehouse by way of a ladder that was welded to the side of the old concrete structure. Once at the top, she saw something that, however out of place it seemed, made her heart skip a beat as her breath was momentarily robbed from her lungs. Across the rooftop, on the other side, sat chains and shackles that were fixed to the roof's edge, opposite the side they had come up. The shackles lined the edge and seemed to be in pairs, as several chains each led to their very own 2 ankle restraints. As if that wasn't alarming enough, any thoughts of the shackles being there, simply by coincidence, and not meant for them, were quickly ushered away as she could see there were plenty of them for everyone. The soldiers then began yelling and pointing for them to sit down in a single file near the shackles, as a momentary spark of protest came from several members within the rooftop community. This, however, was quickly silenced, as a cartel soldier opened fire with his rifle, only using one arm, aimlessly firing into the sky, gathering his prisoner's attention. He then placed a familiar megaphone to his lips as he began to address the worried crowd in Spanish. "Please cooperate. You will not be harmed. This is part of the process. You must undergo a small medical exam. Once completed, those not sick will be able to enter the warehouse through the roof's hatch door, where there is food and water. This will keep the sick from contaminating the warehouse's interior. Those who are sick will be sent to another camp for rehabilitation, where they too will also receive food and water. This is for your safety. All residents over 8 must be processed. Please kindly take a seat. The military and the government of Colombia thanks you for your cooperation." He said this while gesturing for them to sit near the shackles that were laying a few feet from the edge. As they did so, several men began fixing shackles to the feet of everyone there. Mercedes noticed the wooden platform they were sitting on did not match the rest of the rooftop. It was quite large as it fit all who sat upon it, and stretched over roughly 30 feet of the roof's edge. The wood seemed relatively new, and somewhat out of place atop the tattered building as she waited her turn to be cuffed. Her heart raced as she felt her blood pump furiously through her veins while she tried to remain calm. Surely, they're not just going to simply kill us. What value would we be to them then? She desperately thought to herself, trying to grasp a shred of hope into what seemed like a bleak direction she found herself heading in. Soon, she realized that she was probably right as she listened to the comfort the man's next words provided her with, as everyone around her seemed to simultaneously breathe a sigh of relief as he spoke. "This exercise is nearly over. Soon you will all be released. Thank you for your continued cooperation." With that, all the men behind the shackled prisoners lifted the wooden platform they sat on as they tipped the hostages off of the building. As everyone began to scramble, trying not to fall, Mercedes could barely hear the sounds of screaming as her own survival instincts kicked into high gear. She watched as the plank of wood slowly became a steep ramp that she resisted sliding off with all her will. The man next to her was clambering to the edge of the top of the wood as he suddenly pulled his hand back in pain. She watched in horror as he realized the tips of his fingers had simply been sliced off by one of the men, now holding the large plank on its side in order to move him along with being processed more quickly. This caused her to panic as she clung to the platform, now practically standing fully erect as she watched her neighbors drop off the side of the large building, one by one. And now, being able to see the ground below, on the other side of the warehouse, she noticed piles upon piles of dead bodies, having already gone through what was currently taking place around her. This dreadful and hair-raising scene depicted a haunting answer as to where people were being sent from the registration tables, now a few miles away. Soldiers around the piles of bodies were paired up, each grabbing one body at a time and simply pitching them into smaller truck beds parked nearby. As the horror show below played before the eyes of the poor souls now scrambling and pleading for their lives, they fell to the side of the cold cement structure, most surviving with minor injuries. Others, however, were lucky, as they were simply knocked out cold upon slamming into the hard cement wall, only left there to dangle in upside-down positions. Mercedes was one of the last to fall to the side of the building, as the plank eventually became inverted, soon free-falling itself, leaving no more possibility for the prisoners to cling on as it fell past them, crashing to the earth below. As she fell, she screamed, not knowing where she would land, as a sudden pain spread throughout her entire body, onset by an abrupt stop. She was now dangling upside down, several feet over the ground below, as her ankles each broke from their joints, cartilage snapping from their places. Her now fragmented bones splintered as they pierced her skin and rubbed up hard against her steel restraints, causing her to scream from the excruciating pain. She could now feel the blood in her throat as she felt the need to throw up, but simply could not, since gravity was not on her side at the moment. Instead, she hung helplessly, upside down against the cold cement siding. Then, and slowly, she began to go in and out of consciousness as she felt the wall behind her hit her a few more times while her chains thrashed her about, slowly swinging, less and less. Soon, Mercedes was finally able to gain a small amount of focus as she looked over at the man dangling next to her. His face had been completely removed from being bludgeoned against the wall. She could see him spitting up blood from where his mouth used to be, now just broken teeth and hair, messily out of place. And as if that were not enough, she then noticed a man, upside down to her perspective, yet firmly walking on the ground. As he marched by each one of the dangling victims, he casually sliced their necks open with a large blade, allowing them to bleed out. He did so while smoking a cigar. And alas, this so-called processing became exceedingly clear to one Mercedes Perez. Her eyes grew larger as he quickly made his way to her while she tried to let out a scream. But then, to her surprise, he passed right by, moving on to the next one after her. Was she skipped? She had thought. But in fact, the blade had been so sharp, she hadn't even felt it. And when she finally tried to let out a scream, she was instead met with a new and opening wound within her throat. As while sounds from her screams slightly came out, those sounds were not from her lips. It appeared as though her throat had been cut after all, as an unsettling coldness quickly overtook Mercedes' entire body. She then slowly closed her eyes and lost consciousness as the images of soldiers tossing dead bodies about quickly burned within her rapidly and expiring mind. And as her world went dark, she noticed one final detail: a number 3 on each of the trucks that were carrying dead bodies away. Looking back at his work, he reviewed the carcasses now all hanging along the warehouse wall. Satisfied that all were now properly bleeding out, he brought a radio to his face and began to speak while holding down the radio's button. As he did so, another soldier came up to him and quietly spoke in his ear, making the executioner slightly shudder. Meanwhile, back at the capital of Tunja, the Chancellor was meeting with his last remaining general and brother, Nicholas. As the two spoke privately, a man entered the room. It was a cartel soldier, and he had an update for his boss. "Sir, another batch has been completed." The Chancellor looked at his soldier and responded loudly. "Good work. Make sure that we process the entire west side of the town. I want to have the whole town processed and packaged in the next few days. We have already identified a few towns we can move to after this one. The children will move with us, and after a few towns, we will be able to grow our own product as well. And remember, we are skipping the feedlots altogether. So, we must process as many as we can to reach the agreed upon weight. We need to stick to these plans, Lieutenant. Soon we will be able to sustain our own empire. Fuck these Russian leaders, micromanaging us from afar." The soldier dutifully replied. "Yes, sir. One more thing, sir." The Chancellor looked up at the soldier as Nicholas joined him in doing so. "We received word from one of our spies that there are troops moving this way from Esmeralda." Chancellor became slightly upset, but remained calm as he spoke to the soldier. "And what did my spy tell you, Senor?" The soldier became nervous as he looked at Nicholas and then back at the Chancellor. "Sir, it's the Sinaloa. Senor Shields was spotted along with the others. They believe Lenkov is moving against you, and he's recruited our northern rivals." The Chancellor's forehead began to turn red as a vein became apparent, while it began pulsating above his brow. He spoke quietly and calmly, making the poor soldier feel a lot more nervous now. And did he see anyone else of importance? The soldier looked at the Chancellor straight in his eyes, knowing there was no way around it, and clearly answered him, not knowing the reaction his boss would have. "Sir, it's Chavez Cruz, sir. He was spotted this morning at the front of the advance, along with Agent Shields. Chancellor took a deep breath and looked to his younger brother. Then Nicholas smiled as the Chancellor slowly grinned. Very good. Tell your men to pull back. Let them advance. The young soldier, not wanting to know why, simply considered it to be his lucky day and did not press his boss on his new approach at handling such bad news. The Chancellor dismissed the young man and looked at Nicholas. I really like this Chavez fellow. Young and so very full of life. Nicholas looked at him and replied, Yes, it is just too bad that he must die. Yes, so very unfortunate, the Chancellor laughed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles and several time zones away. As one refocuses the remaining faculties that they find themselves desperately clinging to, as the proverbial rug relentlessly pulls from underneath their feet, they discover themselves back in Japan for a much-needed reprieve. Here, seemingly isolated from the rest of this tiny blue rock, the naked eye would note a sort of calm that seemed to be the norm. A norm that was a far cry from the morbid obstacles shared by the larger fraction of humanity. Or at least, so it would seem. Because it is here that the tables will not simply continue to be turned. Instead, they are in complete disarray, unable to discern tabletops from their table legs. And while evening held this island landscape within its grasp, a thin sliver of the nearby moon found its task of lighting the small country quite complicated, as darkness proved to be the victor. Here, within the dense overgrown woodland, just off the abandoned highway, sat a sizable Japanese-style structure, a home 2 stories tall, which served as a stronghold for a well-known crime syndicate. And as peaceful as it may look from the outside, this fleeting image lay in stark contrast to the eerie and ominous events slowly unfolding within its walls. As inside can be found a large open room, lit by the dancing orange and yellow glows of the many candles flickering nearby. As this clearly represents the eerie half of the surroundings, the ominous half simply sat in silence, facing a dozen or so Yakuza members. This scene, however, displayed a contrary theme to their normal routine, as every one of them remained on their knees with their hands on their heads. They all seemed to be looking down at the floor nervously, as if they did not want to gaze upon the men that seemed to have the Yakuza at a large disadvantage. Because there, sitting in a couple of chairs in front of an open door, blocking any would-be escapists from attempting a possible getaway, sat 2 Hispanic men. As one would have the unfortunate luck of finding themselves in such proximity of these 2 men, it would be hard to not notice one holding a large hammer while inspecting its sharp metal claws. The other sat quietly while dragging a long, thick nail one would see used on a railroad across the glossy finish of an antique coffee table. The 2 men sat there in silence, as their reputation needed no introduction, even within this land foreign to them. It was none other than the brothers of the Sinaloa, now nearing their 60s. After several minutes of heart-pounding moments, while flickers of light danced around the room, an intense state of anxiety set in that the Yakuza gangsters never predicted they would find themselves in. At that moment, while keeping their bodies and heads completely still, these Japanese modern warriors sat trembling as the sounds of footsteps began to approach. It is at this one moment in time that a particular Asian gentleman seemed to be singled out as the footsteps appeared to stop below his bowed head. The mysterious stranger in front of him wore black slacks and polished black dress shoes. And that was all the Asian man could see with his face looking down, his hands still upon his head. But then, the stranger placed a finger on the man's chin, encouraging him to look up. While doing so, he avoided looking at the notorious gangsters sitting across from him, still waiting for their turn to explore new options with the hardware they currently admired in the palms of their hands. As his head slowly rose toward his captor, a Hawaiian-style shirt now came into view. And as the several dangling gold necklaces hung loosely around Paco's neck, they only seemed to make things feel that much more off-putting as the brothers waited in silence. Paco cocked his head and looked at the man with pity as he spoke to him like one would speak to a small child. "Don't make this harder for yourself than it has to be, my friend. After all, we wouldn't want our company to lose interest." Paco said this as he looked at the two brothers. Then, looking back down at the rival gangster, he quietly kneeled to the man's side. He drew the attention of his hostage as they both locked eyes. Paco then began to speak once more, drawing from the man a deep fear in his eyes, as he knew his life would soon come to an end. "The kinetic signal led us here, led us to a burnt-down home. You know very well, this is Arlo's target. You work for the Chinese, yes?" The man then looked at Paco, knowing where he was heading with his line of questioning. And as the man gave a slight nod with his head, Paco continued, "Well, then you know how your Chinese clients would feel about you undercutting his efforts. We know you've seen the capsules. Now, you wouldn't be attempting to get your hands on something of this nature, now, would you?" Paco then knelt in and looked deep into the man's eyes as he spoke softer. "Are you trying to outcompete the Yamaguchi?" Then he looked around the room and then back at the man and posed his next question. "Where is Haruto? Where is your leader?" And as Paco gave the man a moment to answer, seeing a sense of guilt wash over the man's face, he smiled and continued to speak. "Let me guess. He tried to take her, yes, and he wanted to intercept any payload that came with her. You were ordered by your clients to stand down. Arlo wants her taken to him unharmed. She must be dealt with carefully." He then looked back to the brothers as he continued speaking. "And you know I am tasked to make sure all factions remain within their jurisdiction. But looking around at what has happened here, Haruto, dead in the back rooms of a supermarket with a hole in his head." Paco then looked back at the man, in time to see a slight expression of shock spread across his face. The man had no idea that Paco knew Haruto had been killed. And as Paco smiled, in response to seeing things add up within his hostage's mind, he spoke once more. "You are trying to outmaneuver the Yamaguchi. You are trying to take territory." Paco then leaned in even closer and spoke even softer. "My friend, that's against the rules," he said while looking the man squarely in his eyes. "And rule breakers must be dealt with." Then, as Paco stood back up, he raised his voice and spoke one last time. "Tell me where she is. Tell me, where is this kit?" As the evening entered its final phase, the cold sea air took over the sprawling Japanese countryside community. And here, a home sitting amongst the thicket, once a symbol of strength, representing a faction of the greatest warriors within the large Asian island, now slowly being reduced to rubble as the glow of a fire seemed to emanate from inside its walls. And if one were so possessed to peek inside, a ghastly scene would quickly unfold, as a word of the wise would caution said curious creature to simply just look away. For there, among the hardwood floors, struggling bodies tried to escape their creative restraints. Each man now sported long metal nails that penetrated all their extremities many times over. They were all face down on the floor, where they found themselves pinned to their hardwood prison. All this while a fire continued to rage around them, depicting a cramped crematory they would all soon fall prey to. They knew that it was only a matter of time before the fire burned each one of them alive. And with this knowledge came the will to survive. But this will would only be met with a crushing defeat, as their struggles made the pain their nailed limbs were in that much worse. Chapter 8. Reconciled. As one gazes into the darkness, they come back to a familiar land with a night sky beginning to unfold within the heavens above. And this, depicting the state of transition, so too goes the plot, persisting with madness just below, as Kit and Trevor make their way through the darkening countryside of Japan. While they continue down the tattered and desolate highway in their recently commandeered vehicle, Kit drove as Trevor was not in any shape to be at the wheel. It was mostly dark out, and getting darker as they traveled this country road, hastily moving on with now even more tasks at hand. They quickly made their way from the supermarket, where they had run into several Yakuza members, knowing that if they remained near them for too long, they may never leave. Kit was also smart enough to know that soon the shock would wear off of these post-apocalyptic gangsters' minds from the most recent events, such as Kit having ended Haruto's reign by putting a bullet through the back of his head, becoming their newest leader herself, a hostile takeover she had never desired. Once this took place, she also knew that once this shock was shook, they would eventually eliminate their new leader, who never had any blood ties with their clan to begin with. However, before the shock in question even began to shake, and there was time for the Inagawa Kai to consult their standards for succession, she quickly took advantage of the current show of servitude sent her way. So a trade, consisting of a vehicle, a decent amount of supplies, and a readied vessel at an ocean port a few hours away for a position as the newest leader of this Yakuza faction, quickly began taking place. Of course, not looking a gift horse directly in its mouth, Trevor and Kit found it rather tempting to expedite their tearful departure from their new friends, skipping right past any heartfelt goodbyes, getting out while they still could. Moments after they departed, Kit looked over at Trevor, who held his hand to his chest. Not even able to gather the shredded pieces that seemed to be here and there, he'd simply left them behind as he now only had 9 fingers. Seeing Trevor's makeshift bandage, made from some cloth they'd been given, Kit looked him over, eventually looking down at his hand and grew a face of disgust, while she voiced her disdain on the matter. "Gross. What the fuck happened to you?" she slightly shouted. With that, Trevor looked over at Kit, barely hanging on to consciousness from all the blood he had recently lost, and managed to answer her in a muted tone. "Fucker cut off my finger. In fucking pieces." Kit gave him a confused look and laughed. "What do you let them do that for? You weirdo." As she continued to giggle, Trevor threw her a sarcastic look and immediately returned to grimacing in pain. Kit rolled her eyes and slowed the vehicle down as she spoke to Trevor. "Okay, you big baby. Hold on. As she came to a stop, she looked over at Trevor as if he were a pathetic, injured puppy. She began to smile as she beckoned for Trevor to come back to reality, slowly bringing him out of his fever-induced hallucinations. Trevor could then hear his name being called as he began snapping out of his pain-stricken daze. Now, parked to the side of the road, Kit softly spoke as she came closer and closer to him. After finally pulling himself together, he looked in the palm of her hand and saw a small white object appearing to be that of a pill as she finished what she was saying with a few last words. "So, here, take this." Trevor passed the pill through his mouth, but he could not taste a thing as his fever was rapidly taking over. He looked over to her, and while he knew she was close, she seemed miles away. He knew that it was just a severed finger, but what he didn't realize was that onset from not properly handling the wound, coupled with the loss of blood before Kit rescued him, shock had begun to set in. And as voices echoed about in Trevor's ears, the two carried on a brief conversation. Trevor questioned her medical advice, not sure what she just had him swallow. Somewhat succumbing to the fever, hallucinations still came and went as he slurred his words about. "Was that for the fever?" he asked, sounding like one would sound after having their first stiff drink. Kit then grew a bleak face as she looked at the floor with deep sadness in her eyes. "Trevor, that wound is badly infected. You're dying, Trev. I just made it happen faster. Now the pain will go away." Trevor looked at Kit and didn't seem to mind. In fact, he just felt bad. He had let her down. So he tried to at least be positive for her. Again, slurring his words, while trying to articulate himself with hand gestures, he did his best to calm his worried partner as he attempted his hand at an uplifting speech, verbally stumbling about the entire way. "Everything is going to be just fine. You did what you had to do. I'm sorry that I let you down." Just then, he was interrupted as Kit looked at Trevor sarcastically. "Are you quite through? Men are such drama queens. I swear, humanity would not exist if you fuckers bore our young." At that very moment, Trevor looked up at her confused as he posed a question that seemed to come together without even thinking it through. "So, then that was for the fever?" She looked at Trevor and answered, while slightly laughing. "No, that was a mint. I found them in the store. I'm sure they're not as strong as they used to be, but you could use all the help you can get. So I thought you should have one. 'Cause Trev, damn." Trevor looked at Kit, who immediately grabbed him by the cheeks and pulled his mouth to hers. She then pressed her lips with his as she held him in a short embrace. And after a few seconds, she slowly moved from his lips and stared into his eyes. He then softly asked her a question, now rattling around in his mind. "Then what was that for?" She sat back in her seat and grew a confused look and pointed at his poorly bandaged wound. "Your hand." He then looked down at his hand and pulled the makeshift bandage away, layer by layer. He watched in amazement as his hand became like liquid, while his pinky simply began to grow back, eventually becoming whole once more, without even a scratch on its surface. And then the oddest feeling came over him. He could simply feel his fever wash from his body and exit through his pores. All this while Kit sat next to him, explaining what he was feeling, and more importantly, why. "You see, Trevor, for someone like you, someone with such a low threshold, such a small amount can do wonders," she said, while now holding a small greenish clear cube in front of her eyes, seemingly mesmerized by it. Trevor felt great and took a moment to just appreciate life. But then he noticed how she admired the cube intensely. She noticed him staring at her and quickly put it back in her pocket before continuing to speak. "Anyway, for your lightweight ass, simply sharing a little saliva with someone having recently had one in their mouth can go a long way. As her words proved true, Trevor felt amazing, like nothing had ever happened. He looked over at Kit and couldn't help himself. He flashed her his best childlike grin as they both shared a small laugh together. And that was the moment that Trevor felt as if he now understood Kit's persistent, happy-go-lucky demeanor. Now, back on the road once more, and as they made their way to their next objective, Kit cleared a few things up for Trevor since she was privy to certain information that her and her team felt he must know. As she informally debriefed her partner, she did so, answering all his questions he would intermittently pose. So where did these things come from? And why does everybody seem to be working for them in some way or another? He asked. They first arrived in the 1900s. They took out a small village in Petrovka, Russia. She quickly answered. That was when Trevor interrupted. Yeah, and the US government got a hold of them, and a team of scientists ended up getting killed by one. Like a ton of years later. We saw something about all that while we were in Ecuador, he said, somewhat proud of the knowledge he and his friends had stumbled across some time ago. Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a man who sits at the top, just under the Russian oligarchs. A man named Arlo Brooks, but his real name was Marcos Kozlov. He was born in 1939 in a small town in Russia called Petrovka. Then in 1950, he came across a temporary cell where one of these creatures were being held. Turns out, he ended up encountering it, and then swallowed by it, and nearly digested by it, but somehow managed to escape. The creature, however, having already imprinted on him before doing so. Now, with their DNA mixed with his, he could live for hundreds of years. He has all their best qualities while still being human. And unlike them, he can survive just fine on this planet. We're not sure of all the details, but we know he was quickly bought by the highest Russian bidder. Highest bidder? Trevor asked. Yeah, you see, this kid was worth a fortune, Kit said, while still focusing on the road. The Russians, convinced that the world was soon to be taken over by these extraterrestrials, knew this boy could speak their foreign language, a gift that came from the creature imprinting on him. A Russian oligarch ended up buying him. They totally legally owned him. And ownership of little Marcos has been passed down generation over generation. A trophy to the Kremlin's closest and most trusted oligarchs. A study of his history shows us that he was always controlled. Even though his powers are great enough for him to easily claim himself emperor over them, they have always controlled him. They exacted psychological warfare on his mind. They made him believe that he is dependent on them. Eventually, they had him covertly moved to the United States and had him accepted into their military, where his only mission was to climb its ranks. But then, after he'd made it to the top, eventually retiring and creating Dark Scope, taking top military personnel with him, the US began launching multiple investigations into Brooks after a shipload of suspicious dealings happened between him and the Russians. They quickly learned that he first arrived there in 1957 and climbed the ranks of their military. Other than these suspicions that some portions of the intelligence community had about him, Arlo was a well-respected high-ranking officer before moving on to, well, all of this. Then, and finally, but far too late, they were able to track down the transcripts of his first order from the Russians. This assignment that was to acquire as many high-ranking contacts within the military. With an objective, the Russian government was banking on for maintaining power, going into this chapter of a possible alien invasion. Once Dark Scope, secretly monitored by the Kremlin, but funded with US dollars, was established, Arlo was then named CEO of the firm. And he was perfect for this position, as he quickly obtained a fuck ton of top-tier military contracts. It would be funny if it weren't so fucking sad. For over a century, Americans thought they were at the top of the food chain. But then, having created the first series of low-orbit satellites, fixed with warheads that flexed their military strength and in turn, secured their future, they basked in the glow of giving birth to the world's first orbital missile program. But what they completely overlooked was that dark scope was actually controlled by Moscow. Then that fucking virus was unleashed as their enemies watched their democracy crumble to its knees as they were able to penetrate their weakest spot. Their Achilles heel, polarizing the US population by politicizing that same goddamn virus. Once America was practically in shambles, in the midst of civil unrest, and on the brink of civil war, they simply gave the 50 states a small nudge by parking large warheads along either coast. Come to find out, they weren't even armed. Then they sent false launch codes, gladly allowing the Pentagon to intercept them, knowing they'd be interpreted as valid. From there, all they had to do was wait. And sure enough, they received the codes sent to Dark Scope from the Pentagon, handing Arlo and his firm the only key to activate the American-made missile system. But controlled by its Russian rivals, the launch codes were quickly rearranged to instead allow the warheads to shower the entire globe, immediately displacing all communications and missing altogether the advancing Russian military, then docking American shores. Moscow took out the entire fucking world, and they didn't even have to give one single order. Trevor stared out the window, attempting to absorb all the new information he was hearing. He could not make sense of some things, but was sobered by the things that did make sense. Nevertheless, she continued. Anyway, after that, the American military, hardly able to communicate properly as radio towers were stretched thin, were split on what orders to follow. Orders passed down by generals backed by the government, or orders passed down by generals in the pocket of Arlo Brooks. It didn't take long for Russia to gain control over the entire continent. Trevor then looked over at Kit, trying to follow the crumb trail she was leaving behind for him, knowing that it must lead somewhere, and ask his next question. So, they did all this just so they could turn a large population of its own species into cattle? But that's when she threw an awkward grin to Trevor as she continued to speak. I guess the visitors became enamored with the cuisine here on Earth. The Russians had no idea that they would become ranchers of human cattle. They were merely trying to remain in control. In fact, most of them today are still in the dark. To them, this is still just a war. As for the ones at the top, within Russia and China, along with some other smaller allies of theirs, it's just a means to an end. This arrangement with the visitors, even with such a sinister twist, is still just a means to an end. A type of peace treaty, you might say. They keep a steady supply of human meat. They resume control of the planet. This allowed the Russians and the Chinese to systematically take over the entire globe. At least, that's the best theory any of us have come up with. An agreement to harvest the human race, just to remain in control. Trevor was feeling a little out of his element, and felt he needed a slight pinch to his arm as he attempted removing himself from this bizarre dream. He began to think of how ruthless these regimes were. How ruthless Arlo was. How ruthless Thomas was. But then, thinking of Thomas caused Trevor to pause as he followed up his momentary silence with a thought filled with worry. Look, I know this is much bigger than any one person, okay? I get that. But you need to understand. Those two kids back on Darius, they're all I've got left now. How can I trust you that they won't hurt them? Kit looked over at Trevor and smiled. Trust me, they're way ahead on productivity. Darius is much more efficient than Earth. Those two kids are good for another decade, at least. Anyway, they think you're dead. To them, they're just another couple of new cattle. They're even going to be well taken care of. Arlo likes his cattle to be stress-free. Produces a much better product in the end. I know it's a deranged way of looking at it, Trev, but they'll be fine. In fact, they're safer as young cattle than anywhere else. You can't get them out of that place anyway until we figure out how to shut it down. It's too risky. We only get ones out that we can be sure will be able to help us in our goals. People like you. And now that we've got you, we're gonna see what they've been hiding in China. That's our first step to saving them. We need to understand their security program. This one program that secures the entire operation on Earth and on Darius. We need to understand the cattle guard. And in China, we have evidence that the cattle guard's security measures are intensified tenfold. They're hiding something big there. Something they don't want us to see. Something they don't want us to get our hands on. Something that we hope can save us. Something that can save your kids. If you saved your little ones now, then for what? To be constantly hunted? To be constantly on the run? We need to end this. It's the only way. We need something big. Something that will be that salvation. And we feel, and I feel, and I know, that that's something, if it exists, it would be heavily guarded. She then looked over to Trevor, said a few more words. We get to this location in China. We save your kids. We save them all. Trevor looked out the window. He was frustrated being separated from Delilah and Caleb, but maybe Kit was right. Perhaps it was for the best. At least they wouldn't be in harm's way. Hopefully, that is. He then sat in silence and pondered these thoughts as he let the next words slip from his mouth effortlessly, as though his part in the dialogue had engaged autopilot. So then, who are we meeting in the Philippines? Without hesitating, Kit dutifully answered her relatively new business partner. He goes by the name Logan. The only way to find him is to go to the Philippines and ask for him. He only communicates by word of mouth. But the Philippines is a big freaking place. You need to know the right areas to look. And you need to know the right people to ask. And you need to ask the right way. But don't worry. That's why you've got me, she said with a smile that quickly faded as she studied the scenery now outside her windshield. I think we're here. Trevor looked out the window as he saw a mesmerizing view of the dark Pacific Ocean. Simply a void stretching off into the infinite distance. Within their headlights, they could see a few small vessels sitting in the ocean tied to the docks, just as the Yakuza had described in their directions. They slowed their vehicle as they exited and began to gather a few duffel bags together. And after doing so, they headed toward the first darkened boat in order to inspect it. Suddenly, while their eyes were still adjusting, and while they were walking on seemingly unstable docks that swayed as they passed over each plank of wood below, Trevor slightly jumped as he was startled by someone exiting the large watercraft, now just feet in front of them. And to Trevor's complete disbelief, slithering out of the shadows like the snake he was, sporting his typical relaxed attire, accompanied by multitudes of gold jewelry, Paco stepped into the moonlight. He had a familiar smile as he spoke loudly to Trevor upon meeting him face to face. Trevor then noticed two older Hispanic gentlemen that closely followed Paco. Each of them were dragging wooden bats. How do you like it, Trevor? Not as big as my last boat, but it will get the job done, eh? Paco looked at Trevor and threw him a wink. He then stepped forward and embraced him with a tight hug and whispered in Trevor's ear, I have missed you so much. Chapter 8, Reconciled, Part 2. A very young Thomas sat at a desk as he waited. He was in a very nice office that had several pictures of former department heads that had recently occupied the chair, which sat vacant across from him. He looked around at the filing cabinets and bulletin boards, noting the familiar assignments spread around the room. Suddenly, the door behind him opened and a man walked through. It was a slender white male, appearing to be in his early 40s. Thomas, not knowing why he had been sequestered, sat nervously waiting to be addressed. The gentleman, who wore a suit and tie and a decorative pin of the American flag on his coat lapel, quickly rifled through files in a cabinet, soon crossing one of interest as he pulled it out. The man paid little attention to Thomas as he came around the desk and placed the file in front of him. The sign on his desk read, Senior Deputy Director Stephen Ryans. As Mr. Ryans took a seat, he opened the file and began poring over its contents. Impressive. You graduated high school when you were only 17 and then pursued a career with the Department of Justice, becoming an agent with the FBI at 23. And now you're hitting home runs while you're still practically walking through the door. Within your first year, you took down several cartel generals, reducing their output to a fraction of its potential, managing to rewrite the FBI playbook on organized crime. Mr. Ryans closed Thomas's file and folded his arms while looking across the table. I have an assignment for you. A man by the name of Kostyalenkov will be in touch with you sometime this evening. You are to meet him for dinner. He has a hard drive that we want. In exchange, I'm sending you with his payment. You will then need to get a team together and begin to profile this man. We need you to profile this empire he oversees in Russia. Profile his highest and most loyal associates. We need to make sure we're not being double-crossed. This is an extremely important assignment, as that hard drive contains the code the Russians used recently to break into one of our technology firms, a company called Dark Scope. As I'm sure you've heard of this outfit and its importance to our national security, I feel confident that you will give this assignment the sense of urgency it requires. Bring me the hard drive, Agent Shields. Thomas looked at the man and grew slightly frustrated by being Mr. Ryan's errand boy. However, he maintained his temper out of respect for the high-ranking official. With all due respect, Mr. Ryans, I'm right in the middle of a case dealing with the origins of a virus we found cropping out of South America 8 years ago. Somehow, it wasn't fully contained back then, and now it's posing a massive threat, he said, as he noticed Ryans simply looked down at his phone as if he weren't even listening. Nevertheless, the young agent finished his argument. There is something more to this virus, though. It's as if someone has been preventing the science community from connecting the dots. I think it might have to do with the origins of the health pandemic we are seeing start to unfold, which has already given our country a tremendous burden. If we let this become more out of hand than it already is, our sources believe we could see a heavy revolt from the American population. It's beginning to look like a cover-up. It's going to look like we let the virus mutate. My team is close to cracking this thing wide open, and we've just picked up some key leads. I really think my abilities are more useful if I remain on my current assignment. Mr. Ryans didn't look at Thomas, as he had already stood up and was gathering his things while quickly heading for his office door. I couldn't agree with you more, Agent Shields. However, this is more important as it poses a much more serious threat. Besides, one of the higher-ups at Dark Scope agreed to put his men on this. They are very interested in this virus, and seeing that they have priority, The case is being referred to their lab unit. The decision is already made. I'm sure Dark Scope will be grateful with the progress you made. And I'm certain they'll put it to use. Now you are needed on this task. You will need to meet this oligarch. Thomas turned in his chair and looked at Mr. Ryans with a confused expression as he watched him quickly leave the room. Why can't you get Agent Keller on this? He's more familiar with Russian affairs. Ryans then responded as he made his way out the door. My hands are tied, Thomas. The Russian contact requested you. He won't hand over the hard drive unless he speaks with you personally tonight. Take care of it, Agent Shields. That evening, Thomas found himself looking at a small, fine dining establishment directly across the street from where he was parked. As he sat in his car in a dark parking lot, he watched a limousine pull up to the front doors. He watched as a heavier Russian gentleman, appearing to be in his late 30s, stepped away from the vehicle and walked inside. After a few moments, Thomas also stepped out of his car in a long black trench coat and crossed the street while paying close attention to his surroundings. Light jazz filled the air, the dimly lit restaurant boasting of exquisite wine and mahogany furniture. Kostya Lenkov sat by himself at a large booth near the back. The booth had tall, dark wooden walls around it, securing an optimal amount of privacy for the patrons of the well-to-do establishment. Lenkov drew his attention to Thomas as he now stood quietly at the edge of the oligarch's table. Catching the Russian slightly off guard, it was as though Thomas had simply materialized there. Lenkov, used to dealing with agents at the top of their game, wasn't fazed by Thomas's stealth-like entry as he beckoned the FBI agent to sit down. Come, sit. Thomas sat down as Lenkov pored over the wine menu. After sitting for a moment in silence, a server approached the table. It was a younger black female who began to service their booth by bringing the 2 men glasses of ice water topped with wedges of lemon. Lenkov suddenly handed the menu to the waitress. We will be sharing a bottle of your Chateau Lafite. The server smiled as she took the menu and walked away. Lenkov then reached under the table and pulled out a briefcase. He placed it on the table and slid it to Mr. Shields. Thomas pulled the briefcase closer. He pulled the phone out and placed it on the case. Lenkov stared at Mr. Shields as they sat for a moment in silence, a slight sense of anxiety seeming to fill the air between them. Thomas held his gaze at the Russian and watched him closely for any sudden movement. Just then, seeming to put the two back at ease, the phone lit up and the briefcase unlocked. Mr. Lenkov smiled at the nervous agent. He could tell Thomas wasn't comfortable negotiating with this Kremlin ally. Thomas, however, shook his unease and opened the briefcase. There, inside of it, was a hard drive. Thomas then immediately closed the case and placed it on the floor at his side. Just then, the server returned and brandished the very pricey bottle of wine before the two gentlemen. They each studied each other carefully as they sat in silence, waiting for the server to leave, seeking their recently lost privacy. After the wine had been uncorked, the server poured a small portion into Lenkov's wine glass. She then stood there silently as she awaited the Russian man's approval, which would cue her to finish pouring the 2 glasses for the gentleman. But Lenkov wasn't interested in sampling the expensive beverage as he placed a finger on the bottom of the glass and slid it to Thomas, cueing the FBI agent to sample it instead. Familiar with the ways of his communist counterpart, Thomas did not care for the idea of placing a glass to his lips that had recently been in the hands of a dangerous adversary. They both stared at each other for a moment as Thomas noticed the server patiently waiting. He looked up at her and took the glass in his hands. He looked at Lenkov once more, placed the glass to his lips, and took his first sip. As he rolled it over his tongue, he gently swallowed and looked up at the server and raised his wine glass as he gave a nod, cueing her to finish pouring. Once she topped his glass off, originally belonging to the Russian, she poured the second portion in Thomas's original wine glass that sat right next to the other, leaving him with 2 full wine glasses. The server walked away as Thomas now took his turn and placed his finger on the unused wine glass as he slid it over to Lenkov. Lenkov bowed his head graciously and lifted his glass, suggesting a muted toast. As he put the glass to his lips, he slowly emptied the entire contents of his cup. He then placed his glass on the table as Thomas looked around before quietly speaking. "I was told you requested me specifically. Was there anything in particular I could help you with?" he said, intentionally conveying a lack of sincerity in his question. Lenkov ignored the undertone that came with the agent's question as he replied in broken English with a thick Russian accent. "Da, I have job for you." Thomas rolled his eyes, stood up and placed an envelope on the table, the payment for the hard drive. "I already have a job, Mr. Lenkov." Then, startling Thomas and momentarily gaining the attention of tables nearby, the Russian yelled, "Sit down." Mr. Shields froze and looked at Lenkov, having noticed the attention he was gathering. Against his better judgment, but also to take the attention off their booth, Thomas sat down once more. He impatiently watched as Lenkov slid an envelope over to him. Without even peering down at it, growing tired of the Russian's attempts to familiarize himself with the American, Thomas maintained his stare at Lenkov. The Russian, once more, began to speak. "On the 1st of next month, I am expecting shipment off shores of Ecuador. The cartel has been hired to execute these deliveries. Do not worry though, Mr. Shields. I assure you everything is legal. We are simply setting up channels in that area as we soon expect to have new client that will require anonymity that the Ecuadorian jungles provide. These shipments are to happen every month and require attention to detail that I don't trust many people with. Also, I need someone to keep an eye on a certain cartel leader north of this. I feel that this man might have too much of an appetite, and I want to ensure that he is not in any position to take over my operations. I will also need you to contain him, but you must contain him alive. He will be useful to our organization in the future." As he said this, he slid a photograph across the table, face down. Thomas then turned the picture over and laid his eyes on Lazar. He looked at it, recognizing the crime boss as he replied to the Russian. "You want me to secure a man the FBI has been chasing for years and contain him for you," Thomas said with annoyance in his breath as the Russian continued. "Da, it is a joint effort between our governments. He is, how you say, a potential asset. As you can understand, I have some difficulties keeping eyes on him from Moscow. So, you can see why I look to you." Thomas began to speak, wishing to put an abrupt end to this conversation. "Mr. Lenkov, I'm not sure what you have been told." Again, the Russian interrupted him. This time, though, he did so quietly so as not to garner any further unwanted attention. "Quiet, Mr. Shields. I am not done speaking." Thomas's face took on a look of frustration as he let the Russian continue. "You will be paid well for this job, Agent Shields. You will also be relocating to San Diego. I have already handled this matter with your agency." Thomas then became increasingly upset as he could not believe what he was hearing. Was this man insane? He thought to himself. But Lenkov continued just the same. "Dark Scope has already approved this request. They are very interested in the assistance we are offering and has allowed us to cooperate within your intelligence apparatus. So, this is where you come in. You must tell no one of my organization's relationship with Dark Scope." With that, the Russian, to Thomas's surprise, stood up as if to leave. He then placed his hand on Thomas's shoulder, and his next words sent chills down Thomas's spine. "And in case you have the, how you Americans say, a cold foot, I've given you personalized incentive." With that, he patted Thomas's shoulder and left the table. Thomas, his heart now pounding, opened the envelope and pulled out a file. He opened the file as his heart sank. On each side of the file sat a picture. One of the pictures was that of a small boy in diapers sitting on Thomas's lap. It was a picture that had been taken at a park just days ago. Of course, this would not be enough to get the agent to become subservient to the oligarch, and Lenkov was clearly aware of that. He knew that Thomas was loyal to his country and must have just the right bait for the young American to comply. And this notion materialized into a bargaining chip within the other photograph, as it was a picture taken of Thomas inside his own car a few weeks back with a woman he recognized. It was his mistress, the woman he had been having an affair with for the last several months. Thomas closed the file and grew a concerned look as he shifted his gaze to the front doors, the Russian now gone from sight. Finally, Thomas snapped out of his daze before slipping the photograph away from the folder. He looked at the photograph, losing himself within his thoughts. He then took it and placed it in his coat pocket as he placed a pair of binoculars to his face and looked out over the dark jungles of Colombia at the town that lay before him. It was the town of Tunja. As he studied the town, he listened as Chavez made his first observation. "I don't see any evidence of them here, Senor. Are you sure you have the right coordinates?" Thomas lowered his binoculars and looked at Chavez while rolling his eyes. "I'm sure. Let's go." Just then, they got back in their truck within the Sinaloa's convoy. As the large army slowly descended upon this community, nestled in the Colombian woodlands off in the distance, a small ray of light came over the horizon, ushering with it the early morning sun. As an attempt to fill in even more blanks within this story, one refocuses on a particular event 11 years later in the year 2052. It was evening, as the streets glowed within an amber light, compliments of the many lampposts that lined the brick roads. As the moon overhead was full, being joined with the city lights below, this sprawling city laid in a muted spotlight as a 3-story government building sat by, towering over the city streets it sat upon. The old building boasted of granite stone decor, with a slight Gothic undertone, lights from its windows still lit from within. But at the top level of this building, one of these windows seemed out of place, as this one was darkened and completely wide open. Off in the distance, first responders could be heard approaching, while their sirens sounded off at a high and deafening pitch. Eventually, they came to a stop in front of this 3-level structure, while several officers swarmed the lower-level doors. And while this took place, officers conducted a thorough perimeter while the immediate surroundings were soon locked down. As several uniformed men and women peered up at the top window that was opened, while the lights inside remained off, several spotlights began to shine at the building, while the captain stepped forward with a loudspeaker, beginning to address a situation above. The building before them served as an apartment for Congress personnel, and his station had just received a disturbing phone call from one of its current occupants. "This is the Baltimore police. This building is now surrounded," he said, while following it up by placing his hand over his receiver. He looked over to his sergeant, who was standing, awaiting orders as he spoke to her in a quieter tone. "How long for the snipers to be in position?" She turned and looked at her superior as she replied with her prepared answer while looking at her watch. 2, maybe 3 minutes. As she said this, he raised his speaker back to his mouth as he began to speak once more, directing his words to the top floor. "Let's work something out. It doesn't have to be this way. We just want to help." Suddenly, the captain could hear his officers gasp as a body was thrown from the above window as it smacked to the side of the building. And as it dangled there, it was clear to see that it had a noose around its neck. But with his experience, the captain immediately knew that this wasn't what had killed this man, now dangling above them, as there were no cries for help as he fell. As he looked up, he could see who it was, as the now hanging man near the top floor window wore a black three-piece suit with an American pin on the lapel of his coat. And after identifying his crime scene's first victim, he grew slightly angry as he looked over to his sergeant. "Call it in." As she leaned toward her radio, she said a few words while pressing a button to the small receiver fixed to her right shoulder. "Hostage down." "Repeat, hostage down." But then she stopped as everyone looked up in shock. Immediately, and leaving no room for negotiations, 7 more men and women in similar attire all fell from adjacent windows as they joined the one below, each already deceased. The captain peered up as his sergeant looked over to him and made a statement that echoed in his mind, while he stared into the depths of his 7 failed objectives. "So much for negotiations," she said as he tossed her the loudspeaker and gave his entire force behind him an order. "2 teams up to the top. Bring them down alive. I don't want any more blood." And as he finished saying these words, nearly a dozen officers ran past him to the steps of the building as they began to systematically conduct security sweeps, making their way through the large wooden front doors. That was when the captain was redirected to the hanging deaths over his head, as one of his men made a curious observation. "Sir, there's 8 of them." And as the captain looked up to the bodies, he watched as they swayed, trying to figure out where their intel had gone wrong, as there were only 7 reported hostages. As that happened, he noticed one victim was not on his list, and as he studied the figure closer, he slowly walked toward the building, trying to identify the dead stranger. Once close enough to get a better view, his heart skipped several beats while he quickly pulled his radio to his mouth. "Pull back. Everyone out of the building, now." Soon the street came busier than before, as all his men loaded back into their vehicles. There was a good reason for the captain's change of plans, as he quickly ordered this abrupt evacuation. Because there among the 7 bodies hung an 8th. And on this 8th body, which was simply just a dummy, was a face covered by a mask. A mask of a smiling face. More troubling than this was a chain around its neck as the dummy face looked down at a small device in front of its own dummy chest. And then, from the large front doors, several officers returned from their attempted mission, now running for their lives. But suddenly, a loud explosion sounded off as the building soon became engulfed in flames, sending several police officers through the air. Meanwhile, nearly 700 miles away, a precocious and familiar young girl sat in front of her television while coloring within her coloring book. Alexa, still smiling, listening to her music, looked up at the TV. While she listened to some of her favorite children's music, her smile vanished. A look of confusion and terror swept across her face. Her dad then stepped in front of the TV, turning it off as she looked up at him. "Come with me, Alexa. Everything is going to be okay. But we need to leave." Chapter 9. Run. Kit and Trevor, now on the coast of Japan, found themselves detained by Poco, Thomas's point man and the brothers of the Sinaloa. Having been directed to a port harboring a readied vessel, it became clear to the two they had been beaten to the punch. It was a decent-sized vessel, somewhat small inside. A seating area for perhaps a dozen, it maintained a light and elegant decor, obviously well maintained by the Inagawa Kai. Paco, clearly having already gained access to the vehicle, as the lights inside were now on, continued leading a conversation the three had been engaged in for the last few moments. And while Kit and Trevor sat on a bench lined with soft white cushions, the brothers sat across from them on an identical bench, waiting patiently as he spoke. Paco, in his rather typical demeanor, stood in a kitchenette, a small bar separating himself from the four others. "Kit, you have been a busy girl, no?" he questioned as he began to list the enemies she had made over the recent short span of time. "Agent Shields is not happy with you, my friend. And now, you sit here before me, with Senor Meeks at your side. What importance is he to you, I wonder?" Paco leaned forward and casually lit a cigarette as he continued to speak to his hostages. Trevor, sitting next to a seemingly indifferent Kit, looked at Paco with boredom. This gangster loved giving his little speeches, he thought to himself. It was these exact monologues, Trevor felt, that Paco enjoyed most. After taking a puff, Paco then looked at Kit, and not receiving a reply of what she was doing with Trevor, he continued speaking. "That is okay, Miss Kit. I find out soon, eh? For now, perhaps you tell me how to use these, yes?" He said this while pulling out the 2 green cubes Kit had brought with her, as she then began to look at him with anger in her eyes. Seeing himself gain this reaction from his female hostage, Paco slowly smiled and continued once more. "Ah, I see. This is what I think it is, eh? This magic DX4 I have heard so much of," he said, and then, turning to look out in the dark sky, framed within a window behind him, he began speaking, as if thinking to himself. "Agent Shields wants you brought to him alive. You are very important to him and his bosses. And then you have these cubes. Something of a modern legend amongst the ones still stuck on this planet. On top of all of this, you show up with Trevor at your side. A man who I am told is dead. I am beginning to think you are of much more value than I have been led to believe. I am starting to believe you may be of more value to me than all the supplies I get from bringing you both in, eh?" And that was when he turned back to them, pocketing the cubes as he proceeded with sharing his thoughts. "You see, there are, how you say, pros and cons to being a private contractor with the Russians. Of course, putting aside the massive risk of working within such conflicting interests, such as these rivaling cartels, there are good things too. Good things you would not think to consider. For instance, being a cartel member. Very rewarding, especially these days, yes. Well-fed and well-supplied. But a private contractor, such as myself, one can make last-minute executive decisions whenever they wish to." Trevor began to wonder what this man was possibly building up to as he began to furrow his brow. Paco continued to speak, maintaining his charismatic ways while doing so. "Take you two, for example. You are wanted by many men. Men that I work for." He lowered his voice and gestured to the gangsters sitting across from the two, not seeming to take much interest in Paco's soliloquies. "Your typical soldier, or even a general, will always follow through with his orders. A private contractor, on the other hand, can see the pair in front of them as a windfall of its very own." The two brothers slowly looked at each other while remaining in their seats and turned their heads to look at Kit and Trevor. "Perhaps you possess knowledge of something of importance, yes?" Or maybe you know a way off this fucking planet. This twisted, diabolical web of fucked up shit. Whatever it is, do not worry. I will find out. Whatever it is, or wherever it is, I will have what you are both hiding, even if I have to cut it out of each of you. He then looked at them with an exhausted scowl. So, tell me, Trevor, what is it? What makes Senior Meeks a special man? Why are you important to Miss Kit? Now, Paco, having finished, watched Trevor do his best to give him the middle finger. Trevor could hear Lucas's voice in his head. If they know what you are, the enemy will eliminate you immediately. Paco smiled larger, baring his teeth, and then looked at the brothers and nodded. Show Trevor what his companions' brains look like. Trevor now found himself in a rather perplexing situation, not wanting to expose their position to their captor, at risk of what Paco may do with such knowledge. On the other hand, after seeing the ruthless ways of the criminal contractor, he felt that Paco was not bluffing and quickly objected. Okay, fuck. Alright, I don't know why I'm important. We just know that we need to get to the Philippines. We don't even know where in the Philippines. We were going to find out more when we get there. It was at that moment, Paco looked at Trevor and spoke with a smile. Then let's go to the Philippines. We have a plane down at the airstrip. Paco's eyes lit up, while Trevor's rolled in frustration. Kit seemed carefree of the whole matter. Meanwhile, in South America, as darkness filled the skies, it held with it a promise of tranquility, only grifting its prey below as it moved forth its diabolical schemes of human trafficking. As far as the eye could see, vegetation was rampant as shades of brown and green seemed to be the common theme. While the moonlight lit what little it could, it held within it a community some may find familiar as they look upon the town of Tunja, Colombia. Once a quiet town, it basked in the far reaches of the municipalities of an ancient symbol of ultimate corruption and greed. While seeming to boast of the remaining occupants scrambling for food and water, having been isolated from all hope, it now became overrun by the Sinaloa. Here we find military vehicles everywhere, one being the truck that had recently been occupied by Thomas Shields and Chavez Cruz. It sat in front of a small house, with men outside guarding an open door within the grass. Aside from that, one would find it lacking any tragic scenario, resembling a deceptive description of the distasteful events unfolding inside. The interior of the home was dark, and being also dark outside, this made the task harder for the multitudes of candles attempting to light the interior. Now, however, they were being assisted by flashlights darting around the room, attached to rifles. These rifles were held by members of the Sinaloa as Chavez continued to speak, standing next to his client, Thomas Shields. As he addressed the entire room of 8 hostages, he sounded as though he were becoming frustrated. He interrogated his victims with a threatening tone while speaking Spanish, all 8 kneeling in a line before him, some crying. As flashlights darted across their faces, 7 adults and a small child no older than 7 trembled in fear. They knelt in front of their captor as armed men aimed guns at them. Chavez walked up to one of the men and placed the tip of his gun under his chin. I know this military was here. Tell me which way they went. While staring at the man, he listened for a response. After a moment with no answer, he pulled his trigger as the man was thrust back to the floor behind him. The others screamed. He came up to the next person, a woman, and again placed his gun's tip, this time on the woman's forehead. I will leave you with food and supplies. Just tell me which way they have gone. He waited again, somewhat surprised by their resistance. So again, he pulled the trigger as hostage number 2 fell to the floor. As he walked up to the next victim, he noticed it was a small boy, maybe 6 or 7. He smiled at the terrified boy and kneeled at his side. "Hey, cheer up, friend. Everything is okay. I tell you what, I bet you if you ask your mommy really nicely, she might let you live. Would you like that?" The little boy didn't understand, but nodded his head at the sound of the positive twist. "Okay then, just ask your mommy which way they went." Just then, he was interrupted by someone who came into the room from outside. "Senor Chavez, the south end is clear. Not many people. They found a woman, though. She's detained down the street. I couldn't get her to say much, but after some encouragement, she spoke a little. The Chancellor has done well at silencing them." Chavez looked up at him. "And what did she say?" The soldier's face contorted as he thought for a second, making sure to recollect the words properly. "She said they made a deal not to speak. She said the Chancellor promised to end all their suffering." Chavez then looked at the man standing behind the little boy, appearing to look like his father. He stared into his eyes as he remained kneeling in front of the small boy. He slowly aimed his gun at the child, and while holding his father's gaze, he spoke to him. "Which way did they go, senor?" The man bowed his head with silence, signaling his refusal to answer. Chavez grew a look of anger and pulled the trigger as hostage 3 now joined the others. He then stood up and handed his pistol to a soldier standing near him. He spoke as Thomas and him began to leave the room. "Kill them all." As 5 more gunshots, one quickly after the other, sounded off. Thomas and Chavez made their way across the small dark room leading to the front door. Moments later, after making their exits, Thomas and Chavez stood outside, not seeming to be upset as they remained focused, calculating their next move. With their entire army surrounding them, they processed the situation as they attempted to form a strategy. They were smoking cigarettes and deciding steps to take next when they were suddenly interrupted by another soldier. He had a local with him and was pushing him roughly up to his boss by periodically pushing the tip of his rifle into the man's back. He spoke to his commanding officer as he approached with his hostage. "North side is nearly vacant, sir. It seems it's been evacuated. There are a few homes with occupants, though. This man is one of them, and he has something for you." The man was reluctantly walking toward Chavez, encouraged by his aggressor as the cartel leader addressed him. He was an elderly man dressed in tattered clothing and had a long beard. "Quickly, old man, what is it?" Chavez barked. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He then nervously handed it over to the shouting gangster in front of him. Chavez swiped it out of his hand, and while throwing him a stern look, he unfolded it to view its contents. As he peered down, he saw a letter addressed to him personally. And that letter read, "Senor Cruz, my friend, it has been too long. I understand you are looking for me. Perhaps with Senor Shields? My men tell me you are moving with vigor. This leads me to believe you are unaware. I possess a back channel within the last state. An anonymous line of communication, you might say. You wouldn't believe the timeliness of that same military's Air Force in initiating an airstrike on a suggested high-risk target. As I am sure you are now hastily calculating your escape, I leave you with this, Mr. Cruz. Consider it a distant word of advice from an old friend. If you find yourself only holding a knife, avoid the lethally armed man standing next to you. Yours sincerely, the Chancellor." Immediately, Chavez passed the paper to Thomas and looked at the sad old man standing before him with growing anger in his face. While Agent Shields read the letter, Chavez addressed the man in his language. "Where did this person head? Where did the Chancellor go?" The man, looking down, said nothing. Instead, he just slightly shivered as a cool breeze overtook his body. That's when the soldier who had discovered him spoke up, while Thomas, now having read the letter, watched the stark scene before him quickly unfold. "Sir, he has one more thing to show you." As he said this, he looked at the man and barked an order while giving him a shove.
Camisa. Ahora.
At that point, the man turned around and slowly lifted his shirt, revealing freshly cut lacerations. When his shirt was finally lifted completely, Chavez and Shields pointed their flashlights at the man's back. And there, etched into his skin, a word came into focus. Run. That's when they could hear it. The sounds of a fleet of military jets from within the distance. Thomas slammed the Chancellor's letter against Chavez's chest and spoke seriously. Evacuate. At that point, the town became extremely active as the Sinaloa began to scramble in an attempt to mobilize and successfully evacuate before the sounds in the distance soon spelled their fate. As the lead vehicle, Thomas and Chavez's truck, hastily made its way through the meandering streets of Tunja as the sounds of the airstrike neared. They were holding on as their driver made no effort to take the corners with any sense of ease. As their army followed closely behind, nearly 30 militarized vehicles sped through the empty town, closing in on its furthest borders. As Thomas looked in the mirror while they were clearing the city limits, he watched as a flash of light lit up the skies, the city behind him lying in the path of hell on earth. A bird's eye view would depict a city engulfed in flames and a convoy of 14 vehicles making their way from the bright yet darkened Colombian community. This, while leaving more than half their fleet behind, having succumbed to the heavy fire that rained down upon them. As Thomas began to grasp the irony of being targeted by his former nation's military, at the behest of a cartel leader he had once locked up for that same nation, he and Chavez now looked for cover in order to refortify. Several hours later, and atop a hill as the morning sky rose over the Colombian jungles, several men stood by outside their vehicles. Thomas and Chavez stared quietly, viewing the devastation below them. They knew what was on everyone's mind. The Sinaloa quickly began to realize that they were now a lesser size of the faction they sought to rein in. The worst part was, they were thousands of miles away from any possible sanctuary or reinforcements. Not only that, they were also in the middle of nowhere, likely within the Beltran-Leyva spy network. They both knew the Chancellor would soon learn of the small remainder left, representing the advance on his faction. It chilled them upon the next sobering thought. With far less supplies and a deficit of manpower, they had no clue as to what dark jungle corners the Chancellor's men may now be lurking within. The afternoon brought with it a subtle amount of humidity as it came into its prime. It held within its skies a blurry white sun as a thin layer of clouds blocked out any of the light it pursued to cast on the floors below. A landing strip lay quietly among the dense tall grass to all sides. A wide view of the Lingayen Gulf, dwarfing the landing strip, announces its allegiance with the surrounding West Philippine Seas. Off in the distance, a small white plane makes its final approach, as Kit and Trevor were about to touch ground in the Philippines, their captors in tow. Aboard the plane sat in separate seats, now bound at the wrists and hands. They remained silent. Paco had been sleeping a few seats in front of them, while directly across the aisle sat the brothers, dutifully watching the pair of hostages. Two men Paco had stationed at the plane back in Japan when they had boarded, piloted the aircraft, bringing it down for a soft landing. And as they touched down, the two brothers slowly looked at each other and then back at Kit and Trevor and gave them two fleeting smiles. Eventually, the plane exhausted most of the runway as it came to a slow rolling stop. Not long after that, Paco stood up, now awake, and spoke to the pair with excitement. In this area of the Philippines, you recommended, is where I'll also call home when I am here. Places I am familiar with. I'm glad your search can start here, eh? And I tell you what, if you are worth what I think you are worth, I will kill you quickly. In that case, you should be thankful. Because if I find you are worthless to me, my mind can go to very dark places. Paco smiled and patted Trevor on the forehead. Don't be so serious, Mr. Meeks. Have some fun. Like you Americans say, life is short, eh? Trevor ignored Paco as he held back his annoyance with him. As him and Kit were brought to their feet, they were quickly ushered outside. There, they were met with an empty landing strip. A small distance away sat a vehicle, fueled with a key under the windshield wiper. These items came compliments of Paco's contacts in the area, as he alerted them of his needs by radio hours ago. As they walked to the car, now unbound, Kit and Trevor found themselves being shoved by the two cartel generals that now seemed to serve at Paco's pleasure. With Paco picking up the rear and the two pilots carrying the luggage beside him, the group made their way down the tarmac towards the prepared vehicle, the hostages leading the way. Kit, knowing that now, while still unbound, if she wanted to get out of this, she had to make her move. And as if being pinned into a tight and fatal corner had somehow released something inside of her, she turned and faced her captors, catching Trevor by surprise. As she looked at the three gangsters, her eyes somewhat darkened as she began to lower her head. Suddenly, the three dropped their guns and fell to their knees as they reached for their throats, seeming to be strangled by some invisible force. Just then, the two men piloting the plane left the luggage and began to run back for cover, but were only met with the same fate Paco and the brothers now found themselves in, each falling to their hands and knees, gasping for a next possible breath. Trevor appeared to be beside himself, as Kit kept her darkened gaze upon their suffocating enemies. Eventually, as their 5 adversaries were each robbed of their last breath, Kit relented as her eyes began to clear. She stood for a moment in silence as she gained her composure before turning to Trevor and flashing a Kit-like smile. With that, she headed back to the luggage to get their things that had been taken from them so they could make their getaway with the conveniently placed vehicle, compliments of Paco. But before she could get too far, Trevor interjected with a few things now on his racing mind. Hold up. What in the actual fuck was that? Having put all his thoughts into the best sentence he could articulate after witnessing what had just happened, Kit turned around, put a hand on one hip, and stood with an impatient attitude. She rolled her eyes as she looked at Trevor before she replied to him. Can we kindly do questions later, when we're not sitting on a fucking tarmac like sitting ducks? Trevor looked down at the 5 dead bodies and then back up to Kit, her hair lightly blowing in the breeze as she squinted her eyes, waiting for Trevor to allow them to move on with their day. He then tried pressing the matter one more time. Fine then. Just tell me one thing. If you could do that all along, why didn't you just do it to begin with? Kit rolled her eyes and looked at him with confusion and shrugged her shoulders as if the answer were obvious. She looked back at the plane and then back to Trevor, then back to the plane again, and almost comically one last time back to Trevor, and finally spoke. Trevor, I couldn't fly the fucking plane, could you? With that, she turned and walked back to the luggage to gather their much-needed supplies. Trevor looked down to the bodies and displayed a face that kind of agreed with his female companion's logic. Then, attempting to set his shock aside, he shook it off and followed Kit to the luggage to assist her, leaving Paco and the Sinaloa brothers to lay on the cracked tarmac under the dimly lit skies. evening grew darker, the skies above held a mild glow from the city streets below, assisted by the moon glimmering overhead. As nearby traffic offered its bustling ambience, it darted this way and that, casting its reflections upon the glass windows of an upscale and familiar diner. Lenkov sat in his limousine just outside, now parked across the street. He watched the restaurant through his window as the partition to the driver remained down. The well-dressed man behind the wheel occasionally looked in his mirror for his boss to signal a departure. But instead, the oligarch remained focused on the restaurant, watching for someone of interest. Eventually, he saw Agent Shields depart from the same doors that he had just left through himself, not moments ago. He watched the young agent and studied him, trying to read his body language as Thomas let the doors close behind him. Suddenly, Lenkov received a phone call as he reached down between the seats and pressed a button. Feedback came over the vehicle's speakers as the phone call was now active. "Da," Lenkov answered, while studying his American counterpart across the road. A voice came from over the speaker. "Everything is in order," the voice stated. Lenkov sat for a moment in silence as he watched Thomas peer over at the limo and then look away as he proceeded to walk to his car. Having seen that Thomas did not confront him, cueing the agent's reluctant but valuable cooperation, Lenkov now seemed satisfied as he returned to the business at hand. He then nodded his head at his driver as the partition between them went up and the limousine slowly departed from the restaurant. Lenkov, still on the phone, answered the man on the other end. "And the construction is nearly completed, yes?" And as one joins the caller on the other end, a construction site within a large hangar begins to unfold. And this hangar could only be found within a top-secret military base in a remote American desert. Arlo Brooks, the voice from the other side of Lenkov's phone conversation, dutifully surveyed the construction site, walking on the scaffolding high above a massive vessel still being built. Arlo continued his phone call as he stopped to look down at the craft in question, an entourage of security personnel at his side. As he took in the sight, humans and several dark-scope construction robots busily worked together, depicting a project on par only with what many would deem simply science fiction. They were building something massive, something mankind has never known to be possible. And this vessel, this large aerial craft being built, was none other than the ship that would eventually capture and transport millions of human cattle. A ship called Sanctuary. Arlo looked down and answered Lenkov before ending his phone call. "Yes, it is nearly completed. We will begin to expand exporting within the next few months. This vessel is sure to speed up the shipping progress. And once we back the Pentagon into making their move, she will be the perfect vessel to gather the remaining goods left behind." Merely back in present day, we come to a familiar place and a not-so-distant event. It was the Beltron Leva stronghold, the Chancellor's home of operations. This night was special, however, as this was the night that laid in the aftermath of the last state's raid upon the cartel's fortress. The Ecuadorian beaches boasted of a blissful calm, as the darkest of nights provided a blank canvas along its glassy ocean's surface, allowing the moon's reflection to sparkle from within. As the waves crashed along the shores, they sounded off with their expertise as they found themselves within a typical pattern. And the jungles off in the distance only framed the scene with that much more elegance, as the moon behind its cloudy home caused the distant leafy tapestry to slightly shimmer. There, amongst the cusp where sand meets water, a small black helicopter sat quietly waiting, its windows darkened. The aerial vehicle seemed to be small, yet very well armed, remaining motionless, appearing to be waiting patiently, watching the jungles that sat in the distance. It was there by itself, as one female stood in front of it, carefully watching her surroundings. She patiently watched as her men all remained in the helicopter just behind her. She was about 6 feet in height and wore straight black hair while wearing a long trench coat. Seeming to be in her early to mid-20s, she held a darker tone of skin, proudly representing her Asian heritage. She stood completely still as she held a serious expression, focusing on the forests before her. Then suddenly, she lifted her arm and yelled one word as she noted a disturbance from the vast coastal woodlands around. "There!" she exclaimed as a door to the helicopter behind her quickly opened, a thin, tall gentleman soon joining her on the sand. And there, as they watched, a disturbance within the trees quickly began to take place. Now hurtling towards them, several military vehicles raced across the sandy terrain. Eventually, the small convoy, about 9 vehicles in all, made their final approach. While the two stood there, blocking the headlights from their eyes with their hands, they soon became surrounded as one vehicle parked closer to them than the rest. Now, with all the vehicles having come to their stops, they stood there, awaiting to be addressed, while the closest rig's back door soon began to open. And from this door, another female, this one dressed in military fatigues, stepped out and away from her seat as she touched the sandy floors below. She then quickly walked up to the pair in front of the helicopter and saluted them, awaiting her permission to speak. Then, while looking at her, the Asian woman addressed the soldier, opening a dialogue between the three. "At ease, Sergeant. I assume the targets have been taken care of," she said, looking to her soldier with a sense of high expectation in her eyes. As she did this, a familiar face removed her hand from its salute, placing it back by her side as she proceeded to be debriefed. "The town of Vuelta Larga has been cleaned. Esmeralda is way too fortified and will be much more difficult, so it'll be handled at 0900 when decontamination begins," she said, cueing her superior to pose another question. "And Lazar?" she asked, gaining a somewhat prepared response from her high-ranking soldier. "Not yet, but we're closing in on him. I identified one of the remains in Volta Larga to be that of his brother, Santiago. Lazar is bound to be nearby. Now goes by the Chancellor, however. And the perimeter? We don't want anyone slipping through our fingers." The officer then answered as quickly as she had before, as she pulled a radio from her side. "One of my officers is securing it now. It's the first of many runs we'll be making throughout the night." Her superior replied, cueing that their conversation was winding down as she began to head back to her helicopter. "Perfect. Keep up the good work. And be careful. Our intelligence has picked up movement somewhere in your area. We believe it's the so-called New America. Remember, I want to be informed on their status as well. I am not happy with them operating at such a level of independence. They are still our military. Either they stand by the last state, or they are targeted like the rest of these cartel factions. We need to sever their ties with the Russians and end this separation between our forces, once and for all. Rein them in, Sergeant." And with that, before her two superiors boarded their vehicle, the soldiers saluted them one last time. "Yes, ma'am. You can count on my team." And with that, the soldier was left alone on the sand as she watched the helicopter ascend into the darkened night sky. As she stood there, she watched it slowly disappear, soon joined by one of her men. "We should get moving, Sergeant. We don't have a good enough perimeter set up yet." And knowing that her senior lieutenant was right and still holding the radio in her hands, did not look at the soldier who'd had addressed her, raising the device to her lips. "Andrews, perimeter status, over. Present day, somewhere in the Philippines." Alina grew up in this world. She didn't have any memories of what things were like before the earth went dark, because when it did, she was just the tender age of 4. Having been deprived of any semblance of an easy life, the violent world she lived in served as her normal. Constantly moving from place to place, looking for food and shelter with her father and her younger brother. Where she called home, now a far cry from what it once was, the Chinese had stepped in and had taken control. Word was, the Chinese government was working hand in hand with the Russians, the Chinese, now having jurisdiction over a vast region of the globe, including Europe, where she and her family had once lived. Unfortunately, normality was about to be replaced with even more chaos, as Alina found herself in a series of events that led her and her family down a dark path. Having been separated from her father and brother, when the three were searching for supplies, Alina knew that she was in dire straits as she had been taken from her home in Ukraine and was then transported for several days across land and sea. It all began when her family was detained by a Chinese military faction, this foreign government now having the upper hand in local law and order. At first, they were simply held along with many others, thousands of people just like them, only seeking hope and refuge. But then, they found themselves being processed for rehoming, as they all knew that this was not a good direction they were being forced into. It was the least of Alina's worries, as she was identified by the military as a person of interest. She was to be sent to the Philippines to be evaluated, being separated from her father and brother, who found themselves helpless while being drugged from their sight. She had no idea why she had been singled out, and not understanding the language of this foreign military, she had no idea what was to become of her. All she knew was that they saw her as important, and from what little she could understand, the best she could make out was that she was to be brought to someone who was called the Jagger. After several days of being transported by soldiers not willing to speak with her, giving her nothing but sips of water from time to time, she finally found herself within the Philippines. As panic remained at the forefront within her mind, she looked around while traveling the bumpy roads, viewing its vast skeletal remains. A war-torn network of infrastructure and a dilapidated shadow of what it used to represent now surrounded them. Eventually, as the vehicle slowed, she looked ahead to see an old building resembling what may have been a factory once upon a time. And once slowing to a complete stop, signaling this eerie environment as her destination, she found herself being dragged from her seat, noting the grim sight in front of her, unaware of what horrors awaited her inside. Not willing to go down without a fight, Alina immediately objected and attempted to run. But this attempt to free herself only took her so far, as she was soon met with the butt of a rifle to her face. And as she fell back to the ground, she could taste her own blood pooling up between her lips, the world around her slowly fading away. After several hours, she slowly came to, lying on the floor of a dirty cell somewhere within the drafty structure. And as she looked around, seeing nothing but dirt floors and 4 metal walls, her anxiety only grew. What could they possibly be after? What could they possibly want from her? But that was when she heard the only door to the room begin to open. And as she got to her knees, she wiped the blood from her lips as she saw a man begin to enter her cell. She then nervously watched him as he came to the middle of the room and began to speak. "I am told you are one of those that can see," he said, gaining a small look of confusion from his hostage's face. "You see these dark figures, do you not?" And then, hearing these words come from the stranger's mouth, Alina remembered her bizarre encounters with the shadowy figures as she grew up. Her father and brother would always believe her. They would always look to see if what she was seeing was really there. But after so many times of this happening, she began to feel as if she were going mad, trying to ignore the sightings altogether, pointing them out over the years. Less and less. That was when the mysterious stranger in front of her began speaking once more. "Ah, you remember now. You've tried so hard to keep it a secret, haven't you? You've tried to put it aside, attempting to forget all about it, writing each sighting off as simply a fluke. You want to feel normal. You just want to be like the rest, like your brother and your father. You just want to fit in. The man continued speaking as Alina's mind raced. She hadn't given these encounters much consideration until now, after all, only trying to survive and not wanting to be looked at as some kind of liability. Nevertheless, the strange man before her continued. If only it could be that simple, trying to hide what we really are. But we know that's not possible. Eventually, we are all discovered and used for our various potentials. He then took a small breath as he let out a sigh as he pressed on. But for someone like you, someone with such a gift, if discovered by our enemies, it could be used against us. And that is something we simply cannot risk. The man then paused, turned and walked toward the open door. He then whispered something into the ears of a few Chinese soldiers just outside, as they quickly saluted him and shut the door. This, making Alina's heart skip a beat, echoed a haunting whisper of dark curiosities, her mind beginning to imagine every macabre scenario it could possibly muster. And as the man approached once more, he began to formally introduce himself, his eyes seeming to penetrate the poor girl's soul. They call me the Jagger. I provide services to very powerful people. You see, this gift you have has caused my clients many problems, and it is my objective to neutralize this issue. He then fell silent for a moment more as he looked up as if in deep thought. Of course, I cannot simply eliminate you. What good would you be to me then? I would still have the same problem. The sevens would remain. No, this would be no good. I must take advantage of having such a specimen within my possession. He then looked back down at his hostage as he continued, now speaking softly, yet with a more menacing tone, words of terror for the unfortunate girl slipping effortlessly from his tongue. I must study it. I must observe it. And as he leaned in closer, he said his next words slowly. I must dissect it. And after allowing Alina's horror flush icy waves of fear through her veins, the man then posed a question, causing her to slightly tremble, hair beginning to stand on end upon the back of her neck. I wonder, little girl, can you not detect these entities? If you no longer had the ability to see, and as silence fell between the two, Alina's heart began to pound as the man before her slowly smiled, answering his own question he had posed for her. I guess we will just have to find out. With that, the door behind him swung open as several men in what appeared to be medical gowns and face masks began to approach. Alina, now frozen in place, felt her slight tremble take hold of her entire body as a single tear fell from her face. And as the next few hours of this poor girl's life began to align with her darkest nightmares, sheer pain and agonizing procedures began taking place. And once she was left alone and all was said and done, Alina's world darkened one last and final time. Meanwhile, upon this same abandoned landscape, several miles away, a familiar car traverses the tattered roads. Here can be found two people of interest as they make their way through unfamiliar terrain, seeking their contact, Logan. They had not been driving for very long as Trevor sat quietly, trying to articulate his questions that seemed to ricochet across his mind. He looked at Kit, wondering if she were okay. She seemed bothered by her abilities, and for some reason or another, didn't like speaking about them either. Trevor, knowing that this was no time for self-preservation, no matter who may be hiding what, pressed the matter nonetheless. "So, you gonna fill me in about your little thing back there at the landing strip?" Kit sighed and looked over at Trevor. She wanted to be honest with him, but she knew he still was in the dark on so much. She also couldn't help a strange feeling she had for him, as he gave her a sense of home when she was around him. She looked at Trevor, and unlike her typical spunky self, she flashed him a lackluster smile and reluctantly answered her teammate. "I wish they never discovered it," she said, causing Trevor to look at her slightly confused. She noted his state of confusion, spelled clearly across his naive face as she continued. "DX gas. I hate it. It comes in many forms. They found it on Darius a long time ago. Since then, they have crushed it into countless types of compounds, one of them being this gel substance. The green cube you've seen. The first few times, it was fine. I always made sure I had the right reasons for using it, reserving it as a last line of defense. Still, it doesn't matter. Over time, it takes its hold." Trevor remembered her words from days ago. She had warned him not to have the element inside him for too long. She said he wouldn't want to let it take its full effects. As he pondered this, he grew worried for his friend and posed his next question. "So, what's it like?" Kit looked over at him and held back a small laugh. She then looked forward as she continued driving while she responded to him. "Wonderful, amazing, blissful, yet terrifying, lonely, and hopeless." He noticed the contrast of her words and caught onto her pattern of emotions she spelled out for him, feeling somewhat responsible as she used it twice already to save his life. Trevor could not help but to feel bad for her while she continued speaking. "Once it takes its hold, you are more powerful than ever. Placing second to immortality, it can increase your lifespan by hundreds of years. Your faculties multiply as your DNA molecules undergo massive renovations." Trevor looked at her, not understanding her complaints. As it sounded to him, this was the perfect way to fight against the threat from above. She had expected this reaction as she did not even look at him while she continued to explain. "And once it takes its full effects, you are bereft of all emotion, unable to feel happy, or sad, afraid, or angry. And it's just as bad with your other senses as well. You can't feel your own skin, taste your own food, or even smell your own aroma." Increasingly troubled by all this, Trevor's worry for Kit only grew as he commented on her words. "Do you ever feel those things?" he asked as he looked over at her, afraid of her answer. He would hate to believe that she was slowly being hollowed out as he had grown to enjoy her authentic persona. She just shrugged her shoulders, seemingly deep in thought as she formed her words rather softly. "The bad things? I suppose. From time to time, I know what it's slowly doing to me, and I also know what it can do if I am not careful," she said while glancing over at him. "But I won't let that happen. All the wonderful feelings, though, they've been getting more regular. It takes longer and longer for it to wear off the more I use them." She continued to speak as Trevor listened. "The thing I did back there, I can't just do that anytime I want. At least, not yet. Well, hopefully never. I'm only able to conjure up such a task when I am backed against a corner or when my life is threatened. Even then, it's not sure to work." Trevor just sat there in silence. He knew there was nothing he could do to calm her worries, as he was very uneducated about the foreign element. A sense of calm washed over the interior of their vehicle as it made its way through the vacant town. As they drove, Kit broke the awkward silence as she figured a change of subject would be good for their morale. "Okay, so like I said before, this guy is a ghost. We gotta talk to the right people in order to find him." We cannot talk to the wrong people. Talking to the wrong people anywhere in the Philippines will not be good for us. As she finished her words of caution, Trevor wished to clarify a certain matter. And what happens if you talk to the wrong people? Kit looked at him, grimaced. They walk around just like any other transient, searching for food, water, or shelter. But if you happen to run across them, and if you fit the profile of a perfect target, then you're in for one shit show. Look, the Philippines is just like any other place. They have their open pastures, their feedlots, and they have their abattoirs as well. But the difference here is the rest of the region is under the control of one man. And this man is searching for something. What? We don't know. But from our intelligence, we've gathered that he is in charge of some kind of research. Whatever this research is, the reports we've received, it's through live specimen experiments. Human specimen, to be more specific. This man is looking for something. She then looked over at Trevor once more as she went on, or looking for someone. Trevor found her words rather sobering as she then proceeded to give him some advice. Just don't make eye contact with anyone if you see something or someone say something. We need to do our best to avoid being found by this man or his cronies. They are not easy to spot, but they are noticeably different than everyone else. Trevor thought to himself as he pressed her to continue. Different how? Everyone else is scavenging for supplies. These people, however, scavenge for human targets, specimens for their cause. They watch people from a distance, she said while looking out the window at the abandoned buildings they carefully traversed through. This caused Trevor to do the same as his paranoia grew, while Kit continued. They study them, looking for the perfect specimen. They are everywhere. And if you don't keep your eyes open, you won't see them until you're in their possession, somewhere in one of their labs, waiting to be their next experiment. He runs this entire area. There are no cattle operations here. The Chinese have given him reign over this portion of the Philippines to further his research. She then let out a frustrating sigh. God only knows why Logan chooses to operate here. Lucas wanted him to vacate once reports began pouring in of this research operation, but Logan ignored the request. And to our surprise, Logan and his operations seemed to be doing just fine. Trevor looked at the empty streets around him. He could not believe that such an empty place like this could hold such a dynamic community. While rounding the corner, he noticed a rundown building right outside his window as his eyes shifted over its two large wooden doors. And as their car slowly disappeared out of sight, it soon became clear what Trevor had seen, as red graffiti, almost appearing blood-like in color, spelled out a familiar name high up on the structure's exterior wall. Chapter 11. Hindsight. The Sandia Mountains. These mountains were beautiful this time of year. The pastel skies of pinks and blues, overlooking the forest life below, covered a landscape boasting of ponderosa pine trees and breathtaking wilderness. And at the base of these mountains below, beyond the mountain's thicket, a sharp contrast is noted. As pine needles become thistles upon dry and sandy cactus. This announcing a small community nestled at the foot of these mountains, a small town in New Mexico. A town known as Cedar Crest. And within the outskirts of this community, sitting quietly with elegance, was a beautiful and rather stylish home. Made of Spanish architecture, it had multiple levels. And with its southwestern decor, the house came with a rustic, yet very plush appeal. Among the upper patio facing the surrounding forest stood 2 armed guards, keeping an eye on their environment. It was a Sinaloa safe house. And while passing through, a particularly important family member was making use of it. He was returning with some others on their way to a certain objective, temporarily using the oversized flat as a rest stop for the evening. This man in question was none other than the Sinaloa's crime boss, Chavez Cruz. Having been seized many years back, he was happy to have it in his possession once again, thanks to a trade with the FBI. A trade of the wanted cartel figure, Lazar. Since he moved back in, he didn't have to change much, as the prior owners had made a deal at the auction for all the items that came with the house. Ergo, most of the decor remained, and as much as anyone would harbor a deep hatred for the cartel, they would only be perpetuating a falsehood to deny the cartel had damn good taste. Having said this, he was pleased to be back in a comfortable setting with pricey artwork, Spanish mosaics, and priceless antiques throughout the home. On the other hand, it did not work out so well for the buyers of said former auction that had seized his family estate. And it had also not occurred to them, while feeling safe in their isolated mansion, that now, with a global pandemic on the horizon, coupled with this new arrangement that the Sinaloa had with the FBI, all bets were off, and its former owners might be dropping in for a little visit. It was an older couple, well-to-do and enjoying their retirement. The repossession was over in seconds. Her in the shower, and him napping in the living room. But that was years ago. And now, with it back in their possession, the house remained somewhat quiet while Chavez's security detail kept guard. Upon closer observation and coming from within the home, one could hear laughter while the men posted out simply held firm composures. And looking through a particular bedroom window, one would see a familiar face and a relatively new CEO. Because there in the bed, a carnal display unfolds as 2 women and a man lay naked, each sexually pleasing Mr. Cruz. From a further view of the house, as if standing across the street now, a series of misfortunes for the crime boss began to advance from the forests around. Suddenly, the 2 exterior guards, as if struck by bullets that hadn't uttered a sound, simultaneously keeled over and fell 2 floors to the concrete driveway below. Immediately following the blow to the cartel defense, the front lawns to the house became crawling with police. While running quietly, all aiming their weapons at the small mansion before them, they readied themselves for their invasion. Meanwhile, an oblivious Chavez enjoys his view in front of him. While lying on his back naked, he looked down at the 2 beautiful women and the attractive gentleman. All smiling up at him, they commanded exotic tones, each framed with dark hair. One woman looked deep into Chavez's eyes as the other woman began to lower her head, beginning to please her lover, her face slowly disappearing between his legs. And while his eyes began to close, he could see the beautiful male creature before him smile, encouraging him to succumb to the bliss of it all. Suddenly, causing Chavez to flinch. Several loud noises sound off as his doors were broken in and gunfire was heard. He quickly sat up, wiping what felt like blood from his face, and opened his eyes. There in front of him, once a beautiful specimen, now had a gaping wound in his forehead. And as he collapsed, the woman once pleasing Cruz jumped up from the bed and looked down as she screamed. Chavez flinched a few more times as 2 more gunshots rang out and 2 more beautiful creatures met their quick and sudden death. Now, surrounded by his dead companions, Chavez slowly scooted back and looked over at his gun on the table across the bed. Knowing it was too far as the threat in front of him approached, he simply slid to a sitting position and pulled a sheet around his waist. He looked nervous, yet angry, at the same time as he began to shout at the invading police officers. What is the meaning of this? We have a deal. And wasting no time, an officer walked up to Chavez and put handcuffs on him. He then attached the other end of the handcuffs to the bed. Chavez kept protesting verbally, but did not physically resist, as he knew what would become of him if they felt he were a threat. The man who cuffed him was thin and rather short, while he wore a black bushy mustache. Being Hispanic, he too had a darker shade of tone, while his eyes were an intense darker brown. He was much higher in rank than the rest of the officers, as he looked at Chavez and simply turned as he walked up to 2 of his men. He then spoke a few words as they each acknowledged him with an audible 10-4. Then he turned away from them as they drew their weapons toward Chavez and maintained their aim. As they just stood there, aiming their weapons, no one spoke to Chavez as the man who cuffed him left the room. Now, sitting there, confused, only covered with a sheet, cuffed to the blood-stained bed, he stared at the 2 officers, pointing their weapons at him. Just outside the horrific bloodbath, the officer who had cuffed Chavez approached a vehicle in the driveway. The vehicle was an unmarked black SUV. As the officer approached, the truck's front window rolled down. There, sitting in the car, were 2 men. The officer then spoke, the vehicle's occupants remaining quiet as he did so. "All clear, sir. The target is in the master bedroom." The man in the driver's seat peered into the back of the vehicle and then looked back at the officer and nodded in approval. He then gave an order to the officer. "Move your men out. We will take it from here." And as the officer then moved away from the car, he signaled to his entire unit with a hand gesture as all his men began to vacate the area. It was at this point the back passenger door of the SUV opened as Thomas Shields exited from within its darkened interior. Meanwhile, inside, and still chained up to the bed, Chavez awaits with frustrated curiosity as Thomas and 2 other agents appeared. Chavez, only knowing Thomas as a crooked agent, looked at him with shock as he spoke. "You, what is the meaning of this, Senior Shields? We had an agreement." And while Thomas slowly crossed the room, he minded his trench coat as he dodged through the dead bodies. He came to Chavez's side and gently sat down next to him and waited. The 2 officers lowered their weapons as they quickly vacated. And as Thomas sat there for a moment in silence, he then looked down at the floor as the 2 agents that accompanied him now stood guard. Eventually, after making Chavez wait for quite some time, he responded to his hostage's remarks. "Indeed we do, Mr. Chavez. But it appears as though we will be making a few changes." Chavez looked at him and scowled. Thomas, nevertheless, persisted. "You see, with our current arrangement, you still function independently. Consider this to be no more. You will now be working for us, and we must be certain of your cooperation. Because as you know, meeting with you in our own jurisdiction can be so tedious. Bribes must be executed, and people must be executed as well. Then you have your search warrants to forge. And let's not forget about all the paperwork local law enforcement needs. The list goes on and on. It is quite the nightmare. You see how this isn't exactly sustainable, Mr. Cruz. Chavez snarled back at Thomas. It's not supposed to be fucking sustainable because meeting with me was not part of the fucking arrangement. And to hell with you if you think I am going to work for your Russian clients. You made your deal. You have your man. I would have rather seen Lazar crucified, alive, and if given the chance, I wouldn't hesitate to break him out of that prison just so I could do exactly that. So why, senor? Why the fuck would you want an open line of communication with me? Thomas turned to Chavez, leaned toward him, and pointed in his face, and with an excited expression while speaking in a hushed tone, he answered, "That, my friend, is an excellent question." He then relaxed and regained his previous posture, looking toward the floor as he continued to speak. "You see, there will be some changes happening on this planet within a short time. We will need individuals who understand how to inspire people to fall in line. Individuals like you. Individuals like Lazar." He looked over at Chavez and continued to speak. "Of all the militaries in the world, a united cartel would rival the best. They know how to spy like the professionals, coordinate like the elite. But most of all, they don't have a moral compass creating unnecessary obstacles. When these changes come to pass, we will need the two of you to cooperate. The world is changing, and it will be changing much more. Alliances must be made now. Alliances must be made, or the prospects of which must be handled. I am sure you understand." Thomas stood up and walked toward the door and turned around. He then straightened up his demeanor and spoke loud and clearly to his hostage. "Once these changes come, we have already set in motion Lazar's escape. You will be working for my client now. And soon, you will cooperate with this counterfaction of yours. You will cooperate with Lazar and the Beltran Leyva. You will be posted north, here, in the States, and Lazar, south." He looked at Chavez, somewhat gauging his behavior, and awaited a response. Cruz looked at Thomas and argued the order given to him. Meanwhile, outside at the vehicle where Thomas and the other two agents had come from, the opposite back door to the SUV opened as a man stepped outside who was dressed in a black suit and proceeded for the doors of the large house. All the while, inside, Chavez tried outmatching his captor in an argument that continued to unfold. "Do you not remember Agent Fuckhead? I answer to my own clients, not to you. And with our agreement, you will be standing down. Myself and my operations are to be left alone. If anything happens to me, Senor Marquez is only one phone call away from exposing your corrupt ass. So, Senior Shields, with all due respect, kindly fuck off." Thomas smiled and quickly responded, "Do not forget, Mr. Cruz, it is these same Americans I still work for," he said, using air quotes as he did so. "Americans that I still maintain power with. I could make your life here quite irritating if I were to signal a specific target." That's when Chavez looked at Thomas as though he were a piece of trash laying on the floor before him and spoke with disdain in his voice. "I have killed many of these Americans. I have had them on their knees before me. On their knees before being eliminated. They have spoken of you, you know. They know you are a traitor. They know you are corrupt. I am not afraid of your petty threats, traitor." Thomas smiled and shook his head, looking at Chavez and sighed. "Okay, but remember, when we're working together in the future, I tried to convince you to do so in a reasonable manner." Chavez looked at him with confusion as a man came through the doors. the same man that had just come from the car. It was Arlo Brooks, and he immediately looked down at the handcuffed hostage below Thomas on the bed. Chavez then felt something strange overcome him. He felt his airways quickly becoming obstructed by some strange force. And as he began to slightly panic, Chavez looked over to Thomas, who was just looking down at him with disappointment in his eyes as he began to choke. And while his mind directed him to a dark place, as if it were no longer under his control, images flashed before his eyes as he saw, under dark skies, a great chasm with a wall of flames approaching. He could feel his own skin begin to peel off as he reached up to steady a portion of it dripping from his own face. The dark skies above held intensely dark clouds as they parted to let evil through. There, descending upon Chavez, an angel of death came to where he stood. And once the ghastly creature stood before him, a foul odor assaulted his senses as it knelt down over a woman, now laying bloodied before them. It was his late mother, appearing to be somewhat alive and much younger. She laid half naked upon the ground as the angel held a knife as it looked to Chavez and spoke. And as he listened, he felt his flesh begin to burn as if the fire had engulfed his entire body.
Mommy's here.
The angel spoke as it moved the knife to his mother's abdomen and split her guts wide open, allowing all her bowels to fall to the sides. The angel continued to speak as it looked at him, its eyes growing darker and its voice growing deeper.
Eat, my little angel.
Suddenly, Chavez came to, hunched over on the bed. He was back in the room with Thomas and Arlo. He could barely make out either of them through his teary eyes as he noticed Arlo approach him. As he did so, he began speaking, Chavez feeling a deepness in his voice that beckoned him back to the darkness he had just come from. And as Arlo proceeded to speak, despite how softly he did, his voice echoed through Chavez's entire being.
I assume we have a deal, Mr. Cruz.
After dealing with the Sinaloa boss before him, Arlo quickly turned and left as quickly as he'd arrived. Then, Thomas, still in the room, looked to Chavez one last time before leaving himself and left his new partner with a few last words while casually pointing to where Arlo had left. I mean, that's some fucked up shit. Am I right? He said, slightly rubbing the situation in by turning the proverbial knife with his words. He then turned and left, as his voice grew louder while he finished his conversation with Chavez, quickly disappearing from sight. Anyhow, don't say I didn't warn you, Mr. Cruz. And with that, Agent Shields was gone, leaving Cruz alone in the sarcophagus-like bedroom filled with fine, handcrafted, blood-stained furniture. Still in the nude, only covered by a thin sheet, Cruz looked at where his captor was leaving with a confused anger growing across his face. Having blood spattered across his brow, he looked over at his cuffed wrist and began to let the confusion dominate the anger. Then, he struggled a little to try and break free, but to no avail. He looked back at the door and then back to his cuffs and struggled again, realizing he was being left there, shackled to his bed. As Thomas made his way through the home, he had to dodge several dead bodies, as there were several more Sinaloa guards, which had met the same fate as the nude trio that were once entertaining Cruz. As he did so, he walked down a dark hallway, listening to his newest employee's first complaint. Hey, Agent Dick Hole, are you gonna undo my chains or what? Thomas smiled and proceeded down the hall, paying little mind to the shouted suggestion now coming from across the large home. Suddenly, while coming to a large room, he saw a sparkle of light which had caught his eye. And looking over, he saw where the small flash had come from, now viewing a large pool just beyond a massive glass window. Seeming to be curious, he walked toward the glass as he approached the door's handle, knowing he was going the opposite direction that his team had recently gone. Nevertheless, He slid the door open as he walked out onto the massive pool deck. The pool was surrounded by Spanish artwork upon a hand-laid stone patio. Unlike the forest, this small castle found itself surrounded by several palm trees, standing in all directions upon the rolling hills on all sides of a grand courtyard. And the pool, penned in by the manicured cactus, found itself near the courtyard's grassy lawn, which traveled around the deck's edge. Thomas walked toward the pool as he pondered for a moment, seeming transfixed on the crystal-clear water inside. Leave it to the cartels. He thought years into a global pandemic, they still managed to keep a sparkling pool. Suddenly, feeling his phone in his coat pocket slightly buzz, he pulled it out and pressed a button on it as it began to flash a holographic screen in front of his line of sight. As he began to scroll, he clicked upon a box with a question mark in it. A message from an unknown source. Now, there before him, words appeared across the screen. Thomas looked at the words, seeming to be prepared for what he read. The screen's text simply read, "Status update. Please advise." Thomas looked back to the doors he had just come through, making sure no one was watching as he looked back to his screen. Then, knowing he must move quick as he knew he was keeping Arlo, Thomas quickly typed his response into the holographic keyboard below. Still too dangerous. Maintain current objective. The screen then went dark as Thomas quickly went inside, carelessly leaving the door open as he did so. Meanwhile, nearly 4,000 miles south, we come to a land known as Peru. And within this land, a United States embassy can be found. An embassy that held a secret from the rest of the American population they swore to protect. And about 10 miles west, away from the prying eyes of the American government, a covert operation was unfolding. Here, within the wilderness, outside of any city borders, was a rundown building, several American military personnel guarding the perimeter. And within this building was a makeshift war room where several American soldiers all dressed in fatigues could be seen. The room was somewhat small, maintaining a desire to function in stealth. While a soldier dutifully minded a laptop he now held upon his knees, he quickly typed a response to a message he'd just received. Copy that. Maintaining current objective. Over. And with that, the soldier then stood up and walked across the room to one of his superiors and addressed him with a sense of urgency. Sergeant, Agent Shields is still not in position, he said, gaining a rather quick response from his supervisor. We need to speed up this process. Inform Shields that we are meeting with the ranking officers of Operation Last State in 3 days. If we want to be on top of this, we need to know what he knows, so we're not caught off guard in this debriefing. We must have prepared answers and avoid this operation from maturing faster than ours, and make sure your communication lines stay secure. If these fuckheads find out we're playing both sides, it'll be the end for all of us. We'll be sent away for treason. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. The soldier replied. One other thing, sir. What are we going to do with the Russian? He asked. Shields wants him out of the equation as soon as possible. He doesn't want any loose ends getting back to the Kremlin. If Lenkov gets wind of our mission, he would be compromised. His superior then looked behind his shoulder and then back at the reporting soldier in front of him. I will handle him. You keep tracking Moscow. I want to be informed if anything changes. If Shields wants us to play both sides, we have to do our part to make sure we're not getting fucked in the ass. The officer then began to walk away while ending his conversation. Thank you, Andrews. That will be all. Andrews then watched his superior head into the next room as he sat down and quickly got back to work. But following this story, one would be wise to take interest in what was unfolding within this adjacent room. As here, a Russian hostage has found himself mixed up with the American traitors. And as Andrews's superior approached the hostage, he began to speak. I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit. I want to know everything. I want to know everything right fucking now. Tell me now, he said, only to gather an unwanted response from the Russian. I won't tell you nothing. Fuckhead. You really think we're just gonna sit back and let you have control over everything? We are going to be the ones on the top, motherfucker. Tell us what you know. Why should I? Fuck you, American trash. That was when another soldier approached the sergeant, and frustrated with his Russian hostage, he threw the man a scowl, signaling their conversation would be continued. And as he turned to address the soldier that had approached him, he began to speak, still with frustration in his voice. What updates do you have for me, Campbell? He questioned, and as Campbell held a tablet in his hands, he went over a few developments he'd discovered coming out of the Pentagon. Sir, it's Operation Last State. They are recruiting, sir. They just sent out the memo. Sir, you meet these qualifications to appoint any of your men. The sergeant then replied, Good work, Lieutenant. It appears they're moving faster than we expected. Send Andrews. He's already up to date on the operation in question. He will be the perfect mole. Once shit hits the fan, you know this Last State will be relentless. We need to keep our eyes on them. We don't want them preventing any of this shit. Remember, this is our opportunity to remake America. We are the new America, and we need to stay ahead of them at all times. Once Shields is in position, we will be able to begin shifting a large portion of the military to our control. And once the codes are sent and all is said and done, we will have an unwitting portion of the U.S. forces serving by our side. This is our one chance. No missteps, Lieutenant. The lieutenant then followed his sergeant's lead as they each turned to the war room through the door. There, behind several computers, was a brick wall. And there, upon this wall, was an American flag. An American flag with a disturbing twist. This time, America will be perfect. And this time, it will only have one state, our state. A military state. Our founders were wrong, Lieutenant. Democracy is for the weak. This world belongs only to the strong. And as the two slowly stepped through the door of the war room, several soldiers within, working on this nefarious objective, they peered at this flag upon the wall and took it all in. Then, in a quieter tone, the sergeant spoke one last time. To the new America, Lieutenant. To the new America, sir. Chapter 12, Revelations. Present day, Colombia. The jungle carried with it a mild moisture in the air, as the plant life all around seemed to come to life as it glistened in a soft light. The skies above clearly announced the afternoon, as the sun, while mostly blocked by the darkened fog below, remained firm directly overhead. Several breezes meandered about, causing the leaves to have a small conversation of light, distant whistles in the background. A chasm, perhaps 30 feet deep and 300 feet wide, separated two sides of its rapid river below, with its tall, grassy banks all around. Connecting either side sat a relatively sturdy bridge that represented a lightly traveled service road from one side of the river to the other. And being that the world had incurred a major shift in recent decades, the path was more overgrown as vehicles became sparser, allowing Mother Nature to take its natural course. It was here, at one side of the bridge, sat a few trucks parked within the dense jungle, making its way through said service road, while two men stood outside contemplating the crossing. It was Chavez and Marquez, and they were peering across the river through binoculars. As they stood there in silence, studying the darkened jungle across from them, Thomas joined them at their side. Without taking his eyes from his binoculars, Chavez posed a simple small question to his American friend. "We good?" And Thomas, after letting the question resonate around the small group of men, replied with his response, maintaining the simplicity of the question it answered. "Yes, my old friend. We are most certainly good." They continued to watch across the river as Thomas made his way back to the vehicle. Meanwhile, miles away, a Beltran cartel soldier sat behind the wheel of a large cargo truck. It was a very old vehicle with a seemingly makeshift large metal trailer. As it complained the entire way, creaking and scraping the ground and fauna with its steel frame, the soldier did his best to negotiate the overgrown dirt path. Suddenly, as he rounded a corner, he adjusted his eyes to focus on a development he began to quickly approach. There, about 100 yards away, sat two jeeps blocking his path. He noticed several men outside holding rifles, and as he noticed them slowly look up and gesture for him to halt, he seemed to be somewhat unfazed by it all. As he slowly approached, he was greeted by one of the men at his window. It was the Chancellor. He looked up at the driver as he began to speak. "Miguel, what is the count?" Miguel looked down at his boss. "Well over our target, sir. The American clients should be happy." The Chancellor looked at Miguel with a satisfied expression as he praised his soldier and moved on to his next objective, signaling the driver to exit his vehicle. Nicholas, standing next to his brother, spoke to the Chancellor as if to persuade. "Are you sure it is wise to go alone, brother?" The Chancellor looked at his brother and sighed. He then turned to the driver and shouted, "Out of the seat, Senor. I will be taking the delivery by myself from this point on." As Miguel dutifully complied in a timely manner, he opened his door and stepped down from the rig. Once on the ground, the Chancellor gave him a pat on his shoulder, adding to his earlier praises, while he stepped up into the large truck and took his place at the front seat. He then closed the door and adjusted the wheel and chair, and then looked out the window and down to his concerned general. "Nicholas, please. We have been working for the Russians for many years now. The Americans want to be sure they can depend on us. Trust me, my brother, once they see that we deliver, they cannot afford to turn us down. The Chinese and the Russians are giving them a run for their money. The Americans would be wise to add us to their arsenal. Our inside contact has assured us all of this," he reminded Nicholas. With that, he saluted his brother and began to drive the truck forward as the two jeeps parted to let him make his way. He watched in his rearview mirror as his cartel soldiers became smaller as he drove further away. Then he looked ahead and focused on the road, as he knew he had not much further left to go. After about 20 minutes, His objective began to come into focus as the nearby jungles became cleared in front of him. Straight ahead, in the middle of the clearing, sat a large, sizable service shack. Outside of this shack were 3 massive radio antennas that no longer served their purpose. Also, as they had been without power for years now, Mother Nature began to claim the tall structures as her own. Just outside the shack and antennas was a chain-link fence, barely hanging on to its structural integrity as weather over the years had taken a toll on the metal barrier. And just outside of that stood an American soldier holding a rifle as he gestured for the vehicle to stop. As the Chancellor took in his new surroundings, a small wave of panic swept through his entire being. As he looked around him, he noticed several other large military vehicles, each with several armed soldiers standing by watching him approach. He knew that striking a deal with his long American foe was his very last chance to keep alive, his stake in this new world, as he fought his paranoia back. The soldier that had gestured him to stop approached his side of the vehicle and spoke to him through his window. "Step out of the vehicle, sir. Your contact is waiting inside." With that, a small sense of relief washed over the Chancellor as the task given to him made him forget his worries, putting business back in the forefront of his mind. He stepped down from the vehicle and faced the young soldier less than half his age. The soldier looked at him and reached behind his back and pulled out a black cloth hood and handed it to the Chancellor. "Put this on if you want to meet your contact. He insists on keeping a low profile. These activities are not exactly backed by the last state. It's a policy not up for discussion." The Chancellor looked down in his hands and saw the black hood he now held. Against his better judgment, but knowing it was too late to turn back now, the Chancellor put his hood on, making himself feel demoted from his usual level of power several times over. Now, with the hood over his face, he felt his arm grabbed by the soldier as he began to be guided into what he assumed was the service shack ahead. But then, suddenly he was stopped. "Halt! Arms up!" A man's voice shouted as his arms were forced up by men around him. And as the Chancellor held back a possible overreaction, he quickly identified a simple pat-down was in effect as several areas upon his person became disarmed. Once completely unarmed, they guided him forward, still assuming the small shack was the target, eventually leading him to feel correct about his assumption. His surroundings became dark, signaling the entering of the service shack entrance. He was brought to a chair where he clumsily grabbed about, ultimately coming to a seat. As he sat there in silence, he calmed himself down by reasoning his doubts away. He just knew that once this deal was done, from here on out, he would be his own man again. That's when he heard several men approaching from behind. As a few came around to either side of him, he heard one of them let out a small, somewhat deep laugh. Then, he could hear them make their ways around what felt like a table in front of him to what sounded like seats of their own. It was at that point he felt a gun press up against his neck as his hood was slowly removed. And then, as he focused in, his veins ran an icy cold he had never felt before, as he could feel his entire body losing balance while the rug to his entire empire quickly slipped from under his feet. Now, sitting at a table unarmed, a man with a gun to his head, there were 2 men sitting across from him. It wasn't what he was expecting. It was Thomas Shields and Chavez Cruz. Chavez simply winked at him and blew him a kiss, his body still lacking warmth, as his blood still had not refortified from its recent retreat. The Chancellor looked at Chavez across from him with stern anger in his eyes. Chavez just gave a menacing smile as he leaned forward and began to speak. "I watched you pull up with vigor. This leads me to believe that it is you, my friend, who have forgotten. My business partner has much more contacts than you." And then as he lowered his voice, he continued to provoke the Chancellor with his words. "You have reduced my men to a fraction of its size. The damage it has caused will take years to repair. Therefore, my brother, when my partner is through with you, I will be taking you with me. I will keep you alive for days in a damp basement, so that you can suffer while I slowly rip you limb from limb. The Chancellor did not flinch or change his stern expression, as he was not prepared to give up so easily. He held his serious gaze at his Sinaloa counterpart as Thomas began to direct the conversation. You seem to be unaware, Lazar. Unaware that these days there are two American factions to contend with. This pesky faction known as the Last State and the New America. The America that I control, he said, as the Chancellor noticed Chavez grow a menacing smile. Then, Thomas leaned forward in his seat and addressed the Chancellor more quietly. You know, Lazar, you should be more careful who you get your information from. Once your so-thought mole in the New America had received your request, it was just a matter of time until we had you in our grasps. Of course, the Last State has their own moles, and not wanting to risk having this meeting in the middle of the jungle, we tried intercepting you in Tunja. Well, you know how that went. Frankly, Lazar, I was impressed. What you unleashed on us is exactly why Lenkov enlisted you. But I know you better than he does. I knew it was only a matter of time before you would attempt to strike out on your own. But Lenkov insists on keeping you on the proverbial payroll. So we will. He will just be unaware that it is not you running the South any longer. It will be the Sinaloa. Once we have things under control, you will return to the north with Chavez, and Marquez will take over your operations here. They will be one and the same with my New America. Together, they will bring the Last State to their knees. And once this happens, I will have the entire American military under my control. Sure, the New America will still work for the oligarchy. They will still placate Arlo Brooks and his needs. But everything else will belong to me. Everything else will belong to the New America. Thomas then sighed and sat back in his seat while he continued. If you just didn't have to be the same old you, always trying to be on the top, you could have served me well. Instead, now, you will be slowly dismembered and tortured, simply as entertainment for the man who sits with me now. A gift from me to him. A gift that will keep on giving as he rips you apart, avenging his father. Before this, however, we need to tie up some loose ends. First, we are going to have your men form with my business partners, the Sinaloa cartel. Your organizations will meet in a designated location my partner and I have agreed upon, Thomas ordered. In continuing, Thomas looked more serious as he leaned forward in his seat and looked into the Chancellor's eyes. Then, while you stand next to me and Senor Cruz here, your brother Nicholas will inform your men that the Sinaloa and the Beltran Leyva are now working together as one. He will explain to your men with a prepared speech I have kindly drafted that there is new management and they will report to my business partners, Mr. Cruz and his generals. Just then, the Chancellor threw his head back and laughed. And why do you think I would crumble so easily? You should just kill me now, because when you leave here, my men will not have mercy on you. That was when Thomas posed a question to Chavez, and not aware of what had become of the Sinaloa brothers. An ominous inquiry sounded within the Chancellor's ears. When do you think your uncles will be here? Shields asked Cruz. Chavez looked up at the Chancellor as he let his smile fade, looking deep into his lifelong enemy's eyes, reading all his fears he reserved for the notorious criminal brothers. 2, maybe 3 hours. They are tracking us by GPS and shouldn't be much longer. They will be excited to have a new toy. The Chancellor finally grimaced. As the afternoon skies turned into a late evening blanket of clouds, the Colombian jungle chattered away as all the surrounding wildlife tucked in for the night, making way for the night dwellers soon to awake. As the trees stood tall and covered the woodland's view of the heavens above, several torches lit a small clearing where a cartel meeting quickly became underway. Nicholas, now finding himself in a strange yet frustratingly predicted scenario, held a piece of paper and read the words before him as his brother stood by, joined by Thomas and Chavez. Nicholas spoke to his men as they stood near their rivals, the Sinaloa, while barely hiding his nervousness, trying to appear confident to his soldiers. We are shifting directions. A lucrative contract has fallen in our laps. We will all work together now. You will all now be taking orders from Senior Chavez and Senior Marquez. The Chancellor and I will be. He looked back to his brother as he noticed Thomas look at him and tap his watch, reminding him that the Sinaloa brothers shouldn't be much longer. Nicholas continued, "The Chancellor and I will be departing. Ready your teams for departure. You have your orders." As one continues to follow the story, they suddenly find themselves within a vast desert, a profound scene of prophetic detail. And looking around this vast and vacant desert, it is hard to make out one's surroundings, as the sand in the air mixed with a heavy layer of pollution and radiation. This, of course, in turn, created a thick, red sandy fog all around as far as one could see. As the wind blew in and touched the ground, picking the sand up as it rose back into the air, its game plan became quite clear. As buckets of sand became swept up in these currents, they were immediately displaced a few feet above. It was then simply left to shower the desert floor below, casting golden ripples above the sandy terrain, soon returning to the desert below. From one side to another, no matter how well focused, a perspective from within this desert of chaos would only allow a few feet or so to be seen at one time. As the sandy air scraped its own desert floors, it continuously rolled up and down the sand dunes all around it. One dune after another, the pattern continued, eventually whirling over what appeared to be a raised access road. This road, as strange as it already was, here in this vacant land, was seemingly made of hard black plastic. Upon this access road stood a sign proud and tall, defying the persistence of its not-so-better half, the horrific sandy storm that surrounded it, appearing to be somewhat endless. The sign stood as a nation's symbol, a power that held its borders with fear. And this symbol, this red emblem, announced its regime upon this sign, golden stars taking their place among it as the Chinese flag slowly came into focus. It is at this time that the sand becomes livelier than ever, as headlights can be seen approaching quickly. And just like a curtain, the sand in the air begins to part as a small military truck traverses said access road, making its way to whatever its objective. As it moved quickly, it passed the sign, and then, just as it had come into the dusty scene, so too had it left and disappeared altogether. A bird's eye view of this dusty traveler would offer a much clearer view, as the vehicle could be seen traveling away from a large military complex, now almost a mile behind its current headings. This compound, although very military in fashion, would not compare to its overseas counterparts, as it was lacking seemingly basic military hardware. Instead, this one was different, for unlike most others, This one did not boast of any military-like vehicles or war-like weaponry. Another difference could be spotted upon gazing beyond the compound, where an unsettling display could be seen. There, just beyond the barbed wire fence and cement structures of the military compound, was a large void where the earth simply seemed to dissolve. And as more sandy dunes became clearer by the second, the vastness of this land quickly announced its magnificent home, the Gobi Desert. Unfortunately, this is where the human ability to communicate utterly dissolves, as there are simply no words, no matter the dialect, to describe such a breathtaking scene. Nevertheless, a story must continue. Thus, one finds themselves within the arid skies above, peering down on the sandy desert floor below. Then they see this void, this big, dark hole. As higher and higher they ascend. But the higher one goes, the more they would realize this dark void is not just a theme of the immediate surroundings. Instead, this pattern reaches much, much further, as it would seem to cover a good portion of the earth below, stretching in all directions for thousands of miles. One explaining this scene would choose their words very carefully. As one would typically throw words around carelessly, it is for this reason that the word void must be emphasized, as this is truly in all its splendor, definable by Mother Nature and science alike, the truest of all voids, as gazing upon it brings a wave of nothingness from everything found within all nothingness. If one were to look within this void, they would simply see the lack of anything, as Earth is simply no longer there. And more troublesome than this, as this scene expands, the void seems to be growing, slowly swallowing the earth around it. And as the void of space simply is without matter, so too is this wave of nothing on this planet man calls home. And it is currently that a bird's eye view begins to expire as the earth below begins to approach, signaling this tour's end. As the void on Earth now becomes closer, its perimeter, where it meets the Earth, now becomes a new focal point. Now, something strange, yet familiar can be seen, as an endless formation of dark figures come into view. Millions of them, locked arm in arm, surrounded the hole, as they dutifully guarded it while facing away and firmly standing their ground. Now rapidly descending, approaching this edge of order and chaos, getting so close as they've passed through the clouds, they see one figure in the endless formation look up and gaze upon them. Looking back at this creature, having no face within its black hood, it comes closer and closer. It begins to shriek with an eerie scream while it rapidly approaches, the creature becoming louder and louder. As they near the now ear-piercing creature, it becomes darker and darker as its void of a face becomes still closer and closer and closer. Suddenly, waking in a sweat, Trevor immediately sat up and took in his surroundings, trying to gain his bearings. As he attempted to shake off an unsettling dream he couldn't completely recollect, he noticed Kit still soundlessly sleeping on the floor next to him. They had been traveling for over a week now and were making their way north as they felt they were closing in on their contact. It was just the night before when they had spotted a good place to shelter, perhaps an old library, however, now vacant of books. As Trevor began to focus, he could see, unlike the night before, the details of his surroundings more clearly. Shelves everywhere seemed to be in disarray, not one unit boasting of all its parts, as most lay on their sides, empty, dusty, and mostly broken in pieces. He noticed how the library was very small, possibly the size of one's living room, as he looked around from wall to wall, inspecting the interior as any responsible teammate would. He could see the door still barricaded from him and Kit placing several heavy shelving units in front of it. Just next to that, he studied the view of an empty alleyway as as a broken window, with bars still intact, sat directly to the right. The air outside seemed to be almost a solid blue in color as the sun was beginning to rise. Seeing now, they were still alone, and their surroundings still appearing secure. Trevor felt confident in letting himself make a little noise as he quietly gathered himself to a standing position. That was when he noticed Kit slightly jostle in her sleep as he looked down at her and noticed her start to awake. She looked up right away, and upon doing so, she greeted her early rising teammate. "Hey, how'd you sleep?" she asked him, rubbing her eyes as she began to gather further focus. Trevor shrugged back and responded as he didn't really expect good sleep in the first place. "All right, and you?" As she let out a yawn, she answered quite lazily. "Okay, I think." Over the next few moments, the two began to put their sleep behind them as they readied themselves for the day. Trevor, now having spent several days with his new partner, who was well educated on this new world they traversed, wasn't necessarily feeling better about being part of the more informed. He shook off the feeling of being overwhelmed, as it was far too early in the day to begin at such a pace. That's when Kit sat up and spoke. "I think we're pretty close now. Shouldn't be more than a few miles from here." The two continued to gather their things. Later, as the sun began to crest, the afternoon held a bleak grayness to it. It had been several hours since Trevor and Kit had made their departure from the small library they had sheltered in through the previous night. Now, on foot, they hoped they were close, as the vehicle they were in lost its electrical charge the previous day. And while walking through a small neighborhood, things made themselves quite clear to the pair. They could see a community hit harder than most, as their surroundings depicted a battleground scenario from a historical world war. Most homes in ruins, a few stood partially erect as the abandoned town seemed to be completely lifeless. Matching pretty much everywhere else, the skies were mostly cloudy. The sun, shining light over the devastated town, cut through the clouds here and there, causing its dull glow to shift and slide amongst the ground below. As the two watched closely, they held a somewhat muted dialogue. "Arlo believes they release an energy when they are executed." Kit spoke, answering a question Trevor had posed. "And it might be true. I mean, the human life is super sophisticated and complex. Anyway, that's why they can't just walk up and stab you. He believes that the ones not affected by the virus share a similar energy with these creatures, the cattle guards. So he treats their executions like a biohazard." Just then, Trevor interrupted her. "Hey, do you see that?" Tracing his finger to where Trevor was pointing, Kit saw a home, about half of it standing and the other half in shambles. As she studied the home, she could see where the roof had partially caved in near the front door. And just next to the home's entrance was a small window that had something of interest inside, now peering back at the two of them. Noticing it had caught the attention of Trevor and Kit, it quickly disappeared as Kit spoke up. "There's another one, and another one over there." She kept turning, pointing out several other hidden faces to Trevor as each one simply ducked for cover once they noticed they'd been spotted. Trevor, somewhat worried and almost appearing to be slowly moving backwards, looked at Kit as she studied their surroundings. Just then, looking off in the distance, she allowed a smile to form across her face as she looked at Trevor and made her summation regarding their current whereabouts. "I think we found a neighborhood, and I think this is where we'll find Logan." Trevor, somewhat appearing to be relieved, but still slightly on edge keeping his guard, looked at Kit and replied with a question. "What makes you say that?" This cued Kit to simply shrug her shoulders as she gave Trevor a rather nonchalant answer to his most recent inquiry. "Just a lucky guess." Trevor, growing to trust Kit day by day, was strangely happy to hear her answer as the two began to walk up to the nearest home. As they did so, Boards began to seal up all the windows in preparation for these two guests with unknown intentions. Behind them, as they approached the home off into the distance, where Kit had previously stumbled across something that had made her smile, sat a large sign. This sign was clearly a billboard as it represented the overgrown cattle farm just beyond it. Upon this sign was depicted a cartoon cow, a cow smiling while enjoying a large glass of refreshing milk. As he maintained his focus, he put the neighborhood around them at the forefront of his mind as he continued to accompany his partner to the door of the nearest house. And as the two stood in front of the door, Kit went to go knock, only having her arms swiped away by Trevor as he slightly scolded her. "Hey, how do you know what's behind this door? When you said we had to be tactful, I thought you meant, oh, I don't know. Maybe that we should be fucking tactful." Kit smiled as she pointed to the roof of the house and said only a few quick words. "PVC pipe?" Trevor looked up to see what she was referring to and confirmed that just above the door, a pipe made of PVC stuck out through a small hole drilled through the wall. He looked back to Kit and somewhat sarcastically responded, "Okay, and that means what exactly?" But before he could stop her, she gave the door a loud tap and yelled as Trevor looked at her in utter shock as he grimaced at the scene she was causing. "Lucas sent us. We're looking for Logan." After Trevor's near heart attack, he seemed to be slightly relieved as the short display of her attention-grabbing behavior abruptly came to its end as she turned and simply sat on the porch. Trevor, trying to quiet his shock, stared at her with a blank expression and then looked back to the house. Then, unable to avoid the repetition of it all, he looked at her again, only with a more shocked expression. As he tried to form the words slowly forming in his mind, he came across stuttering as he looked at the house yet again, and of course, right back at her. "But before you said, and then you just, but what about?" He kept on verbally flipping through his list of questions, hoping to stumble across one that would be worth his breath, as it had recently been taken away from him. Just then, serving as a partial answer to all his questions, there above his head, a reflective orange flag poked through the PVC piping in the wall. But after just a few seconds, it disappeared as it was sucked right back in. That's when Trevor felt Kit sitting below him tap his leg as she pointed across the street and then pointed down the street. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Amongst all the rubble and disorder, as a symbol of man's persistence, house by house, flags appeared and disappeared, obviously forming an intricate web of communication. That was when Kit finally spoke, attempting to snap Trevor from his daze. "Hey, Trev. Buddy, it's like, gonna be a while. You might wanna sit down." Trevor, understanding her words, thought this was a good idea as he suddenly felt a little motion sick. Still stuck in his daze, he watched with pure amazement as the flags appeared and disappeared continuously down the street. And he finally was able to slowly sit down as he watched this pattern continue until it was far enough to be out of their sight. He finally managed to come to a seat as he sat directly next to Kit, all the while looking at her with a look of pure confusion. Now, after several hours had passed, darkness began to surround both Trevor and Kit. They remained on the porch as upon closer observation, it was clear that Trevor had calmed down. While they waited, letting the sun set around them, Kit had put Trevor's mind at ease by explaining to him exactly where they were. She explained to him that even though they still had no idea where Logan was for sure, the PVC pipes represent his lines of communication. Also, once seeing the flags, Kit knew that this represented a temporary parley with the neighborhood around them, as it left the two with a small layer of security. The sky above was nearly pitch black while Trevor sat next to Kit with his knees near his chest. Now wearing jackets they had in their bags, The evening brought on a cold breeze as the two sat in silence, respecting their temporary secure location. Just then, as Trevor was looking at the ground below him, with his arms resting on his knees, something drew his attention just down the street as a dark vehicle slowly approached. Its headlights were absent as the fully electric vehicle made no sound as it came near. As it pulled in front of the house where Kit and Trevor had been patiently waiting, the back window rolled down as the vehicle came to a complete stop. Meanwhile, Kit briefly warned Trevor of a few of their contact's idiosyncrasies. He won't let us see his face. He is very private. Back when they were younger, him and Lucas used to be partners, but then they went their separate ways. Just don't expect him to say much of anything. Since then, he runs a massive network here in the Philippines, but don't worry. He's not into human cattle farming or any shit like that. Seconds later, a voice spilled from the dark interior through the now open window. It was a man's voice as he used a deeper regiment, yelling out to the foreign tourists. "You called?" Chapter 13. Realignment. While twilight took its hold, it announced its descending night skies above, as breathtaking jungles could be seen from all around. And while flocks of birds from here and there made their final descents, a calm set in, signaling all around a shift change within the surrounding wildlife was about to take place. Here, upon a familiar spot, two rival cartels were gathered as they listened while being addressed by Nicholas, the Chancellor's brother and his top general. As he addressed his men and the men of their once rival faction, a sense of unease could be felt as he finished his evening announcements. "The Chancellor and I will be departing. Ready your teams for departure. You have your orders." With that, Nicholas passed the megaphone to Thomas, who looked at him in approval. Thomas then looked at Nicholas and the Chancellor as he gave his orders to Chavez. "Gag them and bound their hands. They'll be coming with me." As if this were completely unexpected and somewhat inappropriate, Chavez responded to Thomas as they each escorted the Chancellor and Nicholas to a more private location. Marquez, Cruz's only remaining general, followed them closely behind, listening to his commanding officer address Mr. Shields. "Hey, Agent Fuckhead, the Chancellor is mine." "That's the deal. Remember, once they do their pathetic little speech, they are both my property. They come with me." Then, Thomas, putting Chavez on hold, turned to Marquez and gave him a task. "Marquez, I want you to find the highest-ranking Russian and bring him to me." Marquez, simply not in favor of the crooked American, looked at Chavez, who oddly enough approved of the order. And then, looking back to Thomas, he reluctantly nodded his head as he dutifully began to perform his task. At that moment, in a quieter voice and stepping a few feet away from their two high-profile hostages, Thomas explained his intentions to calm his worried partner down. "He's worth more dead than alive," Thomas said to Chavez, while pointing at the Chancellor as he continued to speak. "Look, I've made arrangements with the Americans. They'll back out of South America altogether. They need to refocus in the north. and assist their Asian partners in maintaining their ground and prevent the last state from regaining control. I need them to make this happen. Lenkov might be in charge of me now, but soon, my friend, once we absorb the last state into the new America, I will be in charge of the entire American military. Do you really think I'm going to let that Russian fuck be in charge of anything anymore? If Arlo won't stand up to him, then I will. And when I do, Arlo will get his way, and this planet won't stand a chance. And then finally, we can get off this god-forsaken rock. Unless, you'd like to stick around and enjoy the shit show. Thomas noticed a realization wash over his partner's face. The meaninglessness of fighting for control anywhere on this planet within this new reality that Thomas had just educated him on. Let the Chancellor come with me, my friend. Let the Chancellor come with me, and I will make you a partner. I need someone to operate the South until we are through farming it. I need you to do this. I need you to control the cartel and Russian factions. Once this happens, we can make our move. And when we do, it will be you and I sitting under Arlo. Not that fat Russian fuck. But I need to make sure Lazar is out of the picture. I can't take any chances. Chavez, after hearing this, looked around at the jungle and then back to Thomas and let out a huge laugh and grabbed him by the shoulders as he pulled him in for a closer, much happier chat, seeming very pleased with Thomas's plan as this gave him a sizable piece of the new world unfolding around him. He looked at Thomas and smiled while addressing his American partner. You know, Mr. Shields, I have never met a snake quite like you, my brother. And I must tell you, your snake-like schemes never cease to amaze me. Thomas looked back into Cruz's eyes and smirked while he gave a small reply. You don't know the half of it, old friend. Chavez laughed once more and happily arranged a verbal contract, solidifying Thomas's strategic move. We have a deal then, brother. Just then, Marquez walked up with a Russian soldier at his side. A Russian senior lieutenant, Mr. Shields. He's the highest-ranked Russian officer here. Thomas looked over at Marquez and replied with a quick nod while studying the Russian specimen brought before him. Good. Bound him and gag him as well. Chavez, you drive. As the two men loaded their 3 hostages into a decent-sized black militarized SUV, Marquez watched them as they eventually departed. And as he stood there, watching them leave, one of his men approached him. Sir, we are ready to move out. Would you like us to wait until they return? Marquez let the words echo within his mind as he watched his superior drive off into the jungles, soon disappearing altogether before looking over to his soldier and replying. I do not trust this Mr. Shields, he said, still watching into the darkness at where his superior had recently vanished from sight. I have a new task for you. Not much later, amongst a small dried-up wash, the jungles all around suddenly became disturbed, as the dark Colombian woodlands slowly became full of light. A vehicle could be spotted as it passed through the bumpy terrain with ease. With Chavez at the wheel, Thomas sat next to him, while the Chancellor, Nicholas, and the Russian soldier sat in the back, each bound and gagged. The Chancellor looked out his window and then back to Nicholas as they both looked at each other with a seriousness in their eyes. They knew they were heading in the direction of an American camp. Several moments flew by as the vehicle loudly traversed the swampy terrain below, holding inside of it a much quieter scene as the 5 occupants remained rather silent. Suddenly, Thomas pointed out the windshield to a small clearing ahead of them, now coming into view, cueing Chavez to slow as their destination began to approach. Senior Cruz watched his environment quickly change and became sobered by the American force that now began to surround him as he made his way to what appeared to be a tent. The tent, which Thomas had pointed to, signaled their final stop. It was small and green, and glowed from a bright light within. He noticed as he neared it several militarized silhouettes all around them, every now and then lighting up their faces within his headlights. As Chavez drove closer, the tent became brighter from the nearby lights that had been dutifully illuminating the meager military outpost. As he found himself in an unsettling scenario, he was glad to have Thomas by his side. He knew that he was about to be part of a much wider and broader estate, one which he intended to divide his way in a very rewarding fashion. This thought caused him to relax as confidence swept through his entire being, while he pondered the thoughts of very soon being his own king to these vast jungles around them until their objectives here were through. While he parked, he noticed two men standing outside the tent, each keeping guard with assault rifles nestled in each of their arms. Before getting out, he looked over at Thomas. "Partners, yes," he said, gaining a smile from Thomas. Shields found it quite funny that the amateur before him simply did not see the predicament he was in. "Like I said, Senior Cruz, you don't know the half of it. But, more importantly, as I have already made it very clear to you, I can't take any chances." And just as expected, it was over within a second as Thomas pulled the trigger of his silenced pistol, causing Chavez to fall to his driver's door window. Then, as if nothing happened, Thomas turned to the three in the back and spoke a few words while he smiled. "Okay, gentlemen, let's finish this." And with that, he stepped from his vehicle and escorted the three out, as he then directed them single file into the tent. As they approached it, the Chancellor and his men noticed several American soldiers quickly surround and open the driver door to the vehicle they had just arrived in. As a deceased Chavez Cruz fell from the interior, the Americans grabbed his lifeless body as they began to drag it away. And just before they entered the tent, they watched their fallen rival leader disappear into the forests beyond. Now, and inside, there in the center of the tent, and before the three hostages, were a few chairs placed before a table. Other than this and several armed soldiers, the room was entirely empty. The Chancellor, now working through several schemes he could possibly plot, desperately hoped for any possible sign of an opportunity. But soon enough, him and his men were forced to sit in the chairs as Thomas walked to the other side to address his three captives. Once in front of them, him standing and them sitting, he gave a nod to the soldiers behind them as the hostages soon became ungagged. This, however, was quickly followed by a rifle's head being firmly placed on the backs of each of their skulls. Once in the position that Thomas had ordered, he looked at the three and spoke while a soldier quietly translated for the one Russian captive. The three listened while squinting under the bright lights. "Do not worry. I am not going to draw out your deaths. I promise each will be quick and painless." The Chancellor looked over at his brother with an exhausted expression as he interrupted Thomas's speech. He looked back at Thomas and spoke with a sense of indignity in his voice. "Then kill us, you stupid American. I do not wish to look at your filthy face anymore." Thomas nodded to the soldier behind him as the Chancellor felt an odd and painful sensation within his lower back as a knife began to pierce his skin. This quickly put the Chancellor in his place as he reluctantly allowed Thomas to proceed without further interruption. "You are going to have a conversation with a friend of mine. In this conversation, you will be brief and you will be vague. You will explain to my friend that the conflict has been handled and everything is under control. The Russians maintain in charge. It's as simple as that. Any questions?" And as expected, this cued the Chancellor to speak up once more. While he did so, he flinched not knowing if he would suffer another penetration from the knife's edge still behind him. "And what makes you so sure we will do any such thing, Mr. Shields?" he said, still half expecting to be roughed up over the remark. Thomas looked down at him as he slowly leaned over the table and placed his hands upon it, looking into the Chancellor's eyes. "Because if you don't, the man behind you will carve a small hole in your lower back and slowly pull your kidneys out. And believe me, your refusal will make many men here very pleased. You see, Lazar, good entertainment is simply too hard to come by these days." Moments later, on the screen of a laptop, now on the table between them and facing Thomas, a conversation was finishing up between him and this friend he spoke of. As the conversation came to its conclusion, Thomas turned the laptop to face the three. It was Lenkov, and he seemed to be pleased with his Russian officer, now in his view. "Lieutenant Sokolov, is this true, what Agent Shields has said? Do we have order restored, Lieutenant?" The Russian soldier respectfully addressed his superior, the oligarch on the other end. In his Russian language, the soldier confirmed the agent's report. "Yes, it was an unfortunate misunderstanding, sir. There was a miscommunication somewhere in the chain of command. But now, the situation is resolved." Then, he looked at Thomas and received a nod of approval as Lenkov began to speak. "And Lazar, you and your brother will be playing nice now, yes." The Chancellor looked to Thomas and rolled his eyes. But then, he suddenly felt the familiar knife once again penetrating his lower back. "Yes, sir. Everything is in order, sir. Very good, Lieutenant. It is important to understand that the world will soon rebuild. We must maintain our current claims for the future of Mother Russia. This is good. Now, let me speak with my agent once more." At that point, Thomas gathered up the laptop and began to carry on the conversation while exiting the canvassed interior. As he did so, the tent, now behind him, lit up 3 quick times as the sound of a silenced weapon sounded off from within. And while his conversation quickly ended, he handed the device off to the American soldier he now stood next to. The soldier took the laptop from Thomas as he watched him climb into a helicopter. "So, how'd you get Chavez to drive right into an American compound?" And while Thomas adjusted himself in his seat, he answered the question as if he were reciting an algebraic equation to his math professor. "The same way I brought Lazar this morning. I simply dangled the prospect of power and wealth in front of his nose. Not too hard to infiltrate one's mind when the door is standing wide open," he said, cueing the American soldier to chuckle. It was then that the officer questioned Shields once more. "And the remaining cartels in the area, sir?" Thomas, hearing the soldier's question, looked down at the young man and gave a short and simple answer before closing his vehicle's door. "Why do you think I got them in one spot for you, Sergeant? Take care of it." With that, the soldier saluted Thomas and ordered his men to prepare for departure, as the jungle's clearing soon became a bustling display. Thomas, now within his aerial vehicle, the blades above, beginning to spin, looked down at a cellular phone he'd pulled from his pocket. As he placed it on a control panel between him and a vacant seat, the phone began to light up, casting reddish, laser-like glows around its small, immediate surroundings. While this was happening, he readied for departure as he strapped his helmet to his head. Then, looking back down, he watched the phone continue to light up as a hologram took place just before it in the pattern of a computer's keyboard. Above the phone, lying flat on its surface below, as if within its very own separate hologram, words began to form a sentence, and these words were currently being displayed in a subtle and staticky red. Once the sentence had completely formed, Thomas did not enjoy reading the words in front of him. He slightly grew bothered as he looked at the text below him. The words read, 7 tracker systems, dark scope. Your target has been reacquired. Person of interest. One Trevor Meeks. San Fabian, Philippines. Be advised, this case has been reopened. If you wish one of your contacts in this region to be notified, please advise. Your request will be promptly handled. Thomas, having watched Trevor burn to a crisp, was finding the words before him not just annoying, but perplexing just the same. As he grew slightly angry, a look of strategic plotting washed over his face as he read the word Philippines. He then typed on the holographic keyboard as words of his own began to form. Satisfied with his response, he slowly took off from the ground as he was now by himself in the jungle's clearing, the Americans no longer around. And as he made his departure, making his way at the moment further south, he listened to the sounds behind him as several bombs touched down. He then pondered the thought of the entire Sinaloa and Beltran Leyva currently being exterminated. While he envisioned said scene within his mind, it brought a sense of cathartic closure to a long chapter within his life. Then, he looked down at the holographic words he had earlier typed as he grew a satisfied look. The words he had written were short and simply read the following. Notify the Jagger. It was a beautiful day out, as the buildings all around sparkled with various reflections from the sun, now shining brightly high above. All the buildings sat close together, with several people walking to and fro, conducting their daily routines. As the city streets bustled, a very sleek, militarized vehicle could be seen, while it effortlessly glided over the city roads. Just then, causing dozens of electric bicyclists to part as their formations became disturbed. Everyone stopped as they watched a military convoy rush through the crowd's midday activities. There were about a dozen or so armored trucks, all dark green, while several armed soldiers looked straight ahead as they navigated the city streets. As they drove through the large town, they eventually came to a sizable parking structure as one by one they darted around a corner, each one entering the massive concrete garage. As if to keep up their hurried pace, a sense of urgency was clearly visible as they all took corner after corner, quickly racing to the structure's top. And once atop this parking structure, a view of the city could be seen, as off in the distance sat several skyscrapers, towering over the millions of its tax-paying citizens below. All the vehicles then acted in a synchronized fashion, as one by one they speedily reached the top, some of them slightly catching air over the top level's final ramp. Crisscrossing from here to there, a full circle began to take shape as the nearly empty parking lot at the top quickly became this army's newest and temporary stronghold. And while the vehicles formed their circle, loud engines could be heard above, as descending upon this army, a helicopter-like vehicle slowly approached the military trucks below. And before too long, this slick, black aerial vehicle, with its two jetpacks on either side, landed in the circle's center as its loud engines soon faded away. Immediately, every officer and soldier leapt from their vehicles and kneeled to take cover, while each one of them brandished a large rifle, aiming their weapons at the curious visitor. As they maintained their ground, a high-ranking officer stepped out of his vehicle as he approached the front of his secured and defensive line. He was average height as he held a strong physique, with darker skin and deep brown eyes. The officer wore a very thin and well-manicured mustache. He looked at the vehicle as its engines faded, completely unable to see through its windows. He was not sure what to expect as him and his men were tasked with rendezvousing with the strange aerial threat. He kept his guard as he was fully aware that the vehicle in front of him had somehow snuck past their radars. Then, When in its preferred position, it simply radioed the nearby military base, announcing its presence and demanding to speak with one General Shen. The high-ranking officer, knowing all of this, nervously waited in silence while the vehicle simply did nothing. Still watching the vehicle, he knew that reinforcements were on their way as he didn't want to rush things, allowing the situation to be stalled while awaiting his anticipated cavalry. That was when he heard it, as he looked behind and off into the distance. There, several miles away, small specks in the sky could be seen while their blades could be heard from the development occurring atop this concrete structure. General Shen sighed in relief, knowing that his reinforcements would soon be there as he slowly looked back to the strange vehicle and slightly grinned. But then, without any warning, the curious dark aerial vehicle made a loud electronic zapping sound as it seemed to pulsate, sending shockwaves through the small infantry of men. General Shen spun around as he watched his entire force fall to the ground as they were quickly subdued, each last one of them now completely unconscious. Panic-stricken, and no longer looking to the skies for reassurance, the general glanced over at the vehicle to investigate any further advances possibly coming his way. But, as if he were in a nightmare of some kind, he turned around and was met face to face with a serious figure now standing before him. It was Arlo Brooks, a man Shen had only heard of. Arlo had a deep blackness to his eyes and an energy with such heaviness that Shen dropped his gun as he began to feel as if he were somehow restrained to one spot. Now, frozen solid in place, the general could not even tremble as Arlo grabbed his skull and brought the general's forehead to his own. As Arlo pressed his forehead to Shen's, the military officer began to violently shake as his own eyes slowly began to match that of Mr. Brooks. For a short moment, Brooks looked deep into Shen's eyes, the general able to feel the intruder in front of him begin to enter his very own soul. Soon, Arlo, while giving Shen a devilish smile, loosened his grip on the military officer as Shen began to relax. The general slowly looked down at his hands as he began to feel exceedingly vigorous. Then, eventually looking back up at Arlo and now seeming to be like-minded, he too formed the same menacing smile. Arlo then pulled a vial from his coat pocket that had a label which read DX4 Concentrate and placed it in Shen's as he gave the general a wink. Shen graciously bowed his head as Mr. Brooks returned to his vehicle, the sounds of Shen's reinforcements drawing closer. Now, seeming to be under a type of trance, General Shen did not seem fazed in the slightest, as the vehicle in front of him simply took off in retreat, flying at top speed in the opposite direction of Shen's approaching cavalry. And as Shen watched, Arlo's vehicle simply vanished within a flash of light. A light that could also be described as a very familiar solar flare. Shen looked around, his smile slowly fading as all his unconscious men laying around him began to awake. He placed a hand over his forehead as he blocked out the day's sunlight, while he drew his attention to the 7 helicopters now descending upon him. As his cavalry touched down, Shen made his way back to his vehicle, sliding his hands over his coat pocket, feeling the vial within its contents. Then, a familiar smile slowly reappeared across his face while he was eager to now begin an entirely new mission. And knowing that this mission would be quite the feat, he looked around with confidence as he knew he had the entire Chinese military now at his disposal. While under darkened skies that the early evening had brought upon the desolate community, the vehicle's heavily tinted windows created an even darker surrounding inside. Trevor, sitting next to Kit near the rear of the vehicle, avoided looking directly at Logan, respecting his wishes not to be seen. Meanwhile, Logan sat at the other end. His face was darkened by the shadows around him as slivers of moonlight peeked through the panes of glass and darted around the vehicle from here to there. And as they traversed the bumpy roads, the driver kept a decent pace as he sat just to the other side of the partition beyond Logan. Kit rifled through a bag as she pulled out a device and gave Logan a sarcastic look. "Half empty. Don't you have a full one?" she asked, as Logan leaned over to the floor below him. He then pushed a bag toward Kit and spoke softly, now looking toward Trevor. "You have the 7 sight." Just then, Kit interrupted as she was beginning to go through the second bag. Holding another device similar to the first, she put her task on hold as she sternly cautioned her mysterious contact. "Hands off, Logan. He's working for Lucas. Don't think for 1 second that you have anything on us. You have one job to do. So just shut the fuck up and get us to the plane," she stated, gathering a slight reaction from Trevor, as he hadn't expected her to be so confrontational. Logan, through the shadows, could be seen smiling as he bowed his head, agreeing to Kit's wishes. Kit kept her eyes on him momentarily before looking back at the device in her hands. "Okay, Logan, here's your ration," she said, throwing him one of their small green cubes. She then placed the other cube back inside the bag and held it close to her. This caused Trevor to hesitate in thought, as he tried to understand the dynamics of the relationship that his team apparently had with their strange contact. Logan, not heeding Kit's earlier warnings, talked to Trevor once more in almost a whispered-like tone. "Did she tell you why you're so special?" he asked as he slightly jostled from a pothole they had run over. Trevor, not sure what to say and noticing Kit not stepping in, looked to her for direction as he felt far away from any familiar guardrails. Kit looked at him and shrugged, growing somewhat bored of Logan's presence and cueing Trevor to make his own decision whether or not to answer the question just posed to him. He then looked back in Logan's direction and slowly replied, "They tell me I'm not affected by the virus. They say I can see through enemies' security. They say I can see the cattle guards." And having no further understanding on the matter, Trevor left it at that. That's when he noticed a small amount of moonlight barely expose Logan's face, just enough to see him slightly laugh at Trevor's answer. And Trevor, feeling somewhat in the dark on what was actually happening around him, didn't like the way Logan reacted to his response. He watched the dark figure at the other end of the vehicle grow silent once more, as he simply looked out his window, suddenly seeming not to care and continuing the conversation. The remaining few minutes of their bumpy ride seemed increasingly awkward as the three silently looked out their respective windows, Kit eventually breaking the silence. "We're here," she said slowly, beginning to gather their things as Trevor assisted. As he did so, he peered out the window and saw the expansive ocean before them under the pitch-black skies. What he did not see, however, was a sign of any plane as he scanned their surroundings, trying to establish why Kit knew they'd arrived. Just then, he noticed right where the darkened shores met the sandy beaches, under the slight moonlight, a small seaplane sat in the water, a figure standing outside of it. That was when the vehicle came to a slow rolling stop as Kit began to quickly disembark, seeming to be tired of Logan's company. Trevor quickly followed suit as he couldn't help but look over at Logan once more. That's when he could see Logan looking back at him, seeming to be somewhat amused at Trevor's curiosity as Mr. Meeks attempted to shake off the awkward exchange. He then slid from the vehicle's interior, following Kit, eventually standing up on the sandy beach, only yards from their awaiting flight. He then began to help load up as the pilot reached for Kit's bag, cueing her to speak up rather quickly. "No, this one stays with me." Then the pilot quickly replied to Kit, explaining to her his position on the matter. "Sorry, ma'am. Policy. All bags go below, or the plane doesn't move. With that, Kit rolled her eyes, looked back to the car where she saw Logan smiling her way, and rolled her eyes once more. And as she roughly shoved her bag into the pilot's arms, her and Trevor began to climb into the plane, leaving the pilot to load the 3 bags. And while Trevor sat in silence, waiting for Kit to follow him up, he looked at her with what little light the cabin's overhead panels provided. "What's his deal?" Trevor remarked, referring to Logan and awaiting Kit to respond as she took her seat and looked over to him. Logan has a bad track record, which is why Lucas is careful with his payments, rationing out only a small amount at a time. Let's just say, Logan has not always proven to be exactly loyal to Lucas or the last date. So Lucas figures the small rations will keep him on the proverbial leash. Still though, I don't trust him. Back when they were experimenting with the gas from Darius, Logan realized the destructive nature of the gas and began branching in a direction that Lucas didn't exactly like. And Logan knows your value, and he would use you for his own benefits if he could. She said this only confusing Trevor, as he could not see why they would feel as though it were acceptable to work with such a bad actor. Then he noticed the pilot begin to enter his cabin's front door, as Kit quickly finished her explanation in a whisper, cueing to Trevor that what she was about to say was not just important, but sensitive. Logan used to be in my position, but he went rogue. When Lucas caught up with him, he decided to keep him as an asset and limit his power by sending him back down here, far away from the DX4 stockpiles on Darius. Without any DX4, Logan can die. So these rations not only keep him on said leash, they keep him alive as well. Trevor then understood the dynamic relationship his team had with this mysterious contact. He also had the realization of the dilemma Kit found herself in, as he came to understand Kit's precarious dependence on the DX4 gas. Then, as the engines began to sound, Kit and Trevor could feel the seaplane begin to vibrate. As they each looked beyond the darkened seas, they knew that the eerie void, this darkness above the oceans before them, was the direction they were headed in. And up in the cabin, just feet away from the pair in the back, the pilot now looked over through his side window as he saluted the car on shore, a respectable farewell. And upon observing this vehicle just outside, its window slowly rolled down, revealing a man's face as it nodded back to the pilot, signaling the end to their latest exchange. With what little moonlight shone through, and just before his window rolled back up, the gaze he held could be described as one that carried with it enough rage to pierce 1,000 souls. Chapter 14. Annexed. As night slowly faded, morning set in as the liveliness of birds could be heard from all around. And while the skies began to quickly light up, the darkness continued its slow retreat, cueing a friendly and nightly transition. Upon doing just this, and as Mother Nature intended, daytime lit the dark jungles below. And there, on the ground outside, several large vehicles, a man in a black trench coat, stood in silence, looking toward the jungle's floor. It was Agent Shields, and before him was a puzzling outcome he could not seem to understand. For there on the ground, was what he had concluded to be his son. But this did not seem to be his son's plan. Thomas knew that Seth would reach out to Paco. He knew Seth would do as Thomas's clone was programmed to advise him to. He felt quite certain that he had watched his network's every crack and crevice, monitoring all its moving product. But how Seth wound up here within the Chancellor's camps had the agent somewhat perplexed. And while trying to connect all the dots, a man suddenly approached him from behind. The newcomer addressed the agent, who was taking a moment of silence. "Is this the one you've been looking for?" he questioned, giving Shields a moment to answer. Thomas, not addressing the soldier's question, made an entirely different statement altogether, as he seemed to momentarily shift his priorities, postponing his unit's current objective. "Ready your men, Lieutenant. Tonight, we'll be paying our friend Paco a little visit." Then, peering out into the distance, off to the east, Thomas began to see a sliver of light. And like one would skip through pages of their favorite novel, so too does this story exhibit a similar pattern. As the sliver of sun quickly became whole, rising into the once dark skies above, and ushering these dark skies away, it proudly took its place, and for the moment, it claimed the heavens overhead. But just as fast as the first half of its journey had been, it began to quickly descend just the same. And then, off to the west, the sun now began setting over the glassy seas of the Great Pacific as it said its farewells before ceasing to exist. But as the last of its glow announced its goodbye, it highlighted a particular sea vessel on the water's surface. And as one would get closer, darkness having settled in, the lights of this ship began to shine. And there on the deck was a man with a rifle, while three others like him were positioned at their own designated watch stations. He stood there keeping watch as he observed the growing darkness quickly surround his team's small yacht. Familiar with the saga that displayed across the waters around him, he lit up a cigarette and let the cold night simply wash over him. And as each star above found a match down below, a kaleidoscope of reflections sparkled for miles around. As he smoked a few puffs, and despite a thick jacket, a shiver from the cold air found a way to his spine. As a few more followed, he felt unfazed by the breeze, as the cold air all around settled in for the night. He gazed in the distance as he thought to himself while he soaked in the calm that now surrounded him. Suddenly, without any warning, he was quickly subdued as a hand forced his mouth closed and his gun was quickly taken. Then, a man stepped in front of him who was dressed in all black as he then brought a finger to his mouth. Then, with a slight whisper, he let out a shush, cueing his new hostage to not make a sound. Meanwhile, a few steps away, and in a much darker place, a man lies sleeping on a luxurious bed while snoring his latest day away. Without a slight warning or a chance to be prepared, his door was quickly breached, and in came several red lasers fixed to their rifles now scanning his bed. Before he could reach for his gun at his side, he was soon met with a masked figure, now just inches from his nose, halting any chance for a possible fight. The darkened figure then held out his hand as he opened his palm and blew a white dust in the waking man's face. Paco then coughed as he began to lose focus as lights flickered this way and that. Just before going unconscious, he could now see a new scene unfold as a newcomer began to approach. This man became familiar as he wore a long coat, and with both hands in his pockets, he quickly closed in on Paco. As the flickering red lights began to steady, and perhaps a second still to faint, the victim in question looked up at the agent as Thomas smiled down at Paco, who was now completely restrained. Thomas looked at his subject with a serious expression, as he watched him go completely unconscious. Then, as things slowly returned to focus, surroundings of stars began to quickly take their place. With the dizziness now wearing off, a man came into view. It was Thomas, and he stood not a stone's throw away. Paco looked around as he noticed his men, all with similar fates, each bound by the hands and sitting on the lower deck, the water now just footsteps away. Thomas looked up as he noticed Paco wake and began to speak as his subdued audience carefully listened. While he spoke, he pulled out a knife and slipped his right glove from his hand. "How long have we known each other, Paco? 25, 30 years?" he asked, while Paco watched Thomas cut into the palm of his own hand. He then hovered his hand over the water's edge as he squeezed it into a fist, allowing several droplets of blood to come out. Paco watched as the small drops hit the surface of the water, lit up by the moon, almost able to hear their tiniest of splashes as Thomas continued to speak. "You know me, Paco. You know what I like. You know what I don't." He said this, letting more blood fall from his hand to meet the sea below. That was when Thomas cued a signal to one of his men, as a man in all black approached the captives. He then grabbed one of Paco's men and brought him to his feet as he guided him to where Thomas was standing. Once by the agent's side, Paco's man was turned to face him as Thomas continued to speak. And as he continued, Paco's heart skipped a beat as he noticed a disturbance beneath the water's surface, seeming to be unset by the blood currently being spilled. "So, if you know all these things, you must know this about me as well." Then, without any warning, Paco watched as his man was pushed to his watery death. And as he saw him hit the water's surface, it wasn't much longer before he saw him swiftly pulled under. Then, as the water began to violently splash, intermittent cries for help through brief screams could be heard. And it wasn't long after that, the same watery surface became silent as it soon gained its stillness once again. That was when Thomas turned his head back in Paco's direction, and as he looked at him, he spoke once more. "I hate this God-forsaken ocean. Furthermore, and having said this, one would be wise not to get my attention while they're at sea." Thomas kept his focus on Paco. It won't end well for them. And just like that, as if it were his turn, Paco found himself brought to his feet. Trying to back out, he resisted the men that currently guided him to the deck's edge, pleading with Thomas the entire way. "What is it, Senor Shields? Please, I promise, my friend. I assure you, I can make things right," Paco exclaimed as he came to a sudden stop, barely being able to keep his own balance on the boat's edge. But as Thomas began to speak, it seemed miles away, as Paco found the image before him slightly daunting. There, just below, the ocean laid still, with a familiar shirt now slowly bobbing to its bloody surface. And then, to add further fear, as if somehow planned, the shirt was then snatched by the beast and was quickly dragged back under the darkened waters below. "How many men would you say are currently in the north working for you now, Paco? 40? 50? Thomas asked, as Paco became exceedingly nervous, answering with a slight stutter in his breath. 70, 77. I have 77 men," he cried out. Thomas's eyes widened as he was very impressed with Paco's work. "Wow, even after losing Kent and his men. You are a workhorse, my friend." And shaking his head with heavy disappointment in his breath, Thomas continued to speak. "I just hate for it to have to end this way. 77. That's a lot of men, Paco. Terrific work." Paco looked at Thomas with an expression that pleaded with him to stop the head games, as he repeatedly looked down at the water, catching a glimpse of disturbances from time to time. "Please, Senor, I beg you. I can fix this. Whatever it is you are angry about, I can make it right. Yes." Thomas, seeming to ignore his captive's pleas, put his glove back on his hand as he looked at Paco with a stern expression, lowering his voice as he continued. "And when these men of yours, these men that deliver our product, who must they go through? who stands between them and the Chancellor's camps. Paco, wishing for all his current troubles to end, quickly answered his aggressor. Me, Signor. They must go through me, he responded. Suddenly, Paco began to scream as the 2 Russians that held him let him hang off the edge further, unable to catch himself had they let go. But Thomas, now speaking louder, managing to talk over Paco's pathetic wailing, began to address his hostage once more. Because I'm confused, my very old friend. You see, I've found someone outside the town of Vuelta Larga. I found Seth. I found my son. I found him dead, Senor Paco. Then, looking into Paco's eyes, he continued while slowing his speech. He'd been drugged for miles, chains around his ankles. He had been beaten to a bloody pulp. Thomas then cocked his head ever so slightly and threw a menacing stare at his detained business partner. He was in one of the Chancellor's camps. He was in one of your camps, old friend. Then, ending his eye contact with his hostage, Thomas shifted his gaze to the stars as he continued to speak. So, by all means, Senor Paco, please enlighten me. If you stand guard at the only way in, and you stand guard at the only way out, then how did he end up in the Chancellor's hands? How did my son end up in one of your fucking camps? Paco, his eyes now wide, began spinning a complicated web of pure lies in an attempt to save his very own skin. No, my friend, you have it all wrong. I was going to contact you, but I was still trying to find him. I was able to contact Seth when he arrived. He was waiting for you to join us, Paco frantically spoke. But as he looked at Thomas, he noticed he was still gazing at the stars above. Nevertheless, he continued his lies, hoping that his partner was none the wiser. But then this man, this impossible nightmare, Mr. Meeks, somehow lured him away. That's when I heard this Meeks wished harm on your son. He then killed my only men on board at the time. All 3 of them. I was hoping to find him for you, Senor. I promise. En la tumba de mi abuela. But then Trevor used him as leverage. He used your son simply to save his own skin, Agent Shields. He turned him over to Santiago simply to buy enough time to make an escape. That was when Thomas's expression changed as he began to ponder. He knew that his son had turned up near where Trevor had reportedly been. He also knew that this Trevor had also given the cartels quite a bit of trouble as of late. Finally, coming to some conclusion within his own mind, he signaled to his men as he gave a quick order. Let him go. And with that, a sense of calm slowly filled Paco's entire being. But this feeling of relief was quickly removed while he felt them completely let go, Paco now free-falling to the sharks below. Then, suddenly, to his relief, he stopped, one of the men having caught him at the very last second as Paco could hear them laugh, while one spoke a few words in a thick Russian accent.
Comrade Shields, I believe Chunky Mexican has shitted pants.
Paco, now profusely sweating, stood up straight, no longer in the Russian's clutches, as he grimaced at the brotherly-like smacks to his back, as Thomas and his men began to leave. The cartel contractor, still bound but free from further incident, looked down into the water as he could see a trail of blood glimmer in the moonlight. He lost himself for a moment as he appreciated the air he breathed, while Thomas's last words began to echo in his mind. Well, as much as I love our little chats, I simply must be going, Paco. Of course, in the future, I will be expecting much clearer communications between you and me. We wouldn't want another misunderstanding like this, now would we? Paco's heart finally began to calm down as he heard Thomas make his last comments quite loudly. I liked your other boat better. This one doesn't suit you. Let me guess. Mr. Meeks was responsible for that too. As Poco slightly trembled, rolling his eyes at the accurate guess of his superior's last words, he slowly turned around to watch his remaining men come to their feet. Thomas and his men were now completely gone from sight. Finally, the threat now fully removed, Paco dropped to his knees, desperately attempting to regather his plexus. As darkness firmly held its grip, the murkiness of nearby mist only added to the obscurity that the skies were currently mired in. With intermittent flashes flickering from this way to that, swirls of clouds could be seen many times over, as the storm overhead kept shifting from one shape to the next. While few stars twinkled upon the vast seas below, their story is that of a victory lap as unlike their counterparts in the heavens overhead. These distant lights prevailed through the thick fog below. And upon completing such an impressive and extraordinary task, they didn't stop there as they shined upon the sea, casting the great oceans below in a blanket of pulsating reflection. Upon viewing this scene, so dark and so vast, it is within this reflective starlight that one sees something of great importance. There, amongst these pulsating impressions and above the watery surface below, a seaplane could barely be seen while hastily heading to its next destination. The plane seemed nearly silent, as it was muffled by the thunder which boomed from all around, effortlessly drowning most everything else out. And while the storms above, within their heavenly clouds, continued their deafening roars, they loudly announced their subject of interest, a tempest-like scenery that could be seen for miles around. And in this vehicle are three people with a new objective, now far ahead, as one begins to find themselves once more in a very dark yet familiar space. And as they continued their journey, they cautiously stole a moment of pause, as for that time being, they tried to relax, giving body and mind a much-needed reprieve. As the two remained silent while they took shifts to keep watch, Trevor looked behind himself and checked on Kit, who was quietly curled up near the back. As they hit several storms, while skirting their edges, he felt the plane's vibrations as he watched the interior continuously shake. Trying to ignore this unnerving sound, he turned back around and peered through his window. While he watched the distant flashes play a familiar game of cat and mouse, he allowed his mind to eventually wander. He just stared in silence, feeling the strong winds from underneath his seat as he watched the heavenly commotion just outside take a resounding hold. And then, strangely, feeling one with the chaos from out his window, he began to slip deep in thought as he stared into the darkened and distant night skies. He then sat there and pondered, trying not to dwell on the thought which filled his heart with a heavy wave of emotions. But then, unable to avoid it, as he looked deep into the dark sky outside, he now found himself far away and in a much different place in time. He then found a rush of warmth quickly settle in as he found himself in a familiar setting. Not much safer than the one that he currently found himself in. It still seemed far better, he thought. For at least this one was back on the ground. He was now in a distant memory, as him and his late sister were in a small and familiar truck. And as if very close, yet still so far away, her voice began to make Trevor feel at home. Her eyes then lit up with a sparkle while she let out a giggle, looking to Trevor as she spoke. Beck's plan? And what exactly is Beck's plan? She said, cueing Trevor's memory to further, and within his own mind, as if he were there, he looked at her and gave his reply. Whatever is theirs will become ours, he said. We'll hold the advantage. Just then, a gust of comfort wrapped him in a very warm blanket as his sister's cheerful laugh filled his entire mind. Beck smiled as she responded to her little brother. Sounds good to me, she said with a grin. Then suddenly, Trevor felt utterly hopeless as he reached for Beck in desperation, not wanting this to end while he felt himself now slowly slipping away. And then, just as sweet begins to sour, he was now in an entirely different memory. This place he did not like at all, as he noted a familiar vehicle. A vehicle that had met its demise. A vehicle that was jammed up against a familiar, large tree. Unlike his typical recollection of this moment, however, his wounds from that fateful evening were simply not there. He then felt Delilah's hand squeeze his own. Then, as her eyes met his, he looked down upon her, an anchor-sized weight now dropping within his own gut, as he knew what was soon to come. As he looked into Delilah's large yet childlike eyes, he held back his tears to comfort the small girl as he began to finally speak. Delilah? He questioned in a very scratchy voice, trying to hold back his rapidly descending emotions. But Delilah didn't answer. Instead, she just simply pointed ominously at the damaged vehicle in question. And as Trevor looked up and toward that vehicle, he noticed a dark, lifeless figure slouched near the shattered glass. Beginning to move forward, he attempted to confront this awful sight as he opened the door in front of him, shaking ever so softly as a slight tremble began setting in. But when he stared within that vehicle, a sight he didn't expect met his eyes. The vehicle was empty. Then, making Trevor that more uneasy, he felt a cold breeze upon his neck, causing him to spin around. Now, there in front of him, Beck stood where Delilah once was, her face bloodied from the bullet having taken her eye. Trevor, you need to wake up. She needs your help. Use your sight. You will see you are not in good company. She needs you to use your sight. Trevor gave his sister a perplexing stare and began to reply. But then, and suddenly, with no warning at all, he was startled by a loud thunder as he was quickly brought back to reality. While he looked around the cabin, relief quickly settled in, as everything still seemed to be in order. Yet still shaking off the funk of his days, he gathered his faculties as he gave his surroundings a much closer inspection. The cabin was dark, but far from silent, as the pilot dutifully remained in command at the front of the vehicle. But then, he noticed something odd. He noticed something very strange. As he stared at the pilot, an unnerving sight began to take place. As if he were watching a bad program on a television set, the pilot began glitching before his very eyes, glitching as if he were not physically present. And then it happened. Like a large smack with a loud crack, the two passengers now jumped as Kit quickly dismissed her sleep. Trevor looked back at her while seeming on edge as they regained their focus to the front. And there at the nose where they had heard the loud crash, just on the windshield's exterior pane, a very thick yellow liquid began to take shape. The liquid was so thick, in fact, it blocked out the entire view ahead, as the pilot seemed completely unfazed. At that point, Kit spoke up while looking at her partner as she began to approach the front of the plane. Fuck, conducive DX4. Then, looking back to Trevor, she clarified her words. Smart DX4 gas. Trevor, I don't think that was Logan who dropped us off. Trevor looked over at Kit, caught completely off guard from her most recent statement. He held a very shocked expression. Kit looked back at him and attempted clearing up his confusion. Well, I never actually physically met him, she stated, sending Trevor's mind reeling with the possibilities of being in yet another trap. All transmissions between him and Lucas were classified by the last state. "Nobody's ever seen him," she said, looking at Trevor, while quickly trying to calculate their next move. Kit, now looking back to the pilot, spoke quietly to Trevor, trying not to be heard by the pilot. "This doesn't feel right. I think Logan turned us in." Trevor, now feeling slightly dizzy, posed a question that seemed to be hanging in the air, now hitching a ride within his curious mind. "Who do you think he was?" Kit slowly looked back at him with an apologetic expression as she answered his question, an expression that Trevor did not find comforting. "I think that was the one man we were trying to avoid in the Philippines," she said. Then, just as slowly as she looked over to Trevor, she then looked back to the pilot as she spoke even quieter. "I think that was the Jagger." She then began to approach the cockpit. She approached it with an angry curiosity in her mind, but with a cautious step in her pace. And Trevor, following with, found it unnerving that the man at the helm, aside from glitching like a hologram, seemed to be oblivious of the whole matter. As Kit reached him first, she demanded his attention, yelling her cautionary words, while Trevor soon caught up from behind. "Do you know who you're fucking dealing with? You amateur piece of shit. I don't know who your friends out there are, but right now, you're in here with me. Land the plane now, asshole. Land us on the fucking ocean. Take us down, now." She then looked at Trevor as the pilot just sat there, staring into the greasy, thick liquid now seeping through the windshield. The silent stranger was thin, tall, and wore a dark suit, while he carried with him very plain features. With no beard or mustache, his hair was kept extremely short, while he simply sat in silence, not even seeming to notice the pair at his side. That's when Trevor looked back to Kit, and then decided to encourage the pilot to comply with his partner, as he took his first swing at the pilot's head. As his fist wound up, too late to alter its path, Kit sounded off, warning Trevor of a possible threat. And then while his fist came closer, Trevor felt something incredibly strange. Instead of a blow, there was simply no contact, as Trevor felt his fist go right through his target's skull. And as if that weren't enough to give him some pause, he began to feel pulled in as his entire body lifted from the ground, seeming as if he were being consumed by the same pilot's head. Just at that moment, he felt himself force back as the pattern he was in began to quickly reverse. Then, he quickly felt himself being thrown across the plane to the cabin's floor just below his partner's feet. Suddenly, the lights came on all at once, as Kit soon noticed a door now below her, leading to the baggage underneath the airborne plane. Catching her and Trevor by surprise, a voice sounded through the cabin speakers. It was the voice of Thomas Shields. "How do you like him? He's a prototype. Darius's future soldier. I designed him myself." As he spoke, Kit looked at Trevor, still gathering himself to his feet. And once seeing he was okay, she refocused her sight at the door below her. But before dropping to her knees, she cued him of her plans, while she mouthed a few words, trying not to gain Thomas's attention. "My bag." Trevor, his head now slightly spinning, looked at the pilot in disbelief as the windshield once more caught his attention. And in return, he quickly shifted his gaze, looking at the puzzling liquid just outside, now seeming to seep through the thick, glassy barrier. What amazed him even more, as one would likely guess, he noticed the strangest thing he had ever seen. As the liquid spilled through, he inspected the glass, noticing it had not sustained any damage, as the yellow liquid now appeared slightly foaming on the interior. He continued to watch as it slowly dripped down, while it puddled around him, soon beginning to boil and steam. Trevor kept looking at the curious liquid as if he were beckoned by it, as echoes in his mind soon caused him to snap out of his daze, while Kit began to yell his name. Trevor, don't look at it. It has small telepathic enzymes in it. They are very weak, but if you let them in, they'll pull you into their poisonous gases much quicker. And then, fully snapping out of it, Trevor ran over to Kit as he kneeled next to her and helped her in her efforts to reach their luggage below. That was when Thomas began to speak once more, as the gas now slowly filled the interior around them. She's right, Trev. But then again, she always is. Kit looked up at Trevor as she began to seriously panic while Thomas continued to speak. Kit looked into Trevor's eyes, unable to hide a deep-seated fear now rapidly growing inside. Why, hello there, Kit. We've missed you back here on Earth. Forgive me for not being there in person. But since our last little encounter, I guess you could say, I am just being cautious. Trevor then noticed Thomas's next words spark a deep worry in his partner's eyes. Oh, yeah. By the way, kiddo, take a good look at your new chess piece before you there. Because it's the last time you'll ever see him, we have different plans for you. Anyhow, your plane is on autopilot. You are on your way to a little island called Scarborough Shoal. Not that you'll be awake to see it or anything. Oh, and don't bother with the luggage. We had them all ejected shortly after takeoff. As Trevor looked into his partner's eyes, both unsure what moves to make next, he began to feel dizzy as Kit tried to keep him alert, calling his name repeatedly. But finally, unable to resist any longer, his head came crashing down to her knees as his world began to slowly turn dark, Thomas's voice now echoing within his mind. And just before he passed out, he heard Thomas's final words rattle the cabin around him. Hey, Mr. Meeks. Solar flares. Am I right? Chapter 14, Annexed, Part 2. Only a year older now, Marco sat in the school's uniform at a young age of 13. But now, his name no longer the same. He wore a school name badge that read Arlo Brooks, and as he sat in his school library, he looked across the table and spoke quietly to his new female friend. He rarely got a chance to speak with her. In fact, he did not get a chance for much of anything anymore. And while he listened to her talk, becoming lost in her eyes, he felt as if they could go on for an eternity. While she spoke softly to him, her lips seemed perfectly soft, as her skin was like porcelain without a single flaw. And looking into her eyes, he felt they were simply dreamy as he lost himself within them, while her words were like those of a heavenly angel. Arlo, unable to mask his boyish crush on his friend, knew she felt the same for him, as over the past several months he had slowly confided in her regarding his most personal matters. He had told her how his parents were no longer in his life, and how he believed he felt he knew why, feeling he was being held by the ones responsible for them no longer being there. He secretly longed to return home to find out what had really happened to his family. As the two young students sat quietly talking, they sat at a table of more than several dozen as their surroundings were somewhat expansive. It was an overly spacious study hall that had 2 levels inside, the second floor only wrapping the overhead borders of the first level below. And what seemed like nearly an acre of tables and chairs, each section that surrounded the large center had deep recesses of very tall wooden bookshelves. He listened carefully to his female companion, Anastasia, but found himself somewhat perplexed by her next words. He listened to her speak as she suggested a solution, but only grew slightly anxious as he began looking around. With his heart rate slightly increased, His panic seemed to be coming to an end as she quickly summed up her suggestion of descent. "Seriously, I'll go with you. We can leave tonight," she whispered. Marco slowed his companion's plot down, as he had already learned how consequences can quickly stack against him over this most recent year. "I don't know. I guess I just want to talk about it sometimes. Besides, I'm not sure if I'm just being paranoid. I mean, that thing really existed. I didn't just imagine it. Maybe my town really was all killed by that thing. Anyway, we should drop it. I'm not allowed to talk about it. They told me it's classified, or something like that. But his girlfriend, only knowing him a short while, simply loved him too much, and knowing she couldn't possibly break her promise to him and tell her parents, she pressed the matter further. We can go to the police. You should be missing somewhere, right? Besides, I don't want to see you hurt anymore," she desperately stated. And knowing his real name, she continued even more quietly than before. "I love you, Mr. Marcos Kozlov. I have, ever since I saw that adorable dimple of yours." The two then laughed, but were soon interrupted by an adult that approached their table as they realized they had increased their volume with their childish giggles. They looked at each other and gave stupid grins as the adult began to address them. They knew the speech as they had heard it many times before. "Keep your voices down, children," they would say. "You are in a library, children, blah, blah, blah." And as they prepared for the expected lecture, Marcos's expression completely changed as Anastasia's face became extremely confused. "Young lady, please come with me," the man said, now standing over them while looking at Marcos very seriously. The look he had given the young boy would have been enough on its own to give Arlo a good case of the shivers. Instead, he became terrified of something else as he gazed up at the man before them. Now, with a rush of cold blood flowing to his extremities, he quickly recognized the man as one of his original captors. Completely unable to speak, not wanting to make things worse for her, he turned pale as a ghost as he sat there in silence, still holding the older man's gaze, not quite sure what to do. Feeling as though he had been caught red-handed, he watched his friend leave as she was guided from the building. And before she disappeared, she turned her head and met his eyes as he watched her leave, not knowing that this would be the last time he would ever see her face. He would soon learn a few weeks later, simply by word of mouth at his school, that she was no longer a student. And as the reason for his friend's absence was more than the poor boy could handle, he found himself alone once more, his new girlfriend supposedly having committed suicide in the recent days. And being that it was in the mid-1900s, suicide was looked at as poor judgment rather than a problem needing attention, as nasty rumors of his departed friend quickly began to spread. It took him a few weeks longer than the rest of his classmates to learn of this, because later that evening, after she had been removed from his table, Arlo was escorted home. After that, it took him several weeks to recover from all his wounds before he was allowed to return to his teachers and classmates. Going forward, Arlo made a promise to himself, knowing that he would never be able to let anyone truly inside. There, within his young and developing mind, he swore to never love anyone, ever again. Over the years, all his loved ones simply having vanished before his very own eyes, Arlo began to feel numb to it all as he turned to his studies, now the only thing in his life that he could confide in. As he began to retreat slowly within his mind, less and less of Marcos remained as Arlo became the new one in charge. While the young boy's soul seemed to grow much darker, an emptiness slowly filled his eyes. Now, Many years, and the better part of a century later, Arlo had become a very respectable businessman as he sat in a chair with a woman at his side. Despite being Russian and paler as a child, he now seemed to hold a somewhat darker tone. And not maturing as fast as all his peers around him, he appeared that of a younger man, still only appearing middle-aged. He also had an advantage that he seemed to enjoy, as he never grew tired or sick, affording him the ability to watch man's achievements over the decades through consistently sharpened eyes. And now, in his mid-80s, but only appearing to be in his late 20s, he never grew weary of the constant and rapid change constantly taking place around him. Turning out to be just the right man for the life he now grew to love, he quickly became known by his colleagues and peers for being on top of new research and technology. Now, embracing who he had become, he soon found himself surrounded by a world much more advanced than he had ever imagined as a much younger boy. Having been in both Russian and American militaries, he held a rather capable physique as he sat there, sporting a finely trimmed mustache and a darker shade of hair on his head. And the gorgeous female who sat by his side completed the display of an attractive young Russian couple. She wore a long black gown to match Arlo's dark black suit, as she held a beautiful smile under breathtaking curly blonde hair. With her piercing green eyes, she looked forward with Arlo at her side, while he simply held a smug-like grin. They were both sitting in a very large office that was designed with excellent taste, while her arm was placed nicely over his. To all sides of them hung large, priceless artwork, each one of them cased in their very own golden frames. And they were displayed upon dark maroon walls, with braids of thick golden molding, which expanded the walls, edges upon ceiling and floor. And just before them sat a large wooden desk that appeared black with a deep glowing red from within its veneer. And on the other side of this desk sat a Russian man slightly overweight with a beard and eyeglasses, who also seemed to be nearing his 30s. Sitting across from Arlo while wearing a dark blue suit, he looked past the two in front of him and waved someone forward. It was at that time exactly Arlo spoke up, announcing the meeting's subject at hand. Then, as Arlo spoke, the man who was beckoned forth passed an envelope across the desk. "This is my current employer's contract. Sign this and my service will be all yours. But first, you must send me with the agreed-upon initial installment." As he said this, and without hesitation, the man across from him snapped his fingers. Just then, a different man came up to the desk between the three and presented a briefcase. After opening it, he turned it toward Arlo and smiled. Arlo nodded his head in approval at the obscene amount of money inside. Then, closing the briefcase, he began to speak while Arlo watched him reset the combination to the case. "Your former employer is aware of the combination. Now, Mr. Brooks," he said, looking back up to Arlo while quickly signing several papers that he had removed from the envelope. "I will sign this contract, and then you will be a wealthy man. And together, with you at my side, we shall rule all of Mother Russia," he stated as he let a deep rolling laugh follow his very own words. Arlo smiled back as he sat in deep thought. And though he looked at the businessman with a smile under his casual demeanor, he held a great amount of resentment for him. He watched his new employer pass the briefcase back to one of his own employer's men, as he knew very well what he was witnessing before him. He knew that the briefcase before them represented a small down payment on his life, as his current employer began to arrange a transfer of ownership. But as Arlo sat there, still with a grin on his face, he now held a burning hatred for the man across from him. But now, only possessing the gift of long life, there was nothing he could do about the situation he found himself in. and feeling as if he were simply being sold to the highest bidder, he quickly transferred full responsibility of his fate onto the shoulders of the young oligarch that now sat just before him. Now, completely dismissing all blame on his former owners, he now had his hatred gathered at one man, who was now sitting across the large black table between them. But feeling that this would go nowhere, as he simply had no way to fight back, he sat there with a smile instead, as he thought over his typical rationalizations. He pondered his lavish lifestyle and the beautiful women that adored him. He figured, staying in line as one person's property to receive such a wealthy lifestyle was a rather small price to pay, especially having been born a poor child in communist Russia. Then suddenly, out of the blue, Arlo felt a weird sensation as a powerful feeling began to take over his entire body. While only lasting a second or so, he felt completely invincible as strange images flashed before his racing mind. And as if able to simply make complete sense of it all, his smile slightly grew as he watched the images now represent a clear view of what was to come. Unbeknownst to those around him, he now knew that his potentials would start to grow while he sat there in silence and dreamed of the very near future. And taking this fraction of a moment to reflect, it had seemed, after all, his luck was finally changing. It would appear a long life and the ability to speak a foreign alien language was not his only gift he had received as a small boy. He stared at the man in front of him, as he knew, this time, things will now be much different. Then, rising to their feet, Arlo and the oligarch solidified the deal. Mr. Brooks smiled as he leaned forward, welcoming the extended arm of his new boss as they firmly began to shake each other's hands. And then, addressing the young oligarch one last time, he spoke as the most subtle, dark flash sparked across his eyes for the very first time. It will be a pleasure to work for you, Mr. Lenkov. Suddenly, as if being catapulted to a scene not long ago, one could find themselves being rushed down several familiar hallways. However, this time, unlike before, Arlo Brooks was now the figure who briskly walked upon these heavenly floors. As he quickly marched forward, he was being escorted by 4 armed men, all in similar black and yellow security uniforms. As they surrounded him, each holding a rifle to their chest, they did not shift their attention away from the direction they escorted their subject in. And as each one marched in their armored uniforms, over their heads, they wore black helmets, each having tinted face shields as they escorted Mr. Brooks through the halls. While Arlo was directed by his escort through the corridors before him, he looked on with an expression of arrogance as several onlookers took notice of the high-ranking officer currently under arrest. Without looking back at them, and remaining very focused on the direction ahead, it was Arlo who led the pace of his guards, as he held a casual look while partially hiding a rather menacing grin. And marching through the halls, while passing several others, they eventually came to a familiar stop as a guard before them accessed a set of steel doors straight ahead. And as they parted wide open, the final corridor came into view with windows lining its walls, displaying the darkness of space just outside. Meanwhile, in a large room not too far away, Lenkov sat at a desk with a massive window behind him. Planet Earth centered within the vastness of space. As he studied a screen within the desk itself, he sipped on a cup of coffee while smoking a cigar, going over his current daily reports. Wearing a dark suit, the office around him made it that much darker, while the lights were somewhat dimmed, leaving the room in a soft, amber-like glow. As he took another sip, he listened to his favorite classical music, playing ever so softly just overhead. Suddenly, the doors before him began to open as he quickly put his cigar out in a large ashtray on his desk. And as expected, Arlo walked through the now open doors with 4 men at his side, each still holding their rifles to their chests. Lenkov, now looking at his disobedient employee, cued his men to leave him and Arlo alone for a private conversation. The 4 then saluted their commander as they each made an immediate about-face and quickly walked out the doors, leaving Mr. Brooks to stand before his superior. Now, completely alone. Lenkov looked at Arlo as he noticed him looking around the room while smiling, ignoring his angered superior before him. Scowling and growing angrier by the minute, he studied Arlo, not sure what to make of his rogue investment. And as the doors finally closed, Lenkov watched as Arlo studied the large war room, eventually leading his gaze back to the aging oligarch as he threw his employer a very large grin. Kostya, now utterly disgusted at his employee's silence, and now seeing his menacing smirk, became quite unhinged as he quickly laid into him with a deep and booming voice. Thousands of assets have been lost in China. Sources tell me you are giving orders to their military. They say the generals are in bed with you. They tell me that several bases in the desert have simply vanished into thin air, nothing but a hole in its place. They also say DX4 has been spotted in the hands of military personnel. You should not be meddling with earthly affairs. Your business is Darius. I do not know what your game is, Mr. Brooks, but I have my eyes on you now. Things are out of control in South America. We cannot lose America. If the Chinese see us as weak, the powers that be will quickly shift. What good will you be to me then, you fucking twit? Our deal with China does not protect us if they see we are weak in the South. And you used to be such a good boy, always doing what you are told. But now this, he stated as he then stood up and pointed at Arlo. Mr. Brooks, your days of mocking my empire are over. You no longer have Mother Russia in your back pocket. When I am through with you, I will be sure you are left on the dark side of Darius, where you belong. Just then, Lenkov collapsed to the desk below him as he reached for his throat. And now, his face firmly planted in the hard surface of his desk, he desperately gasped for a breath as he heard Arlo approach. And as he did so, panic set in, as Arlo now seemed to glide toward him with ease, his hands tucked behind his back while eerily leaning forward, giving Lenkov a troubling glare. As instincts quickly set in, Lenkov reached for a panic button positioned under his desk, but was soon met with the sounds of large bolts taking their place within the large metal doors of the oversized suite. And looking up at Arlo, never having seen him exhibit such strength, he clung to his life as his last breaths seemed to be swept past his very own lips. And watching him come closer, as if he hadn't already seen enough, he noticed Arlo's eyes turn pitch black and felt a voice echo through his racing mind. Brooks began to speak, his eyes still growing darker, as his lips did not even seem to move. And as it resonated within Kostya's deepest thoughts, Arlo's voice swept about, like tiny grains of sand, over a vast and now vacant desert. While he spoke, the subtle sound of classical music still played above the oligarch's desk. I grow weary of your whining, Kostya Lenkov, Arlo stated, as he closed the distance between the two. However, unlike your predecessors, you have been good to me, my dear friend. But I will not suffer you, for it is me who has let you live. And of late, I hear nothing but disagreements from my inferior before me. Lenkov, hearing these words of disrespect, simply lacked the capability to look up, as breathing seemed to be his current and most challenging task. But then, to the oligarch's dismay, Arlo reached forward both his hands and placed them on the Russian's ears as he continued to speak, still not moving his lips. You are now a weak, elderly man, Lenkov. Have you not noticed your apprentice now towering over you? Have you not heard all the rumors, my old friend? Then Arlo slightly cocked his head and drew an expression as if to think. And as he continued to telepathically mock his victim before him, he softly chuckled while he continued to speak. Or is your ego too large? Perhaps you simply looked away all these years as a pathetic attempt in self-preservation. Then, adding to the discomfort of complete suffocation, pain began to stack up as Lenkov felt Arlo's finger sink deep into his ears. And losing the ability to distinguish finger from ear, blood began slipping down the old man's bearded face as Arlo continued to speak. While his last breath slipped out, Lenkov peered up as his own fleeting eyes began to match his aggressors with a deep shade of black. And as his eardrums were breached, ultimately being punctured deep within, the voice seemed to now come from his very own mind. Trembling in fear and seeming unable to simply perish, the words echoed about his now seized and empty head. As Arlo leaned in, he met Lenkov's gaze as the blood began to flow even more. And with his eyes, now even darker than ever before, Arlo's final words spelled the oligarch's fate. I have different plans for you now, my human comrade, he sternly stated. Suddenly, Kostya had terrifying images now playing before his mind, while Arlo grew a dreadful smile, feeling a moment of ecstasy, compliments of his captive's pain. And as he softly closed his eyes, letting the classical music overtake his thoughts, he began to enjoy the sounds over their heads while he addressed the oligarch one last time. Yes, old friend, you are now mine, and you will be mine forever. Chapter 15. Clarity. The skies over the vast Sonoran Desert were crystal clear that day as the streets below were busy with traffic. At about 90 degrees, the town enjoyed its winter, while lampposts were decorated in vibrant greens and reds. Sharing borders with Mexico, this town had a colorful culture as beautiful Spanish architecture could be seen from all around. As all towns have their good sides and bad, Yuma had a considerably beautiful side as well. Several homes lined a small community with small rolling hills surrounding a sparkling man-built lake. The upscale neighborhood boasted of two-story homes as they sat close together, wrapping around a capacious veterans hospital. And within these grand walls, where heroes would often visit, a meeting was taking place as a patient calmly addressed his doctor. The exam room was small as the doctor stood before her patient. She wore a sharp-looking suit with a white coat on top of it as she listened to him, a stethoscope hanging next to her medical badge that read her name, Dr. Perez. She had a beautiful light tone of skin, while her black, stunning hair spoke of her Mexican heritage. Wearing thin glasses over her light brown eyes, she held the look of a very well-educated young woman. And as she looked at her patient with nothing but kindness in her face, she patiently listened to the older man speak. Because there before her sat a very rugged man with a chiseled structure and quite a bit older in age. While the two were speaking, a nurse prepared the patient's arm for an apparent draw of blood. And as he looked for the right spot, his subject gazed at the doctor as they both enjoyed each other's current conversation. And as he sat there speaking, he too wore his own pair of eyeglasses, but his seeming to slip from his nose. Yeah, it's about 80 or so miles from here. It's a breathtaking ranch. You should come out and see it with Chris and the kids sometime. I got some horses you could all ride. But then suddenly, he grimaced at the needle now being injected into his skin, but then just rolled his eyes at the doctor as he quickly continued. My son and his wife live in Texas, so they already don't come over very often. Plus, they might be moving to Michigan soon. Seriously, think about it. The place could be yours for an afternoon, he finished saying, while looking over at the nurse with a syringe now filled with his blood, as he watched the man continue to process it before being sent off. Dr. Perez looked at her patient as she tried to show her appreciation of the man's invitation, as she politely accepted without any sign of hesitation. Oh, that would be wonderful, General Meeks. I would really like that. I'm sure Chris can get some time off work, and my teenagers could use a break from all the noise. This drew Jack's attention back to his doctor as he smiled and replied, Sounds great, Nicole. Just let me know, and I'll be sure you have a great time. And I don't care if we're in the Pentagon itself. You call me Jack, and that's an order, he said, with a sarcastically stern face as she turned to the table and picked up her clipboard. As she did this, she turned back around and waited for the nurse to leave with the samples. And once the door was closed, she gave her patient a look as her face slightly fell. How you holding up, Jack? She said, hoping for him not to become uneasy. His response, however, was quite the opposite, as she was delighted to see a positive shift in his demeanor. And as he replied right back, he threw a casual hand gesture, signaling he had himself completely under control. Ooh, me? I'll be just fine. Besides, my brother brought you into my life, and you are a wonderful friend. So, I've got support like nobody's business, young lady. And with you as my doctor, I'm untouchable, he said, causing Nicole to smile as they both broke out in hushed laughter. And this conversation went on and on, as she had made room just for this man within her Tuesday's morning ledger. While now and then laughing and raising their voices, the two went on as their sounds could be heard right outside of their closed exam room door. And just outside, a woman passed by in a white medical coat, seeming to be in a bit of a hurry. A badge on her chest spelled Renee Williams, and she represented the transportation outfit that coordinated with the local veterans medical networks. As she briskly walked down the hallway, she carried a cooler that displayed its firm's name, Trinity Labs. She slightly slowed down as she watched a door about 10 feet before her open, as a nurse stepped out. It was the same nurse that had recently drawn the general's blood. As he stepped out of the room, he closed the door behind him as he approached her in the hallway, smiling as he passed by. As Renee smiled back, she let out a small greeting in her modest British accent. "Good morning," she said as she passed, turning her head to see him walk away. Then, still looking back, watching him disappear, she slowed as she opened the door he had just come from. And then quickly looking back, she entered the room as the lights over her head automatically came on. When she stood in the room, she closed the door behind her as she saw 3 large medical-style refrigeration units before her. The first one on the left was labeled Horizon Laboratories, Diagnosis Division. Then the one in the middle with a similar label that read Trinity Laboratories, Research Division. And finally, the last on the right was labeled MedCore Laboratories, Oncology Division. Renee dutifully approached her designated compartment as she leaned forward and opened its door. While she began to inspect the interior, she noticed several trays of vials, each filled with blood, stacked in a single spot about 10 or so high. She then placed her cooler down and slid open its lid as she exposed its empty interior as a mist softly blossomed from within. It then slipped over the now freed edges, spilling onto the floor just below. Then she quickly got to work, as one by one, she gently placed one tray after another into her open chest, stacking them one over the other. It didn't take long as she put the last one in and closed the door in front of her, leaving the center medical refrigeration unit completely empty. It was then her behavior slightly changed as she began to look at the closed door behind her, leading to the exterior hallway. And after listening quietly, she felt comfortable to make her move. She quickly opened the door to the rightest unit as she began poring over the labeled vials, softly uttering people's names. Then finally, somewhat louder now, she said a name of interest. "Jack Meeks. Got you." And right as the words were uttered, the door behind her sounded as if to burst open, with panic written across her face, as she was now in a type of criminal situation. Renee's eyes grew wide. Meanwhile, a loud conversation was happening as 2 male doctors approached a hallway door. As they opened it, quite forcefully, one man loudly responded to the other's recent question. "Yeah, but then he emails it to me, right?" "So?" I simply respond back. "Hey, this is..." But then, as the 2 entered the already lit room, they were startled by the sound of a unit door closing. And looking up, they noticed Renee as she smiled and winked, quickly passing by them as she simply went about her business at hand. The 2 men both quickly responded in kind as one caught the other staring at her leave, a little too lost in her feminine sway. And as the door closed behind her, leaving the near fail just behind, Renee sighed with very deep relief as she slowly rolled her eyes. Then, posing a more confident posture, she simply strolled right outside. As she stepped into her dark blue medical van, the morning sun caused her eyes to slightly squint as she loaded her cargo inside. As she pulled from her spot, she navigated the busy parking lot as a familiar gentleman stepped from the building's front doors. In contrast to earlier, he now wore a suit, that of a military general, as he watched a blue van go sailing right by. Then, as hours flew by, the sun passing quickly overhead, night now settled in for the remainder of the most recent day. But then, 8 hours north, a sign could be seen displaying the name of the facility it elegantly announced. And on the sign read the compound's name, Trinity Laboratories, Research Division. Inside the lab, most of the lights were now out as all the staff had already left for the evening. There was, however, one exception to this rule, as one overly dedicated scholar pored over his current objective, now strewn completely over his desk. As he studied the photos in front of him, he crossed off items on a list, and while stumbling on others he thought differently of, he would then add some items instead. As he focused with all his mind, he sat under a dim light while the plaque at the edge of his desk spelled his first and last name, Dr. Salvador Channing. Suddenly, without as little as a simple knock, Channing's door opened. And being alone, This startled him as he looked up at the door, not quite sure who to expect. Then, an unsettling scene began to unfold for the middle-aged doctor as he watched three men enter his office, while a look of utter confusion swept through his sharpened eyes. All the men were in black business suits. The one in the middle wore leather gloves, as his suit seemed slightly different, while it softly glowed of a very muted neon blue. And he seemed to be the leader as he sat down in a chair across from Channing. The serious man now seated there before him was none other than the infamous Arlo Brooks. "What is this? This place isn't open to the public. Who are you?" Channing shouted. That was when Arlo raised his hand, and as if right on cue, one of his men quickly rounded the desk and met Salvador on the other side, causing the doctor to noticeably flinch. But then, Arlo's man pulled out a file from his coat pocket and placed it in front of the scientist. This caused Channing to scan the room and look at each one of them individually. He then looked down at the file and then back up to Arlo. Arlo just smiled. Channing hesitated for a moment, but eventually leaned forward in his seat. He opened the file before him and began exploring its contents. Then, with one man now standing behind the doctor's seat and one next to Mr. Brooks, Arlo watched Salvador begin to read. After a few moments in silence, Arlo slightly grinned as Channing sat forward, seeming now very involved in the reading material that had been forced in front of him. It wasn't long after that. The doctor closed the file and sat back in his chair and looked at Arlo. So, Arlo looked at Channing and quietly replied, "There, in the folder, Dr. Channing. What do you see?" he asked, looking to his subject for an appropriate answer. Channing wasn't sure who these men were, but he did not like what he had read. "I have no fucking idea, but I'm pretty sure right now I'm looking at a psychopath across my desk." This comment caused Arlo to smile as he pressed his subject further. "Please, make this easy on all parties involved. Your cooperation will not go unrewarded, Doctor." Arlo finished as he waited for an improvement in behavior from his current counterpart. Channing looked up at the man behind him and then back to Arlo once more before speaking. He thought he should comply as he felt he was now pressing his luck with the serious strangers. Subject 1 is copied on to Subject 2. Subject 1, who is essentially duplicated and downloaded onto Subject 2, is the dominant one. This leaves its host, Subject 2, in a vegetative state, indefinitely, while the original Subject 1 is off living their life. Arlo looked at the doctor, expecting him to go on as Channing eventually did. Subject 1 can be anyone who has given their blood. Their duplicated DNA can then be altered to comply with any given objectives. The result is simply the intelligence of Subject 1 and the body of Subject 2. Meanwhile, Subject 2 can be anyone who consents to the life-altering, paralyzing procedure. It would ultimately be a programmed parasite. Finally, Arlo replied, but that's when Channing's eyes grew very wide, answering the mysterious man across from him. "And what?" he asked, as he answered in the form of his very own question. Arlo then replied as he still spoke rather calmly, "Can you make it work?" This sent Channing into a soft rant that had a slight undertone of indignation. "I guess. Yeah, of course I could. If I had a subject willing, which I don't, and I never will. And even if I did, there's still one big fucking problem. That compound described in the element chart on the back doesn't even exist." He then picked up the file and tossed it to the far side of his desk near Arlo before he summed up his answer. "So, no, I can't fucking do it. Now, can you please tell me who the fuck you are? Besides some psychopath who thinks he's on a psychopath's version of Shark Tank." Arlo then looked up at the man standing next to him and smiled as he slowly looked back to Channing. That's when Salvador saw it. A spiral scar, and it was on Arlo's neck. He grew a stern look and sat forward, as he now knew he had his target in sight. That's when Arlo addressed him once more. You will be conducting this experiment for me, and in return, I shall let you choose your subject. It will be one of your colleagues here, who share an equal security access level that you, yourself, enjoy. As Arlo finished, Channing stood up and began to shout, I will do nothing of the sort. I will not commit one of my friends to a catatonic life, having to watch every day their current life slip from their very hands. Never again able to communicate or touch or feel or smell. I cannot believe you would think I would stoop to such a level. And for you. Arlo looked somewhat amused momentarily. He did not think the man before him knew who he was. But Arlo just smiled on as Channing insisted on giving up his entire position. Yeah, you. I know who you are. Do you not realize what you have done? Do you not realize you can still fix this? If that virus gets more out of control, you're making deals with the devils over our heads. Don't you even get it? You'll have blood on your hands. Blood of millions. Arlo smiled at the doctor as he nodded his head. Why, my good doctor, it is so much more than that. And that was when Channing felt a sharp needle penetrate the side of his lower neck. Immediately, gravity began working against the good soul, as he felt himself come crashing back down to his office chair still below him. Moments later, he found himself waking within one of his examining rooms. He was on a stainless steel table which had no gown currently covering it. As he began to focus, he suddenly felt himself thrashing about, as he soon learned he had been restrained while unconscious. Calm down, Mr. Channing. Soon you will be perfectly at rest, a voice ominously whispered. And Channing, still thrashing about, tried to focus. But as his eyes were still very blurry and unable to rub them with his hands, he simply saw shadows of people moving around him. That was when he cried out. Protesting being strong-armed, he yelled into the room in a random direction. Why the fuck are you doing this? Who are you people? And that was when he felt a cold, damp cloth dragged across his face, as his eyes were wiped of their tears and recently induced sleep. And now, being able to see, Arlo came into focus as he stood inches away from Channing's face. The answer is simple, Doctor. You possess a clearance level that will allow me to move the specimen you are keeping in Zancudo into position. Then, once your body hosts the downloaded guidance software you so casually labeled as a parasite, you will then also have knowledge of top-level information at the most vulnerable levels in the Pentagon. Arlo then laughed as he corrected himself, making Channing somewhat queasy. I apologize. Of course, that's the other way around. Pronouns, am I right? The general will, of course, be the one possessing these abilities. You will be. How did you say it? Oh, yes. In a vegetative state. Indefinitely. Channing looked up at Arlo and asked one more question in a very depleted voice. Why me? But Arlo looked at him with slight confusion across his face, and then spoke to him as if this were a deal gone sideways with a high school student. Why, Dr. Channing? I gave you your chance. I gave you precisely the respect you deserve by giving you the chance to choose first. Unfortunately, now I simply wouldn't be able to undo the words you have spoken. You see, after your decision, we put you under. And now, my friend, several hours have gone by. There's simply no more time to gather a different subject now. I am quite sorry, Doctor. You caught me in a spot. We are regrettably running behind because you see, Dr. Channing, our package has just arrived. It was then that the door swung open as Channing gazed up at the new arrival. It was Renee Williams, and he thought it odd that even though he had never met her, she wore one of his lab's transportation uniforms. But that was the least of the doctor's problems, as there, within her black-gloved hands, was a small, blood-filled vial, and above his head was a gravity-triggered bag as he couldn't believe his eyes. There inside of it was the compound he had just earlier stated simply did not exist. And now, knowing what was standing before him, one might guess his upcoming fate. Because upon a description and shedding of context, one comes to a particular spot within a very long story some time ago. One may also try something different, as they find themselves beginning to breach a fourth wall within said story itself. And while they raise this forbidden barrier, this following thought would be on the forefront of their minds. When describing this man who is simply a host, thing two might come to one's foremost attention, that if a story were told of sad shell of a man, that this story should speak now of two separate names. For as Salvador Channing is still lying before them, he is soon to be controlled by just a part of a general. A military officer who once called himself General Jack Davis Meeks. And as Channing quickly did the math, he knew that his fate had long been sealed. Now, just the thoughts of his soon-to-be fleshy prison flashed before his eyes as he looked to Renee once more. And as she approached him, he knew it would be over soon, as a tough, rocky journey was about to set in. He watched her attach the vial to a tube that now led to his arms, as the general's blood slowly began to seep in. Sal wept. Although repetition can be slightly upsetting, a very familiar scene opens, as hallways can be seen all around. While uniformed personnel approach from time to time, they quickly stopped and placed their backs against the corridor walls. And as they watched something pass on by, Trevor could be seen following Thomas, being dragged by two armed guards. As Thomas kept the lead, the security guards behind him, dressed in their yellow and black uniforms, each held Trevor by his underarms, seeming to carry his entire weight. And upon a closer look, one could see why, as Trevor had been severely beaten as blood dripped onto the glossy gray floors below. Thomas, meanwhile, held a smug face as he walked down the hall, knowing that he was soon to close this Meeks case once and for all. He also knew that this time, unlike the last, he had the correct man before him, as this time he had observed an increase in caution, not wanting to repeat his recent affairs. He had tested Trevor's blood back on the grounded plane, while him and Kit were still incapacitated. Trevor's face was completely swollen, as bleeding wounds on his face simply went without any medical attention. He had been beaten while being questioned, during a quick debriefing from his captor, just upon waking up. His left eye was completely shut, due to a blow to the skull, as a dark shade of purple now sat squarely in its place. As they rushed him down the familiar hallway, they came across two large familiar doors, where a familiar guard stood in his familiar spot. And as these doors slid open, Trevor was brought right through them as he finally laid his eyes on the vacuum of space. And then, while he was dragged down the hall, he looked through the windows around him, but did not seem to really care. Instead, peering into the blackness around him, he grew a look that some might find rather simple to translate. Same fucking shit. Just a different day. And as expected, they came to another set of double doors, which automatically opened as they quickly approached. And now before them sat Kostyalenkov behind his elegant office desk while smoking a cigar. When Lenkov peered up, he smiled at the sight of Trevor as a black flash seemed to cross the oligarch's eyes. As Thomas approached, he quickly stopped at his superior's desk as he removed a glove to shake the Russian's hand. "I assume we are content with the status of South America, sir." Lenkov grew a serious face as he answered Thomas, maintaining his eyes on Trevor while doing so. "This is no concern of mine anymore, American comrade. This is my concern now. This is my only concern." Thomas grew a confused expression and rolled his eyes. He found it irritating that he had to come up with the ruse in the first place. And now that it simply wasn't a concern, it sat rather poorly with Shields. Then, looking at Lenkov staring at Trevor, now apparently the oligarch's only concern, Thomas spoke once more to his boss. "He won't be any trouble for your men anymore. These 7 tracker picked him up in the Philippines. Apparently, he was sent to spy on our operations in China. Had Kit with him too, so obviously Lucas has already been in contact with him. He needs to be processed." That was when Lenkov sounded off. "In the meantime, I have something for this Mr. Meeks." With that, the Russian stood up as he opened a drawer of his desk and pulled out what appeared to be a small black belt. Then, he threw the belt high in the air, sending it right to the tip of Thomas's finger as he successfully caught the far-flung object. After a quick look at the item now in his hand, Thomas quickly kneeled next to Trevor, causing his hostage to flinch at what might have been coming his way. Then, strangely, Trevor felt the object being strapped to his right upper thigh as the guards let him fall to the floor. After this, Trevor sensed the weirdest thing, as now it felt as though the belt were eating his very own flesh, while several microscopic needles within the strap punctured his skin. Then, just like one thing after the other, the pain immediately left as he felt a slight vibration throughout his entire body. His mouth soon tasted of iron and copper. Once the taste settled in, his heart quickly raced while he was thrust to the floor as if gravity were violently crushing him. And it didn't take long for the math to quickly add up as Trevor realized he was glued to the floor within a magnetic field, and he was its magnet in question. That was when Thomas gave a friendly and casual salute to Lenkov as he and the guards turned and left the room. And Trevor, heaving up and down, was barely able to support his head as he watched the Russian in front of him return to the other side of his desk as he then took a seat. Trevor's anger was barely holding on as he became physically tired, while every one of his muscles were in an intense state of overdrive. As the doors closed behind him, he still could not put a single thought through his head without the pain from the magnetic force ushering it quickly away. This had caused him to completely overlook a door far off to the side as it slowly slid open to a darkened room. But it was this void that caught his eye as his mood immediately shifted. That was when he finally laid his eyes on her. It was Delilah, and then, right after her, little Caleb. They each hurried up to him, screaming while they ran as Trevor somehow managed to grow a rather large smile. And as they closed in on him, a cheerful reunion took place as Delilah cried out, "Uncle Trevor, please, I want to go home." As she said this, Caleb spoke up. "I don't like the dark places anymore. I want to go home, please." But this last comment threw Trevor as he grimaced through his pain and responded to the small child before him, stuttering as he did so. "What do you mean, Caleb? What's the dark place? What did they do to you?" he said, while peering up to Lenkov before him behind the large, smooth desk. Lenkov, never seen by Trevor before, remained still and did not speak, while looking right at the scene across his desk, seeming content with its progression. Trevor, not knowing the man before him, could not make sense of the Russian's blank expression. But that was when Trevor's heart completely sank, as both the kids were drugged by the hairs of their heads, halfway back the way they had come. And as he watched this, completely helpless, not even able to lift a finger, he looked up to see a man in black and yellow deliver them to a familiar new arrival. Trevor immediately knew who it was. It was Arlo Brooks, wearing a typical dark suit, this time with a glow of orange emanating from within, almost looking like actual fire as his body shifted. Arlo hung his head in a menacing way while he looked straight up at Trevor as he began to address him. And with Trevor's kids now at his enemy's feet, he looked on, finding it harder to breathe. And as he watched Arlo's lips move, the words seemed to come out as if someone had pressed slow motion. "I have had my fill with you, Mr. Meeks. You will soon learn it was not wise to cross me," he said as he seemed to grow his voice deeper. And as he looked at Trevor, he continued to speak as if the words were already hanging in the room, and he was just simply their conductor. "Your time has expired, Mr. Meeks. A new time is upon us now." Suddenly, Trevor shouted as he felt his neck forced to twist. Then, once in the position that Arlo intended, Trevor could not believe his eyes. There, behind the oligarch's desk, the earth sat, as if it were framed inside the massive window. Trevor took the entire globe in, never having seen it from such a height. At least, not in reality. Of course, he didn't have to breach the subject of irony, as he found himself unable to appreciate it at the moment. But after Arlo's next words, Trevor thought that perhaps he should have tried. "As I'm sure you've learned by now, my elusive friend, they keep you out, and they don't let you see in. They were there simply for your protection, Mr. Meeks. For if you were to simply shut them all off, perhaps if I put them in a state of suspension, then, my friend, you would see that your human mind simply could not take it." And it was at this point, Arlo merely waved to the window as billions of cattle guards stood down. Then, in their absence, Trevor felt his sense of mortality smack him directly in the gut as a dark shadow slowly expanded the earth. While he laid there and watched, his head forced to see, he could tell it was not from clouds or storms, as wherever there was dark, there was simply nothing. It was as if the planet simply dissolved into non-existence. And as he gazed through the window, he suddenly remembered the children and looked away from the earth, which was now only 3/4 its original size. And that was when he finally managed to say a few words. "What the hell has this got to do with them? Let them go. Take me, you piece of shit. I'm right here. They did nothing to you. I'm the one you want. You fucking win. Okay, just please, let them go." And having the last words take his remaining oxygen, Trevor collapsed to the floor and became very dizzy as his lungs recovered from the lost breaths from his speaking. Arlo replied, as his voice filled the entire room. Trevor's dizziness only added to his deep voice as the lights around him strangely dimmed. "You wish to take their places. Is that what you would like?" Trevor looked up as he said this, unable to answer, simply lacking the air to do so. Arlo gave him time, however, as he continued to speak, grabbing Caleb by his scalp and pulling him closer, causing the young boy to cry. "You must understand, Mr. Meeks. To have chaos, you must have a plan. And this one? I have chosen this one for a very special plan. You may watch him as he drifts away if you would like. Oh, Trevor, the things that we will then see." Arlo began to forcefully rub Caleb's face, making the boy feel extremely frightened. Sobbing, he looked at his uncle on the floor, hoping for Trevor to come and place him upon his shoulders, like he had done so many times before. He just knew it would happen. It would not be long now. His uncle had never let him down before. But then, a shudder took over his little boy's body as Arlo continued his speech. Because then Mr. Meeks, with his face growing smaller and smaller, he'll then vanish into its dark clutches. And within his tiny disabled capsule, his eyes will soon widen. And then he'll begin to feel it, Mr. Meeks, the awesome energy of chaos in its purest form. You will watch him as his face will soon rip from his skull. And then there, within the vacuum of space itself, you will see his little eyes burst from their tiny sockets. Then Arlo grew a confused look. And you? You wish to suffer this instead? Is this what you want, Mr. Meeks? You wish to take his place? This signaled Trevor to focus all his energy on a few loud words. Of course, I would. Let him go. And with that, and somewhat surprisingly, Arlo let the boy's scalp go, letting Caleb run right up to Trevor while he held Delilah back. And as Trevor braced for the impact, he anticipated the warmth of his nephew's embrace. But that was when it happened. Trevor's face fell immediately as his entire body went into pure and chaotic overdrive. Now, Delilah screaming, a loud ring resonated within his ears as Trevor watched Caleb's head smack its little face into the cold concrete floor below, a bullet having just gone through the back of his tiny 6-year-old skull. And as Trevor trembled, a deep sense of rage became apparent across his face as he looked at Caleb's lifeless body on the floor before him. Then, he slowly looked back to Arlo, who was now holding the literal smoking gun. Trevor's words were nearly indiscernible as his crying gave him great pain, making him exceedingly weak. Upon all the snot, blood, tears, and swollen lips, he was able to utter 5 shaky words. "We just made a deal," he tearfully cried, gaining a look of unsettling satisfaction from his aggressor as Arlo held a stern expression. And as he spoke, he muzzled Delilah's cries by looking at her with his deepest and darkest eyes, causing images to flash within her innocent mind. Seeming paralyzed by his deep stare, she grew quiet while still sobbing, looking at her brother, now lifeless on the floor, 10 or so feet away. Then Arlo looked back up as he finally replied to Trevor's remark. "So we did, Mr. Meeks, and do not worry. You will soon be just outside exactly as promised, and Caleb here has taken your place." Arlo cocked his head and threw Trevor a devilish grin. "Because that was the deal, my young human friend." And after noticing no response from his hostage, he continued speaking, defending his most recent murder. "Why, don't you remember? You wished to switch with his place," he said, as Delilah began to grow quiet. As she did so, a rage seemed to rise from within her. She looked up at Arlo, now facing away from her, and knowing that her brother was gone, she hated this man before her. She hated him with her entire being. Then, while Trevor continued to struggle, Arlo proceeded in giving him some more bad news, as if this were not a dark enough outcome for his 3 victims. His voice became yet again deeper, while his lips ceased to move, as he glided up to his trembling hostage and spoke, his words echoing within Trevor's mind. And as he listened, he looked up to see Delilah, now crying on her knees alone, as her captor left her behind him and approached Meeks. Then, making Trevor's blood run completely cold, Arlo began to glide along the floor as he came closer, his feet no longer touching the ground. And as he effortlessly slid to his side, he dodged the small boy's body as he left Delilah now several feet behind. He spoke, this time within his captive's own mind, leaving Delilah to hear nothing as his words filled Trevor's entire soul. "And now that you have chosen which one's place you wish to take, your little Delilah will be all mine. And when she is a young woman, I shall splice myself onto her, as she will then rule at my side, with a smile on her vacant face as she sits catatonically imprisoned within her young adult's mind," he said, not moving his lips, his eyes now even darker after gliding right up to Trevor's collapsed body. That was when he noticed Trevor began to struggle to protest once more, as he waited patiently for his subservient to speak. And as he did, Arlo kneeled by his side to listen closely as Trevor's weak voice began to shatter on the ground. "Who the fuck are you?" Trevor asked. Then, the lights already dimmed were now beginning to flash, as if energy were being sucked right through them. Trevor looked up as he trembled, not understanding what was happening before his blurry eyes, as he strangely felt Arlo now speaking within his very own head. Arlo stood and then immediately rose above the entire room as he placed his hands behind his back while he popped his shoulders out before him, resembling an eerie-like statue position, now hovering over everyone. Finally, and deeper than ever, Arlo's words sent Trevor to a dark place as his nose and ears began to slowly drip with blood. The words shook the whole room as Lenkov's eyes also grew darker, while his former inferior, hovering above him, continued to speak. As he did so, Trevor noticed his skin move like liquid. "I am the Inhuman. I am the Oligarch." The window seemed to be made of several panes, as it appeared to be somewhat thick in size. Both sides of the glass were dark, as no light seemed to be emanating on either side. Peering out of the window, directly across a small black void, was a thin crack of light that appeared to shift as shadows ran up and down its length. Inside of the glass was even darker than this, as almost nothing could be seen. And the word "almost" was used, not as a mistake, as it represented a single dim light over the center of the window just above. While it sat within its red, somber glow, suddenly from outside the glass, casts of lights began to flow free. It was at this point that some clarity had set in on the other side, as a room became lit up in a dull blue shine. Then, where the crack of flash had recently been seen, was now merely just a steel door sitting slightly ajar. But then, as the lights illuminated a room that appeared to be a small decompression chamber, the door began to open as a brighter light then flowed in. And then, from within the brightly lit and now open door, a silhouette appeared as it slowly approached the glass, seeming to peer inside. And that was when Trevor saw him. Through his window, which was just below the eerie red light, he saw Thomas step from the shadows, now in a shade of blue glow and with a brighter shine coming from behind. Trevor squinted his eyes as Thomas approached the glass. He had already taken in his surroundings as he found them familiar, while he had earlier looked for some possible escape. That was when he had realized that he was in a familiar capsule, which was like another one he had once traveled in before. And just like then, he found himself restrained, only this time, no liquid formed at his feet. With only one good eye, and very badly wounded, Trevor looked at Thomas approaching on the other side of his window with sheer, utter disdain. Now that he no longer was magnetically confined to a concrete floor, he felt his entire body ache from the constant stress he had endured from said magnetic force. Not able to move in much direction, Trevor watched Thomas approach as his voice sounded through the glassy barrier. "Ah, home away from home, eh, Trev? You recognize this little vehicle, don't you?" he said, giving Trevor a wink. "And here, I thought it was just a solar flare. And then, as if that wasn't enough, right over your own dead body." Thomas threw his hands together and clapped. "I mean that, my friend, is something else." "Wow," he exclaimed, leaving Trevor extremely confused and angry. Trevor, now able to finally muster a partial conversation, pain still pulsating throughout his body, grimaced as he replied to Thomas. You know, I thought you were smart. But then that version of you died. The man before me now is just a fucking coward," he said, seeming to force Thomas to roll his eyes. I know. He spoke, then growing a very stern expression. He looked at Trevor while wagging his finger in his face just behind the glass. But that wasn't supposed to happen. I told it not to conform with other factions. How irony is always there to fuck us over. "Ah, Trev," he said, while Trevor just looked down, trying to ignore him. But Thomas did not seem to mind, as he pressed the matter even further. "Turns out, since I was assigned to eliminate the 7, it simply gravitated to you. You see, it holds my DNA, and that, mixed with a little bit of DX, well, you could imagine when I found out. You see, all DX4 carries in it a telepathic enzyme. I'm sure you've learned this by now, with such a team of man's most revered patrons at your side. Well, if one were to do the math, my duplicate could recognize that you were an interest of mine. It just couldn't identify what type. So, it found itself in a situation where it could not escape you. It had to follow you. It simply needed to be around you." Trevor slowly looked up at Thomas, as he still hadn't recognized the irony that Shields had referred to. Thomas watched Trevor raise his head as he enjoyed saying the next words to his hostage. He was supposed to protect him, Mr. Meeks. But then, because of some technical error, he led him right to you. And that's exactly why I am going to enjoy watching you die twice, Mr. Meeks. Because no father should have to lose his own son, especially by the hands of someone like you, the true coward. This caused Trevor to look at Shields with a blank expression as he tried to piece together the crimes that Thomas was accusing him of. So, you see why, Mr. Meeks. I am glad you chose to make it right. Because, like you switched places with my son, sentencing him to death, just so you could go free. Now, here we are, he said, causing Trevor to look back down. Trevor did not seem to care what he was being accused of, as he felt he was not exactly in a court amongst his own equal peers. He just let Thomas spew his hateful words as he waited for it all to end. He knew that Caleb was now gone, and every second that went by his heart shattered for Delilah. He had no idea what she was enduring herself, and he wanted nothing more than to save her. But here, stuck in this box, he was forced to let Thomas's words wash over him. I was, however, quite surprised you chose this. I thought I would be taking you to the firestorms again. But this is so much better. Any of your residual self, after your frozen carcass breathes its last breath, will simply stay that way. Frozen. I wish I had thought of it myself. So, bravo, Mr. Meeks, he yelled, gaining Trevor's focus once more as his hostage uttered a few words. And as his wounds were simply becoming too much for him to bear, Thomas found himself leaning over to hear the thin, raspy voice just on the other side of the glass in front of him. It doesn't have to be like this. People don't have to die. And that was when Thomas decided to finally shed some light on the matter for his elusive target before him. Mr. Meeks, don't you fucking get it? The only way to survive is to thrust yourself into the chaos. We humans have tried for so long to create order that we completely missed the fact. That's just not how the universe thrives. You see, Mr. Meeks, chaos is like a spider. There it is within inches around every crack and corner. Thomas then looked at Trevor as if to signal he was speaking of him in his next words. One seeking order should be very careful where they take their steps. Then, moving slightly back, he seemed to change gears slightly while continuing to speak. Take your own teammates, for instance. they know very much what it's like to encounter pure chaos. I mean, after all, they caused the whole fucking mess. Trevor looked at Thomas in almost a bewildered fashion, as he thought it quite far-fetched that Shields was attempting to relate his team to all the disaster around him. This caused Thomas to shift his head, displaying a sense of curiosity. Oh, they haven't told you. Okay, now this is beautiful. You see, this is something fun. Thomas began to laugh. He came up to Trevor as he looked at him face to face, only the glass now separating them. And as they looked at each other in their eyes, Thomas continued. All the time you spent with the kit, did it ever tell you who it actually was, Mr. Meeks? Trevor, still looking into his captor's eyes, said nothing as Thomas drew from this a conclusion, thusly continuing to speak. And he did so as a professor would address a lecture hall before him. KIT stands for Kinetic Interface Technologies. She's a creation. Well, sort of. One of Lucas's latest. Somewhere underneath it all is a real human, though. He gets rid of them when they become too dependent on this. As he said that, he pulled from his coat pocket a very familiar object. It was a small, clear cube. It had a tint of green and was as small as a die. You ever see these nifty little cloning cubes, Trevor? I mean, you must have, right? No. Of course you have. After all, I did burn your clone upon the sands of Darius, he said, looking at Trevor, seeming to have fun in his storytelling. Perhaps ever ingest one before? Thomas noted the familiar light in his hostage's eyes, as Trevor remembered having done exactly that. This cued Thomas to further his lecture. Makes you feel powerful, vigorous. It makes you feel like you can take on the whole world. He paused for a moment, looking at the cube in his hand. Thomas took delight in his farewell to his short-lived friendship with Trevor, as he spoke with a sense of poetry, articulating his imagination with his other hand. It's beautiful, isn't it? Just look at the simplicity of it all, yet all the wonders it projects just boggles one's mind. It's chaos in its purest form, Mr. Meeks. He drew his attention back to Trevor. You know what happens if you let it take its full effect, don't you? He said, while his eyes lit up as if he grew excited in continuing his science lesson. As he looked at Trevor, he could tell that his hostage had no idea of what he was speaking of, while he took the privilege of educating his captive one-man audience. It takes several months for the entire process to take place. Years, if you know how to pace yourself. But eventually, if ingested enough, it comes to an end as a new chapter of your life begins. A life of eternal hatred and despair. Then, Mr. Meeks, as you lose your grip on reality, all your memories fade away forever as a new human is born. And this creature is hungry, but then, ironically, cannibalism seems to be its ultimate self-nose cutting simply to spite the proverbial face. It starts one day when you're feeling more powerful than ever. And then the next day, you find yourself rapidly growing a cocoon around your entire body, eventually putting you to sleep. All this just to wake up, reborn and inhuman. You see, Trevor, those aren't big bad aliens. They are us. We call them the Inhuman, but me, you, them are simply just one and the same. And oh, how we truly despise ourselves, he said, looking up as if to listen to the universe itself. Then you're left to simply roam the heavens, unable to feel your own skin, robbed of all ability to function outside the realm of what most would see. As a revolting monster, he said, looking at Trevor with a morbid grin. Then, searching for a semblance of normality, desperately seeking your very own redemption, only to find the chaotic universe simply empty, void of all hope. Finally embracing the irony that is your fate, you are soon forced to return and feed off what was once your very own kind, the human race. And it was that which had cued Trevor to reflect on his own recent trials and tribulations, as he slowly pieced together the bleak puzzle all around him. And then you find home, a dark and seedy place of torment and despair, a home on the darker side of a little planet, a planet we call Darius. Then Thomas put the cube back in his pocket as he appeared to begin rushing the last of his lecture, looking at his watch as he did so. That's where they all go, even your kit. What is she now? Version 6, if I'm not mistaken. Lucas eventually sends them all to the Inhumans, the dark side of Darius, simply removing the garbage before him, to a place where Arlo has populated an entire world of those things. And there, still not yet fully like them, she is left to wander their world, soon becoming a slave to their cause. Trevor looked at Thomas with hatred filling his eyes. He could now feel Kit's fear that she had earlier revealed to him a while back. Thomas stayed focused on his one-man audience as he continued to narrate what Trevor felt was the final blow to all his past efforts over the last couple of decades. This team you're working with, Mr. Meeks, this outpost of Darius, which Lucas has, let's just say you should do better research before accepting a position at such an organization. Then, suddenly, and making Trevor feel somewhat uneasy, Thomas changed his demeanor in a positive way. He smiled as he said his next few words. But you should feel proud. You helped us bring her in. After the 7 tracker was developed, you simply led us right to her. And now you have allowed all of this, he said with a smile, gesturing to the entire room. Noting Trevor's look of pure disbelief as he thought of his estranged partner, Thomas rolled his eyes and stood up as he began his exit from the room. As the steel door slid mostly closed, the room grew dark as Trevor could hear Thomas address him one final time. Let's face it, Trevor. You've done well. You are now among us. You are now among the chaos. And that was when Trevor saw it, as a loud noise behind him sounded as if large bay doors were being opened. But then there, over his window, the red lights shifted in color, and Trevor could imagine why this was all taking place as he looked up and watched. Then, the light turned green as he heard Thomas's last shouted words just before the steel doors slammed fully shut. Welcome home, Mr. Meeks.